Yeah.
grad in computer science, a graduate and a PhD in computer science, if you know that you want to do that.
The guys are marketing.
Yes.
You say nothing.
And like
We're doing this?
Yeah, let's do it.
so my degree is so far.
Actually, I
I love that you're wired in the room.
it does look like
We're not even going to power in this corner.
You're a fantastic host, as always.
Oh, yeah. George did all of the ticket and the work. I just
Yeah.
actually
I do
moved.
like the mayor. But it's but
Okay. That's too
I
bad.
haven't been back for this.
I was on paternity leave, so I really don't even know what the agenda is.
How's your child?
The daughter is wonderful, healthy. Yes, she's good. She's almost human, but they're at 6
At
weeks.
that age,
Yeah, they're more reptile.
very portable.
Yeah. Reptile is good. Yeah, it's just a second. Yeah.
Okay, it's the great thing about the second kid. You guys how easy
I looked under here, there was something.
There's like this exponential factor. The first kid ain't liking this whole second kid so much, but other than that, yeah, it is. We're pretty
So I assume we're connecting to Google again.
Yes. How are you? Yes. Google
That's
Gus
my-
is going to take care of you.
That's my connection.
Yeah, guys. Do we know about the folks that have confirmed but not here?
Anything about like Joy and Colin?
Well, CJ's here. Jeff's here.
I was doing great. Yeah. So we have Yahoo as one of our passwords.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call us to order and get. This is now the fourth Commerce Data Advisory Council meeting. Let's get underway. I've got a few housekeeping things to talk about before I start. I'd like to thank Chris DeBona and his colleagues at Google
Yay.
for hosting us here today. Wonderful of them to do so. A word of caution, the mics around the table are hot all the time. So please be careful, and remember we're live streaming, so please be careful of conversations you have on the side. If you need to quietly have a conversation and you want to keep it private, you can press and hold the mic, the light goes off, and then you're not going to be able to, they're not going to pick you up, but you have to press and hold, otherwise your conversations are live. What's that?
Still gonna hear you.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait for a break.
Very
How
good
about
mics.
that?
Or wait for a break and step to the sides or outside. It always works too. You have a seating chart here. We've switched a couple things around. I'm not going to worry about it. We all know each other now. So let's not go into detail there. The restrooms are out the door here. You take a right and then a left and go down the hall to another left to get to the men's room. You'll see the women's room right away. If we were to have to evacuate the building in the case of an emergency, Google folks will escort us, but the stairwell is out to the left, past the men's restroom. You'll see the stairs, if that were to happen. We don't expect that, obviously. Again, it's being live streamed. Our public comment session, which we always have to announce and hold to, is tomorrow on Friday, late in the morning at about 11:30, I believe. And there's no morning break on the agenda. That somehow fell off as many times as we proofed it and went over it. So we put it back in. There will be a break after the CDAC discussion on the Commerce Data Service projects. Those end at about 10:30. So we'll break at about 10:30 and then reconvene. And I think with that, I welcome everyone. And let me know if you have any questions. And Stan, we'll get your seat together right away. My apologies. Okay, so Ian, do you want to take it over?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So good to see everybody again. Very excited for a two-day opportunity to challenge the great work that we're doing, to give us advice, to talk about the great accomplishments, and also in some way to look ahead. I will also confess up front that I have not looked at the agenda as closely as I would have liked and normally have, because I was gone for a while. I took that whole have a baby, disappear for a bit thing. So I'm also eager to learn myself about lots of what's going to happen for the next couple of days. But it's always great to see you all again and to welcome a couple of new faces. I'll turn to our co-chairs, Kim and Daniel, to provide any opening remarks or framework for our agenda, and then we'll kick into this great event.
Okay, I'll start. Well, welcome back, Ian, and congratulations on
Thank
the
you.
baby. And Justin, thank you for handling things in the interim period. We had a number of discussions. We're going to, in the agenda, today. We're going to go over a number of projects, and I do want to thank the council members who have volunteered to be coaches for those projects. I think it will be very useful for the project teams. And then I wanted to reflect back on when we started this just over a year ago. We sort of had this 18-month agenda, so I'll take the opportunity to remind everybody we're more than halfway through our agenda, so we need to focus. The work that we're doing now, I think we need to focus on sort of speed and sustainability. So as we look at these projects and how do we, help them get to completion in sort of fast order, but make them sustainable beyond the life of, our 18-month window that we established for ourselves. So, and then we had some administrative activities towards the end of the agenda to think about new members for the CDAC as well as co-chairs for the next time. So I'll ask you to be thinking about that when we get to that part of the agenda tomorrow.
Great. So as Kim said, I think the focus of this meeting when we were planning the agenda is thinking about institutionalization. How can we take what's been going on and really think about how the Department of Commerce can institutionalize this. And I think also just broadly across the federal government, how other agencies can learn from what the Commerce Department has done and take these ideas and apply them everywhere else. So I think a lot of what we're doing is looking for very practical feedback for how these programs can be included in the short list. We're looking for kind of what's we have, as Kim said, a few months left possibly before the CDAC could even come to an end. So we want to see what's the bucket list here for what we can get done in the time remaining. And the last thing I just want to flag for everyone, as we talk about institutionalization, I think one important development since our last meeting is that in Congress they've introduced the first comprehensive federal open data legislation, which would really kind of change how federal agencies deal with these issues. So that's not something that we're going to be talking about in this meeting, but I think it's something that's very important to all federal agencies and certainly something that we can have some offline discussions about. Just wanted to call everyone's attention to that before we begin.
Okay. Well, thank you, Kim and Daniel, as well, for all of the leadership that you've been providing for this entire council since basically the very beginning. I think we're all just better off knowing, just giving credit to everything that you've guided in terms of how to make the most productive use of our time. And we're going to come back to a bit of what comes after Kim and Daniel, actually also in our agenda in the next couple of days. So let's go to the next section. So I think at this point, I'm going to be turning it over to Austin, who you all know, to give an introduction, and then we'll go from there. Austin?
Thanks, Ian. Guys, I just wanted to quickly introduce Justin Antoni Pillai. He's new to the role of Undersecretary of Economic Affairs at Department of Commerce. He's my boss. And he oversees the Economics and Statistics Administration, which I think, as you guys know now, oversees Census, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Office of the Chief Economist, and the Commerce Data Service. And so we're really fortunate to have Justin. He's served in a bunch of very senior roles across the department. He's been the Secretary's Chief of Staff. He's been the General Counsel. He came in with the Secretary when she brought her first team in when she started in 2013, and he's one of her most trusted senior advisors. Justin's background is in the legal realm, a partner at Arnold & Porter, private equity focus, a lot of corporate litigation, some really tough, heavy issues, and so we're really happy. We're really fortunate to have him at this time at DSA as we kind of look to institutionalize, as Daniel was mentioning, all the work we're doing around data, how to better amplify it, because Justin has a really good understanding of kind of how companies have succeeded in this space, and then how we fully operationalize what we're trying to do. So again, we're just really lucky to have him. He's given just a ton of input as we've tried to strengthen this, our fourth CDAC meeting. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Thanks, Austin. And first, let me start with a few thank yous. As I've stepped into the role, I feel very lucky coming in with so much wind behind us on an issue like this. And I've had a chance to meet with a few of you individually, and I look forward to talking with more with you as we go forward. But it's an absolutely terrific group here, and I appreciate your time. I can tell you both myself and the secretary and all of us understand that you are taking important time out of your life, away from your family and away from your work. And one of the goals that we have had all across the table here is to make these meaningful. And so I'm going to take a minute to highlight a few things, just to talk, remind everybody and make sure we're all on the same page about what our strategic vision is. And I'm going to highlight a few things that we may not have updated you on recently, just so that we can see what I've asked for across the board is that we seek specific feedback from you all and make specific asks. Because on a number of different things, at this kind of fulcrum moment where you're kind of moving from a startup to something that we're really trying to think of as growth and institutionalized as part of the fabric of the Commerce Department, we need guidance. These are complicated problems, and I've seen your backgrounds, and I understand you've attacked these problems from each of your own backgrounds, and we need your help in a number of different ways. So I'll highlight what I would view as really moments where your thought, input, guidance, and actually work. And I'm going to challenge you on a few things to really help us based on what I've seen so far. So, but before I start, I do want to highlight just a few things. One, I want to thank Tanja White and Burton Rice for the unbelievable work that they've really done in pulling these meetings together and making sure that we're all prepared. It's an unbelievable amount of work. Tanja and her team really have spent an incredible amount of time making sure that this goes off seamlessly, together with Burton, who really has been leading the effort. So can I just recognize, and can we all recognize the work? Chris, I want to thank Google for hosting us today. It's I know
George,
let's put
George
it in.
did the work.
We'll call George.
Let him know.
Yeah, thank George. But this is one of those pain in the neck things that seem small, but we really do appreciate it. And of course, Ian, Kim, Daniel, for the work that you all have done in really making this meaningful. And I know you've followed up ahead of time to try and make sure we're in a position to give specific input and feedback. But that's important. And believe me, around the department, this is one of those advisory committees that has really been viewed as something that is really meaningful, and that's one of the things that I think we have a challenge to keep going. Okay, so briefly, and I know we've all focused on the strategic vision, but I think it's important not only for everybody here, but for folks who haven't been sitting with us to just at a very high level talk about what are we talking about on our data pillar, what is our strategic vision. And we have it, generally the goal is to bring and drive a data-driven approach inside the government and out, and to enable the private sector and nonprofits to be able to use our data to drive innovation. So that seems like a somewhat vague statement, and I like to put some specifics around it in a couple of different buckets. So the first bucket is the one that gets a lot of press and a lot of focus, which is unleashing commerce data for private and public innovation. This, of course, focuses on a lot of the work that the Commerce Data Service has done. We obviously have a long history of it through NOAA, which we were just talking about, has played a crucial role in its open data efforts and actually amplifying the way we use our data, as we've talked about. But we want to carry that mission through, and with the unbelievable data that we have at Commerce, really make it available more easily in a clean, regular way for private sector, public sector, nonprofits to use, innovate, and drive innovation. And we focused also in driving the cultural change around open data to make sure we highlight the unbelievable work that's going on around the Commerce Department, not just in the data service itself. There's, as I said, NOAA's work for that's really been driving us for a long time, but PTO has done a terrific job, and you'll see some presentations about what PTO has been doing, and that we're bringing that culture around the department. And I will tell you, one of the things that's really encouraging to see for me coming into this mission is to see how the work that the Commerce Data Service is really driving and is a leader around the administration, while the administration is trying to, and the president is trying to drive a culture of data and data innovation. So, but it's you should feel proud that the work you have done has brought our team to the point where others are really looking to us as a model to follow. And that's, Ian and Ty and our entire team are called regularly, of Jeff, I don't mean to leave folks out, but are really called regularly to consult on how we do things. The Data Advisory Council is critical to what we're going to do going forward. As I said, we have set a goal of specific asks, specific measurement in some way of what we're doing. We need to be able to show and prove that the work we're doing here is meaningful. And as I go through the agenda briefly, I'll highlight where I think your help would be very helpful, would be important. I'll move to a second major focus for us in terms of data, and that's improving the quality, scope, and timeliness of our statistics. This hasn't received, I think, as much focus perhaps in this particular group, and we have other advisory committees, obviously, that focus much more on our statistical work. But we think it's important that you understand the scope of the challenge and how important our statistics are to driving innovation here and around the world. And so we have a plan that our team members, and we have a terrific team that's been focused on this, that are really looking to talk to you about, here are the challenges we face. Here's the way we constructed our economic statistics when we first did it. Here's the kind of data sets that are available in the private sector. And here's the challenges we face in trying to keep up with those. And also to show you the terrific work that we are doing on our statistics and to get input from you on how we might think about it a little bit differently. But the statistical part of the Commerce Department, the unbelievable work that's done in our Bureau of Economic Analysis and the Census Bureau, is something that we really do want to talk to you about and get feedback on, and I assure you, I think you'll find it interesting. The third part, and I think this is one of the parts of our data pillar that we really have to think about how we highlight, because it is really meaningful. And we are driving changes that are probably more meaningful internally in some ways than some of our outward-facing efforts. And what I mean by that is driving a cultural change to bring data and analytics to how we do our own programs. And that is a huge effort. But as I said, Ian, our Commerce Data Service, together with our bureaus and our leadership in the bureaus, have been trying to innovate and trying to bring that approach to how we do our own work. And one of the ones that I like to highlight, that will be highlighted in much more specifically later, but is the idea where we are trying to do work for our clients, for the U.S. citizens, for the people of the United States. And we want to drive our services to people who really need them. And the idea, and you'll hear about these, that we've come up with tools and models to help us, using data, drive to find clients that and U.S. folks who need our help. That's exactly what we should be doing. And having scalable models that we can bring that kind of data-driven approach all around the department that make your job, our bureau's jobs easier, really does drive a cultural change. But it's not only that, it's not only those kinds of things, but the team, when they go around and they are really evangelists for the idea of using open source and productivity tools that, consistent with the idea of making sure they're safe, but really can improve the way we do business and make the code available and make the processes available for improvement and get scale. This is something that is critically important, probably will drive more change because of the scale you can get from it, but is very hard. Because candidly, it's very hard, and we'll talk to you about that. So again, I wanted to make sure I've sort of talked strategically about how we're thinking about it in those three buckets, sort of driving private innovation and from the public, nonprofit side, getting our data out, being evangelists, thinking about our own economic statistics, in our second bucket, and how we can make them better, more timely with respect to quality, scope, and timeliness. And third, looking internally and figuring out how we can better drive data-driven decisions inside the government and bringing that ethic throughout the department and throughout the government, being really evangelists for that. I thought I'd also highlight, before I just go through the agenda briefly, one or two things that are I just put in the things we should be proud of. In Europe, for example, there is a very broad effort that is going on what's called the digital single market effort. So if you have not focused on it, I think for a lot of you, it's one of those things you should, but the fundamental goal is to break down barriers on the digital side in Europe. One of the main components of the European plan are highlighting digital value chains and open data on the European side. Through, again, our leadership here, through Ian, Jeff, Ty, our whole team, we are now in direct conversations and in dialogue at the Commerce Department with the European Commission, trying to find projects and the ability to share best practices across the Atlantic and looking for an opportunity or two to do a transatlantic project. Again, this has really exciting opportunities because by doing one or two projects, by sharing our best practices, you implicitly have the ability to talk about standards and how people are doing it on both sides of the Atlantic. So this is something that we will hear about again soon, but it's something, again, that shows you that by leaning in a little bit, by having set the standards internally in the government, we are now able to have international dialogues on issues like that as well. So why don't I, just briefly, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to just highlight a few things having gone through the agenda and where I would like you, and I challenge you all to help us, not only today, but in the future. We're going to talk about institutionalization because as I think about it, you now have the point where you have the team that you trust. We have put together an unbelievable team and leadership and technical experts, exactly what you would hope we would have in the government, and we have products. We have some products that we're proud of. I think from an institutionalization and a long-term perspective, we need to know and we need advice on how we manage these products. And this is where I think you all, and I challenge you to help us. So you'll hear from 3 terrific team members who are going to come up and talk about 3 products. We're happy to share at any time more of our products, but we actually need advice on how to present our products. We want input on whether we're doing it the right way so that we can scale them. We want to think about use cases for our products that might be other than what we've thought of. And we want to think about and get advice on how we have sort of a client-focused, product management-focused marketing approach to our products. Because to all of us, the idea that we build these tools and that we have them out there and that they're not being used and will not be used at the scale that we want is really devastating. And so we need your advice and we need your help in actually being evangelists for these products and giving us input on how we can better market them so that it's persistently marketed, not just announced. So in the first sessions, when you hear about our Commerce Data Service products, give us feedback. Tell us if we're presenting it the right way or if there are other ways you can imagine us presenting or marketing them so that they reach the right audiences. We're going to talk about our economic statistics and data improvement plan, and you'll hear from our leadership at the department, the head of BEA, our director of the census, our chief economist, about exactly how we're approaching that. And we value your input about how we're thinking about our statistical improvement and some of the challenges we have, because this is really a data problem and a private data problem. And I mean it specifically in the sense that there are private data sets that will likely be very helpful to us as we are trying to approach, do a culture of continuous improvement and innovation around statistics. But you'll hear there are real policy challenges around getting access from the government perspective to private data because, the private sector views that as an asset and we have to think about how we have persistent, regular access to that data. So we'd value your input on how we can approach and think about that from the public and private sector perspective. We're going to talk to you about our contracting authorities. I ask you to not fall asleep, but it's
really cool.
It's very cool. We've set it up to be 20 minutes long, and we set it up intentionally to be brief. But we want you to understand that we're thinking about models of private-public engagement that leverage some of our legal authorities. And when you think about joint ventures, cooperative agreements, and then what we call CRADAs, we want you to know about them, number one. And we want some ideas on how we might actually use these different authorities the right way. Because there's a lot of focus on public-private partnerships, I think they have the best chance to succeed when they're specific, and you have specific goals and specific outcomes. And some of these contracting authorities, I think, might give us a chance to leverage in a way that we haven't. So we value your input on how we might use these in a different way. And then obviously, as I've talked about, we have a plan in terms of institutionalization. Getting input on how we make sure that we are driving internally and externally our users to actually use our products is a critical part of institutionalizing what we've done. But we're also thinking about our people, our funding, our space, our technologies, and how we make sure that we've done this so that we have a persistent effort around data. So we'll talk you through it. But this again is an area where from the backgrounds of the folks in the room and having seen really good efforts stall and understanding institutional and organizational dynamics, we need some input from you. And so I challenge you to ask the hard questions, push us, and make sure that we've gotten feedback from you that we're on the right track. Overall, I just want to thank you. I know this, I'll start and end with the same. I know this is an imposition on your time, and I've seen from the backgrounds, I know you have a lot to do, and you've traveled. So, you know, my thing is once we're all committed and we have such a terrific group, my goal is to make this meaningful. We need your help, I can tell you, on our side, and we want to make it as specific, informative on your side so that you can actually help us. So both in this meeting and in the future, if there are ways that we can improve how we present the information to you, if you need more information about our projects, we're happy to do it. Just give us a little feedback on how we can make it meaningful. But overall, thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Okay, thank you, Justin. At this point, we're going to transition to the next portion of the agenda. I just have one quick housekeeping point and then one guidance before I turn it over to some other folks to moderate the next portion of the discussion. On the housekeeping side, we encourage you to tweet. So the hashtag for this event is up on the screens. It's basically CDAC meeting. We tried every other hashtag and they were all taken. So this is the best one we can use, and it's unique enough that we're actually able to track the history. The engagement from folks that are actually watching us live will provide some numbers as we go through, but we already have some folks engaging us online now, and they even reminded us that these mics really are very sensitive. We already whispered on the side, and apparently they can still hear us through the live stream. So extra reminder on what Burton said in the beginning, the technology is working very well, so it kind of expected to place like this. So we encourage you to tweet out throughout the event, engage the public. We have folks that are already contributing in that way. So, moving to the next portion of the agenda, what I really am grateful to Justin for in many ways is his ability to bring a strategic vision for the whole department and in many ways the whole federal government. There is so much on data that is being unified by this larger effort, and we're very grateful to his leadership on providing that foundation to bring all the 12 bureaus of the Department of Commerce and in many ways the rest of the government agencies to follow your lead and our operations. The next portion of the agenda, though, will focus on a smaller portion of that larger effort. I think of the data pillar, as Secretary Pritzker outlined, as being a set of concentric circles. And on the smaller side, but a impactful side of that strategy, is the Commerce Data Service. They are a piece of the larger puzzle and an unusually powerful one that we're very proud of. And we'll also, in a large way, it only exists because of the advice you gave. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to, I think, is it Daniel, to guide. And I think we're going to invite a few folks to the table. Is that right?
Yeah.
Some folks. Where's our fine presenters? We have some experts and teammates. Come on up. Don't be shy.
And I'm going to turn over my seat for the next portion to Jeff Chen, the data scientist, chief data scientist for the department, who's been working with these folks with the Commerce Data Service and will help manage the discussion.
Okay.
Great. So, to kick this off, we're going to be hearing from 3 different presenters about 3 different Commerce Data Service projects. And we have volunteers for each of these projects to provide feedback on both the business plan, the kind of marketing issues, and the technical aspects of each of these projects. So we're going to be starting with the income project. And on this one, Stan, Joy, and Alan have all agreed to give feedback, just a reminder to them in case they've forgotten. So we'll be hearing from Alice and Roland, who'll be presenting about the project, and then we'll launch into their feedback. And of course, everyone can contribute, but they're going to try and kind of take the lead on this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Allison Rowland, and I am the development lead for the Commerce Data Service. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of the income inequality products that CDS and some related teams have been working on. So first I'll talk about some background, then we'll talk about this site called Midas, and then onto the Opportunity Project. So income inequality was among the first recommendations to come out of CDAC. It stemmed from a growing trend of inequality. It's obviously in the news all the time these days. And since it was also among Secretary Pritzker's priorities for the data pillar at the department, we found ways to mobilize wide-ranging solutions to leverage commerce data toward better understanding the problem. Inequality, especially income inequality, is a highly dimensional issue. To address it, we need to take on many different things, but within the commerce toolbox, we had two ways of contributing to solutions. First, the issue of inequality needs a fresh quantitative vocabulary. It needs to be contextualized in ways that are personal and are exact. The second is to experiment with how government data, as well as private sector data, can be used to find new opportunities for those who are disadvantaged. As America's data agency, Commerce certainly has a lot to offer in this arena. If we take a look at data.gov, Commerce agencies account for nearly 36% of the data on the website. When we think about income equality data, the data is not only locked within the bureaus of commerce, such as Census, but also within the Federal Reserve and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There's a lot of data out there. How can we help people get at it? To get this effort mobilized, we assembled a robust team from across federal agencies. We brought in Presidential Innovation Fellows, or PIFs, who are among the country's top data and tech talent, on year-long tours of duty to take on some of the country's most pressing issues. The U.S. Census Bureau brought clarity to the work and helped to channel PIFs towards two distinct areas. The first of these engagements is called Making Income Data Accessible as a Service, or Midas. While Census has a lot of data, creating robust comparisons over the income distribution may require some work and calculation. A trained analyst may need to spend quite some time to navigate to the right data, download it, process it, and finally visualize it. With Midas, the time to getting started working with income data has never been shorter. Many critical calculations have been pre-calculated, stored, and made available through an API, which then makes it far easier to create intuitive visualizations. The Midas site offers a few different ways to get at the data. You can go to the Browse section to explore common questions about income equality. You can explore the data directly through some pre-built visualizations, or you can go straight to the developer pages, which explains how to get started using the data from the API, or embedding our visualizations on a website. And the second project is the Opportunity Project. To address the issue of opportunity, we put together a 4-agency effort focused on the what-ifs. What if data can help find new opportunities? What if data can help improve someone's situation? So this was the classic open data play. Assemble important data together, bring together a data community from both the public and private sectors, get people to hack at creating new apps to show what's possible with the data. In the initial round of work, the participating teams developed 12 prototypes. And the work covers a wide range of topics from transit to housing to income to jobs. One project focused on creating an opportunity score, similar to Walk Score, which you may be familiar with, that could be used to help people refine their housing searches around where they may have the best access to jobs, schools, etc. Another project looked at a different type of opportunity altogether by trying to pinpoint areas in a city, with Baltimore as the test case, that may be ripe for redevelopment and investment. And that concludes our overview of Commerce's income inequality projects. Again, the websites, if you want to see more, are at midas.commerce.gov and opportunity.census.gov.
Great, thank you.
Questions?
So I'll go ahead and queue up our three presenters. Again, for those of you that aren't participating, the goal of this is really to provide almost kind of Shark Tank style feedback with these presenters and give them advice as they're going out and talking to others within government, others within the agency themselves, or with the public about how how they can improve, how they market this opportunity, what lessons they can learn in other areas for improvement. So Joy, why don't we start with you?
Sure, yeah. I played around with the site and I think it's fun. I don't know if you all have also explored datausa.io. I think yeah, so I think that's all like a good direction, and so I know I think putting in the API and all of that, that's exactly, I know so many people doing the same things over and over again with census data, and it's such a waste of everyone's time. I don't know how many people know about it. But then I would say, building out the Viz section more. And I don't know if you all have had a chance to do some usability testing on it or not. But I got confused by a couple of the sort of interactions and things like that. And I might just be simple, but, it might be something to play with, and maybe reach out to datausa.io to potentially collaborate, because I think they're doing some really cool stuff that could be complementary. They have a very narrow slice of time. They're only seem to be looking at ACS 2014, and they're looking across multiple areas, but I think there's some interesting opportunities to collaborate with them maybe.
Great. Stan.
Yeah, so I thought it was impressive work. I guess I thought about looking at the various pages on Midas particularly. How did I think that you have defined success? And clearly I guess there were kind of three areas. There's a kind of an API piece, there's an actual creation of the data vises in your widget piece, and then there's this effort to actually tell actual stories. And then I thought about kind of behind all that is probably a latent variable of what's really success. And success is, I would think, is just the use of the more ubiquitous use of the underlying data. And these are all API, the widgets, telling actual stories are ways where you're trying to foster more use of the data. And it did get me, as I was looking at this, I went back a year ago to our conversation in Santa Clara, where I remember we had a pretty robust conversation about, and I think actually maybe this was presented, or an early concept for focus on income inequality was presented. And I remember us having a conversation about data provision versus the application piece of it. And I know that Jack and I had a lot of comments on that, which was really, just to summarize that, it was that applications are hard, and there are a variety of different applications that that you could conceive of. And in a world in which we have scarce resources, it is interesting for me to think about, how much data viz can you do and how many stories can you tell versus focusing your efforts on the API and the marketing of those APIs, and then getting other people to do it. And I guess just thinking about that, I pulled up things that have used ACS, HVS, other census data products in the past month, and there are just some fantastic visualizations in the New York Times, on Upshot, on NPR. Brookings has been doing a ton of stuff. Washington Post did a bunch of stuff, all using census data. And your visits you've done a great job on the execution of this, but these are teams of people that focus on data visualization. They've used your data in a really gorgeous way. So I would say, my thinking was, is the archetype for what you're aiming for, is it, what is that? Like, who do we aspire to be like in this effort? And I was kind of thinking maybe the archetype is more like, we're a big open shop, we're a big open source shop at Zillow, so we use R and Spark and things like that. And R has a comprehensive R archive network, CRAN, which is a place where you can post up code and packages for R, and everyone downloads them, and then some of these packages become canonical. If you want to do a geospatial, there's a package you use for that. And I'm sure Jack's group at Esri has kind of a similar place where there's a public archive where you can post stuff up. And I think that's really attractive because there's real energy around that, and it allows people can write code that then other people can reuse. And then your core problems are you would like to have a place where people can start a question of like, I've got a question about income inequality. Who's got data on that? And like, data.gov solves that a little bit, and we could do a better job there of just getting people to places where all the different government data sets that address income, they can find out where they are, and then take them to a page where it tells you a little bit about that data set, and then an API structure. And I think the API pieces of Midas are fantastic. It did kind of beg a question in my head about City SDK. I think it's just been an unmitigated success, and attaching the API for Midas, which I assume must be pretty tightly coupled to City SDK, but bringing, I could re-envision Midas as kind of being offshoots of City SDK, where you could have a link of, hey, this is City SDK is a generic framework for accessing a bunch of data. Here's a bunch of sub pages in that warren of pages that talk to you about income or about student debt, and here's code that goes along with it, and here's a GitHub repository. People have posted up their code and go for it. Just building out that vision is resource intensive without having to focus on also doing widgets and visualizations. So, and I'll just say, I'll close by saying that at Zillow we produce a ton of data too, and I'll say that we did go down this path of creating these little widgets, and we had this vision that every little blogger in the world talking about real estate is going to grab one of these widgets and put it up on their page and tell you what is happening home values. The reality is it just never happened. For some reason, people don't like I'm trying to think of a widget success story, and maybe others have one. I don't have one. Generally, people grab data and they do their own stuff with it, and easing that data burden is a more effective use of your resource, I think, than getting a widget, because in the end, people are going to be like, I want my own color scheme doing this thing, and so it's kind of it's a rat's nest. Anyway, hope that's helpful.
To continue on the topic, so I want to say I just played with it for 5 minutes while sitting here. And when I started playing great data, I can see, let's say, income inequality between gender, male, female. My next question, which rose within the next 2 seconds, is why is it happening? So we cannot change the gender, male, female, it's not changeable. But there are other number of other, as you said, it's multivariate problems. There is a lot of issue. There are a lot of other variables which can come with the data. The data is not here. So I'm stuck. So my next question would be, is income inequality because males and females, and I'm picking on gender, it's first one on the list. Is it because males have higher education than females? Is it because there are different jobs, they have different levels, different seniority? The data is completely missing. So yes, it's really cute to see map of states where there is inequality higher, and by the way, inequality is not defined. What color means, it's actually, I still cannot, hard to figure out what exactly color means, but any other next question, I'm stuck. So I need to go back and try to figure out where else can I bring data, what else can I answer, because, okay, I know that males have higher salaries than females, but unless I was living on Mars for the last 10 years, I would know that based on the CNN as well. So my recommendation would be bring more data. Make available, not widgets, completely agree with Stan. Widgets are really cute to get people interested. As soon as people are interested, they want their data. You do need widgets to actually give the first result, make 20 examples of how data is being used. Don't expect people to grab that widget and post on their website, but expect people to say, that's really cool. I want to do something like that on my own, but I need more data.
If anyone else wants to weigh in, just put up your tent. I have Karen next, and then
Oh, sorry.
and Justin.
I just wanted to echo Joy's comment about the usability studies, because it gets to, we talked about the navigating through the pages and everything, and I just know so many sites of big entities, even in the private sector, where you switch around and you wind up getting lost in the maze and you have trouble finding where you want to go. So I think an official usability study that's ongoing process would be really great. Also helping to root out things that are stale and out of date, and that shouldn't really be. They should be available somewhere, but not kind of on the general path. And then I also wanted to mention about the widgets could be really, really useful as illustrations for using the APIs and make them sort of a tutorial on here's how you can get started with our APIs. And I think that would be really helpful for people coming in and kind of make the most of what those widgets do instead of just having them as something somebody throws on a site, but actually being a tool for getting engineers more used to what the API looks like. And then one final point was that across I think we mentioned this earlier, having a common look and feel and strategy for doing the APIs across Commerce I think would be really, really beneficial, because it's really hard for an engineer to go and learn this one API and then turn around and find in a really closely connected thing the API looks really different, and it just winds up getting, people do it, but it's really inconvenient. I think you'd find a lot more adoption if things had a common look and feel.
Justin.
So I'll mention one thing and then I'd ask one thing maybe as part of the feedback sessions. First, I want to mention Allison's actually has just been promoted to one of the leads in the Commerce Data Service. We're very proud of the work she's been doing, and she was just actually recognized as one of the most powerful women programmers in DC. So
Yeah.
it's amazing to have team members like this. Along with one of our other team members who I'll highlight later. But I wanted to ask, I think if I could ask that 80% of the feedback, this feedback is absolutely terrific on the product, so I wouldn't change it. If I could ask, so imagine one of our leaders is going to be our evangelist for some of these products. And at some point, it would be helpful for us, either here or later, imagine that she has to give that 10-minute speech on what the product is as part of our overall vision. Because as I mentioned, we have to bring a view of not only what our products are, but how are we selling them? How are we making clear what they are to the community we want to be using them? So if you could give feedback to our team members on how you think the presentation could be improved, which they all can be, in terms of selling the products, maybe not in this one, but in other ones or in another session, I would really appreciate it.
Thanks. First of all, thanks for all the feedback. Just to set some background and have everyone realize that this was an alpha that we released on starting March 8th, right? So an entire month before Data.USA started the launch. And it's an alpha that actually accesses ACS's PUMS, the public micro-use sample data, which no one else is actually using at this particular point. And the reason why we did the alpha is because we wanted to actually get feedback from people as to what is more valuable, what's the direction that we should be taking. So all the points you're making about usability testing, we want that, we are encouraging that. The other thing is, it's a starting point for discussion, as Vasim was actually saying. We're just kind of like highlighting the data and the distribution that's in the data itself and the issues with the data. And the next step is, how do we have that discussion about why is it happening and what can you do about it afterwards, right? So alpha.
You mean income inequality?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
You're hoping to tackle that question?
we're hoping that it leads to it at some point.
Okay.
Yeah. So first point, alpha, we're improving it, and we're going to be working with not only Data.USA, but like a bunch of other people within the White House on how do we actually make the next step.
Yeah, Jack and then Joy.
Yeah, I like what Stan had to say, because there is a spectrum from I provide a powerful API, and the API should be standardized across all of Commerce, and I'm providing a solution. And there's a kind of tension between them, because to provide a solution, you kind of want to provide a solution so that you get popular and everybody sees it, and you go in that direction. So at a policy level, if you want to institutionalize it and get a lot of attention, you want to move more towards the solution. On the other hand, the more that you go that way, the more focused in many ways you become. So I just have a question. is Commerce's data direction to build these solutions because there's almost an infinite number of them? Or is it to build an amazing site for all the APIs that let other people build or embed the APIs in their solutions? And I don't have, it's a dilemma because you want to get attention, so you want to go in that direction of solutions, otherwise you're not popular enough and people don't notice you. Unless there was this amazing site where all the APIs for all the data sources were there and people could connect in them, and developers and people who want to do the data downloads happen. I'm just rambling on here, but I'd like your thoughts on that, Allison. What is the real mission? I guess it ranges not just a technical thing, it's at the very top of how do we institutionalize and get long-term recognition for this. And it's true with every data agency, it's true with Census, it's true with USGS, it's true with all of them. So,
Yeah, if I could answer that question.
Yeah.
My vision for what I personally would love to accomplish at Commerce is to be that premier data provider, to have a clear and consistent experience across all of our APIs. And you know, if we don't provide the data in a way that people can get at it, then nobody can answer those questions. So what I want to do is, you know, make the best APIs that we can, inform people on how to use the data, and then we go from there.
I think just another suggestion, if I may. Maybe this is a case where having 3 or 4 partners who would actually take your APIs and embed them. Let's say that Zella was a partner and they were able to bring that data in, and it became very popular and it was sort of recognized that way. It might be a way to get the popularity and the attention without having to develop all of that. And you have 3 or 4 of them, not just one, and they go viral. And you say, our API is behind the scenes. It's like Intel inside or something like that. It's just a thought.
Joy.
I'll speak briefly to Jack's point. I think there is that tension, and it's sort of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like, okay, you have to have an API, but then like, how do you incent and generate use, and also assist with discoverability and contextualize data and information? So I'm sure other people have lots of thoughts on that. Just to speak to Justin's point, I think a funner way to present it would just to be a live demo. Maybe like spin up a widget using the API, and to Karen's point. So I think that would be funner than PowerPoint, and then people would be like, oh my God, that's how I use it, and they would get all excited, and you know, they would jump onto it, and they'd get on the website and they start tooling around with it. You know, I think that'd be fun.
We could have.
Yeah.
So-
I will go take care of that.
So we've got
We're all
a
laptops,
few more
yeah.
people. We're going to try and stay on schedule, so I'll have us cut off in about 10 minutes. But so I have Ian, Kadi, Jeff, Stan, and then Allison. I just want to give you a little bit of time at the end to respond. So why don't we do that, and then we'll move to the next.
Sounds like interrogation. Love it. Yeah, we did say kind of Shark Tanky, so I guess we might as well. Well, just briefly in terms of the. Oh, we good? Briefly in terms of the partner side and the demos, Joe, to your point, I will give credit to those at the table who actually contributed to that. So at opportunity.census.gov, you'll see Zillow and Socrata are actually part of the partners. So on some level, actually, you know, this is a circular a team feedback in many ways too about how to get this out there. Here's one of the things I like about the Opportunity Project side of this larger experiment. The core assumption at the very beginning is that the government cannot do it by itself. And at opportunity.census.gov, you'll see that an assumption is we need to put this information in the hands of other places, other folks, other leaders, so that, to stay on your question about are we really tackling income inequality? Are we really addressing it? My response is yes, because an assumption is that information at certain points in people's lives can have a material impact on their ability to succeed for their families and their own lives, basically for all the way down their own path. And that there are key points in that decision where things are relevant. Choosing a school, choosing a house, where to invest, where to live, that these are life decisions, and that those life decisions impact your own path towards opportunity and equality. And the assumption is that people are not going to go to a government website, per se, at those important points of their life. They're probably going to go to Zillow, to Redfin, to great schools, something like that, when they're making that type of decision, because they want information at those key points in their lives that will have a lasting impact. And so an ambition of this experiment, how do we get better data into the right hands or the right people at the right time? That's what I like about this. It's just like, oh, you know what, they're probably going to go to these other sites anyway. What if we actually see if we can help folks at that key point by bringing some of this high quality information into that key life decision? And now at the same point, I would also criticize the Opportunity Project. The partnerships listed in that one page are not, the data feeds into that are not API driven right now. It was basically one-time data cleanses, which is fine for a prototype because you can't automate something until you do it once first manually and see how well it fits. But I think that is also an aspect of the longevity of this, is trying to, if anything, combine the intention, to Jack's point, the power of the API with the partnership model of the Opportunity Project. I think that's maybe another way to think about how this could continue going forward.
Kati.
So open data and open code go very well with open education. And you might like to make it very easy for teachers at schools also to incorporate some of those data sets, because I think this would be relevant for them. Another way of going to make this more visible is to showcase the data sets in challenges. So LinkedIn had this economic graph challenge, for instance. I think other companies have also made challenges available online and made their data sets available online. And if you have a price there, oh my God, there are lots of people going for it. And maybe the price is just an iPad or some kind of other recognition you can afford. And I would encourage you to also look into the educational sector, because ultimately, if you train them today to use your data, they might actually use it in the future.
Jeff, are you back?
I was doing a demo on the side.
Just trying to,
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm wearing multiple hats. I just also wanted to say that so during the early discussions around the different products, this whole income inequality issue is pretty tricky, and like to quantify it in a way that is understandable is a tricky thing. So this is really an experiment to figure out how that information should look, how it should be served out. Like the PIFs, the Presidential Innovation Fellows on the project, they were thinking with the API strategy first as a good way of delivery. It's very much aligned with what we believe in. Like APIs are an awesome way to drive innovation and to get a community around it. The two different projects, like the Midas stream and the Opportunity stream, there was they're kind of divergent. So Midas has an API underneath it. Opportunity is more of the classic open data play. There are 12 different apps, web apps, that really just to show the different ways of visualizing that information. I have one of them up here that takes some Zillow data, Yelp data, and a bunch of other data to produce some sort of score in Baltimore around opportunity. And what's really apparent is the definition of what opportunity is, what inequality is. It's a little nebulous to some degree because it's such a multidimensional thing. So I think this initial step was an interesting play at, a shot at figuring out what to do with this data.
Thanks. Stan.
Okay, a couple things. I guess I would second Joy's thought about presentation, and Justin, you'd asked for some feedback on that. So I thought it was a great presentation. It concisely kind of went through what you've done and why you did it. But to Joy's example, things that appear to be very effective for an audience that would be interested in this is actually live demo of what you can do with it. Where I think about the audiences for that. It's like American Economics Association meetings, or the journalists and press have a ton of meetings now where they are having kind of data journalist folks come in and figure out, how do I, my job is to visualize a bunch of stuff. I work for Upshot or New York Times Upshot, or New York Times itself, or Washington Post, or whatever, and their job is just to understand where data assets are. So they would be a perfect consumer for, hey, I love this Midas API, I love City SDK, how do I use it? And what's effective at those things is like when you can bring up, a Tableau, or you bring up Stata and you say, hey, I just, I pinged this API and I pulled back a bunch of data, and suddenly, how cool is this? I just created a visualization in Tableau or in Stata, some tool they're going to have to do some stuff. That would be really cool. And then I would just, just thinking a little bit more, the thought from Tyrone and Ian as well about data versus solution. I guess the reason I wanted clarification on that, Tyrone, your question about wanting to plunge deeper into the sources of inequality and what we can do about it. That's an important question. That is an extraordinarily large question, as I'm sure you're aware, and one that I guess I don't, I'll be honest, I don't view that necessarily as Department of Commerce territory. I view it more as the White House or CEA responsibility, because it's a political question, or I view it as the responsibility of a Brookings on the center left, or AEI on the right. They're going to wade into those things, and they already do. Whereas, our job as data providers should be to try to provide as much data to answer those questions as possible, because the use of that data to solve important questions, there's a lot of work that happens after that, and it is problematic. You're going to get into that, gets politically thorny pretty quickly. And I don't know if that's where Department of Commerce wants to be. It's certainly where CEA should be, because that's their job, is to take policy stances on thorny issues and try to drive change.
So I would completely agree with you. Like, what we're doing is creating the platform
Right.
to enable all our partners to actually do that.
Right.
So we talked about, like, what are we doing in terms of like the next steps? We want to enable our partners to actually create the solutions that address the problems that Nadeem was talking about.
Yeah, our goal is to lift up the data and let the policymakers make decisions. We're agnostic to the solution.
I was just reacting to the phrasing of why is income equality happening and what do we do about it? That is a political. That gets political pretty quickly.
Particularly with our statistical hats on, we're very sensitive to that and trying to.
But having a Switzerland of the data, where both sides are going to use the data, and you want them to be using this fantastic data to answer those questions. That's where you want to be, so that AEI and Brookings and CAP, Center for American Progress, or whoever, they're using the same data sources. That you can dispute your interpretation of the fact, but you can't dispute the facts. Is where we want to be.
So Allison, just wanted to give you kind of the last word here, especially any kind of reactions you have to the comments and where you think you might go from here.
Thank you everybody for your comments. I'd just like to say that our next steps in this are improving the API, loading it with historical data, giving people the ability to look across time at this problem. So definitely just improving the capabilities of the data platform so that we can get the data into the hands of people who can maybe do a better job of telling those stories, answering those questions than we can at Commerce. And so that's what we're hoping to do.
Okay. Actually, before you go, oh yeah, please, yeah, sorry. Before we go to the next one, Jeff, can you just intro our team?
Yeah, sure. Probably should have done that earlier on. So as you know, these are some of the fine folks on the team. So Allison Rowland is the development lead. She comes from among the government's most successful technology programs. She was one of the founders of 18F, which is one of our flagship tech teams in government. And she led the Open FEC effort. She also was a Presidential Innovation Fellow, like a bunch of the folks around the table. Previously, she was at Sunlight Labs working on various open data products and mashups that show the value of open information. Dr. Rebecca Bilbrow, she's a data scientist on our team working on trade issues as well as NLP, so natural language processing. We were quite fortunate to get her from the Department of Labor, where she was working on building data science capacity at OSHA, and that's a really critical need for safety around the country. She also is on the leadership team of District Data Labs, which is a DC-based data science organization focused on prototyping new products for data science and data education. Pri Oberoi, she is a data scientist on our team working on advanced manufacturing outreach. She has specialties in bioinformatics, estimation, visualization. She's conducted all sorts of amazing research in health and medical, especially in genomics at one point. She joins us from Booz Allen Hamilton, where she was working on HHS data science projects for NIH.
Okay.
Great. Great. So we're going to be hearing next on the new Exporters project. On this one, we have Colin, Vadim, and Heather, who have agreed to provide the initial feedback. So with that, we'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Okay. Hello and good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak with you a little bit about some of the work that I've been doing with the Department of Commerce Data Service. So the project that I'm going to be talking about is the new Exporters project. So the concept is using predictive modeling methods to expand trade. Just to kind of give you a preview of what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to start by talking about the motivations of the project and what the project sort of aims to cover. I'll talk a little bit about the methods, the science part, and then I'll talk about kind of how those the results are being enacted so far. So in terms of motivation, there are sort of three key things that motivated this project. The first is we wanted to develop a methodical way to reach export-ready businesses. And in order to do that, we need to be able to express institutional knowledge about export readiness in terms of statistical methods and data that is available to us. And then using that information, we want to be able to tailor our outreach to companies to ensure that we're providing services that are relevant to them and that they're excited about and that will help them take the step to become exporters. So in terms of the project scope, I'm going to talk about four kind of main things that sort of define what we're doing with this project. The first is that we wanted to develop new measures of convertibility. So, converting from a non-exporter to an exporter. And we're doing that combining internal administrative data that's collected and produced by people in the field who are working with employers, as well as merging in commercial data that has really good coverage. It's sort of the ground truth of business in the United States. And then using that information, we want to characterize the customer segments, our company clients, so that we can use that information to inform our strategic outreach to them and our offerings to them. We want to, and this is sort of one of the most important things, we want to be able to combine our statistical results with what we understand about the people who actually do this work in the field, so that this will work in deployment. So that involved, collecting qualitative results, doing field interviews, speaking with people who work out in the field. And then we want to use our information to drive more data-driven decision-making in the International Trade Administration. So to talk a little bit about the approach that we're using, we started with we used a multi-pronged sort of experimental design. So we wanted to use a couple of different predictive techniques to ensure that we were selecting the right kinds of features and that those features were predictive of whether or not somebody was going to become an exporter. So we started with the lasso technique. Lasso is effective for identifying features that are predictive. We moved from there to a combination of methods. We tried ridge regression-based classification, we tried logistic regression-based classification, and we tried random forest. The strongest, with 10-fold cross-validation, the strongest, or 12-fold cross-validation, the strongest model was the logistic regression. 6 of about 92 features ended up being the most predictive, so those are the ones we're using, and the model that we've got has very stable and promising precision and recall results so far. So we feel very excited that this is something that is going to really be good at identifying companies that are well suited to become new exporters. So the second kind of leg of this project is using unsupervised methods to try to identify customer segments in the population of companies that we're already serving. And to use that information to reflect on how we're serving those clients, what those clients look like, what services they're interested in. So in order to do that, we're using a combination of PCA, principal component analysis, and k-means clustering. So the principal component analysis is really important because we have very high dimensional data. And it's really hard to establish good separability when you have very high dimensional data. So PCA helps to recast the data in lower dimension. And we also binarized the features so that we would ensure we would have really good separability. And in fact, this was extremely effective when we used PCA in combination with k-means clustering. There were very clear delineations between different customer segments. Companies were sort of falling into natural profiles, and we can also see kind of that certain profiles are more interested in certain services than others, which is really great news for the idea of kind of moving forward with targeted services and outreach that's really going to be relevant to the businesses who want those services. So then just to kind of close by talking about what's going to be done with these results, what we're doing now is we're developing a series of one-pagers. These are short kind of kernelized results that will be meaningful to people out in the field. It'll go out to people in the field. It'll be sort of a did you know. Clients who engage these services are extremely likely, 70% likelihood, 80% likelihood to be interested in these other services. So we can provide kind of custom intelligence for the field so that they can do a great job of reaching out to customers and making sure that the customers are getting the services they're interested in. Next, we'll be doing a experimental deployment in the field of our recommender system, specifically in less saturated markets where centers are struggling to connect with clients. So we think we can really make a big difference there. And then finally, we would like to also use a kind of survey design to reach out to the field and really kind of objectively collect a catalog kind of what the workflow is for how outreach succeeds, and then to be able to map those workflows to the statistical results we're seeing so that we can connect kind of cause and effect, which I think will really drive kind of a next generation of outreach to exporters and potential exporters in this country. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. So, Colin.
Okay. So I like I like what you're doing. I think there's a lot of value in it, given my perspective. So I sit as a large company, and I'll represent large companies looking for trade experiences. So I'll suggest a couple of things, right? And then at the end, I'll talk about the presentation facts. I think there's a value story here that's a lot bigger, right? You have mid-size and larger companies, and you're saying that there's an opportunity space in which you could point me to, given the data you have. You're also saying, if I'm not an exporter now, here's the things I need to do, because you showed me there are some things that make you a better exporter. So I know how to get myself ready, then I know where to point myself to. So telling that value story and then giving me the ability to actually use your tool to begin to do a couple of quick pilots or prototypes internally to get myself ready is important, especially if you have one or two references. So that's the first part. The second part is that this is every company does strategy. So this is a great part in which you bring the strategy in, because you've brought in some of the data science work, especially for medium-sized companies. They don't have the talent you have or the data set you have, so they'll take what you have and they'll use it. And once I get to the point where it's strategically beneficial, I need to quickly go to operations. So the other piece that comes after that is, tell me what data I need to have. And this is great because I'm with the Commerce Department. So if I can get the right APIs, you've just told me where I need to go, how I need to become the next leader, and you've given me the APIs. Now I have the ability to become a data-driven company myself. The third part, I think, is all around this notion of ecosystem. Anytime I've seen these large deals work, it's because you have an ecosystem around you, right? And especially things with trade in foreign countries. The legalities that you get into, the fact that there are different cultures, there are different logistics in the country, you need an ecosystem around you. As soon as we begin to figure out people who are coming in to look at this, you know the names of quite a few people who are looking. You have the ability to form a community right here and now by introducing them to each other. And they can begin to form an ecosystem by themselves. And if they do that well, it reduces the risk of pursuing the opportunity. It expands the opportunity because each one has a different thing that they bring to the table. And you get back into that cycle that we talked about before, where as soon as the ecosystem begins to build, it attracts much more people back into the ecosystem. And so in the end, I hope what we're talking about here is maybe a platform in which the government gives me a base by which I can figure out new marketplaces, I can get the data to go after the marketplaces, and I can legitimately have a community go after with me. So I think it's the basis of something great. Now, in terms of the demo and presentation, I go back to the demo idea, and I go back to the reference idea. If you give me one or two who have done it, so I know that people are doing it, people like me or people who are smaller than me, so now I feel either embarrassed or I feel that I need to take an action quicker. And then you give me a demo, I'll internalize the demo. In fact, I'll read out of the demo more than you actually say, because I'll put the demo in my reference, whereas the charts sort of limit me to listening to what you say. So I like the notion of the demo, given the short attention span of most execs and the reference. I think those things will do well. But the algorithms, you also may touch at the end on the algorithms because many people don't actually have the ability to understand or get access to that data science capability. Data scientists are rare. So if you can tell them, I'm giving you all of this for free, then you get into a different place. And to Justin's point early on, if you build an ecosystem here, then you have the give to get discussion. If you have enough here, I might be persuaded to give you some of my private data if you have enough here for me to have a trade with. Some suggestions for consideration.
Thanks. Vadim.
Thank you. I think a lot of what I will say will be very similar, but from slightly different perspective. And I'll try to combine presentation with what was presented. So from presentation point, and I'm thinking from the point of view of the medium to small size companies, that you're going to create this and you're going to tell not mom and pop shop, but family run business, oh guys, you can export to some particular country in West Africa. Why should they believe you? So in the beginning, when you start your presentation, it would be really great, say, going back to demo. In this case, you don't have demo, you have data. But from data perspective, you can start saying, did you ever know that there is a particular country in Europe which has been exporting US clothes and that export they've been importing US clothes and the import was continue increasing comparing to the rest of the import that country is doing. And I did look at the data, there is that particular country in Europe. When you start from when you start from that point, people were like, wow, really? We didn't know that U.S. clothes is so popular in Europe, we saw they were buying French and Italian clothes. What else do you have? Tell us more. Then you start going into the presentation, and if you want to go again to our small and medium-sized companies, going to Colin's point, you presented enough of the modeling to that a lot of the people who don't understand models, you would lose them, but people who understand modeling will have a lot more questions, right? So when you start talking, for example, a logistic regression versus random forest, most people don't know what it is, and you lose them at that point. I'm sitting here and saying, how come logistic regression perform better than random forest? So first of all, try to make it smaller, try to make it, guys, we look at a lot of models, here is what we are presenting, and that's the best model we have. But also have attached slide if somebody like me would go and say, what do you mean it's been proven that random forest is always better than logistic regression? Not in this case, I'm not questioning it, but be prepared for that. And at the end of the presentation, I'll come back to the middle. At the end of the presentation, I say, suppose we have the tool. What can we do? Now, with a few clicks of the button, we figure out that there is a small pop-and-mop shop in Nebraska who's been doing cleaning tools for the dentist. And those tools are would be valuable for country in West Africa because they're looking into bring new dentistry into the country and whatever. Cleaning wipes for the tools, it's exactly what they need. Now, if we go tell them that they can start exporting, they will improve their market by a factor of 3. And even more, we called them and they were completely surprised. That would be a very good end point to the conversation. Now, going back into the middle and on presenting the data, you said you have 92 variables. How about you just give some insight what they are and open to the people to say there is something else? Because it did sound very interesting. I have no clue what you did. It's a black box. And for me to trust it, I have to have some insight on that black box. Okay, I do know it's a logistic regression, and then you put parametric models, and you put some models on top of it, you got the result. I do know that, but it's still a black box. I don't know where do you get data from and what actually results and few examples. And going back to API, when you create the API, when you create the tool, it's very important to have that API so people can go and click, oh, I'm doing, here's 5, here is my industry, here's what I'm doing, do I fit it or I don't fit it? And then open to slightly bigger companies or to consultants to say, how can I take that data and resell the data to my clients? Because as soon as, there are a bunch of analytical companies who just doing basic analysis and charge a lot of money for that basic analysis. But as soon as they start doing it and the news spreads out, it's very important people say, hold on, they got data from the Department of Commerce. Why are we paying them so much? We can go there. And it's going to be free advertisement in the future for any kind of data which comes from the data government, from the government.
Thanks. Heather.
So a lot of what Colin and Vadim said would be things that I would echo, but again, from a slightly different perspective. So I love the idea as a potential entrepreneur, as a potential, small business to medium business innovator, that what you've got is a crystal ball that can help me kind of, look into the world and see where are my opportunities, where do I go? But I didn't see myself in the presentation initially. It was, and I think that's something that we all sort of have the tendency to do, is we describe our project rather than talk to the client. Yeah. So you had some great advice from my colleagues on the team here, but I think when you do your roadmap at the beginning, which is beautiful, I love a roadmap. I'd love to know, even if it's a 10-minute presentation, what are you going to tell me? What am I supposed to do with this? Put the client in the beginning. Vadim, your point about getting bogged down in looking at the different techniques, the different kinds of statistical regressions. That's, I think, one place that people go when they're presented with that data. I think it's a fine line, it's a balancing act to say to someone who is really maybe a smaller entrepreneur, sort of just beginning to get started, the kind of innovation we really want to encourage. I may not have that expertise. I'm comforted by seeing at least some of that material. So I think you have to kind of really weigh the pros and cons of giving people the confidence that the analysis is there, that the processes are there, versus, giving them too much so that we start to, go off in our minds and question what's happening. I think this is really exciting because for me, part of what I do in my daily life is to try to advocate for opening up data in order to fuel the economy, in order to build innovation. This is the kind of thing where the Commerce Department is not just surfacing data and illuminating data and saying, hey, we're here, it's an even playing field. You're doing that, and then you're saying, plus, we can help you take that next step. And I think that's a really compelling story I would encourage you to get out.
Great. So I have a few people already down. First, Jeff, then Kim, and Bill.
Great. So since I'm back in my hometown, I'm a New Yorker. I just want to start with like a very quick, like three-line story, and then jump back and show how that relates back. So this is inherently a field force operation. So we're talking with field offices. Oftentimes field offices don't usually have that like technical spin. So I was here in New York. I was part of the Bloomberg administration and New York City Fire Department, predicting where fires are going to be, working with firefighters, working with lawyers, working with all sorts of folks, predicting stuff in the field. So folks don't usually get that technical spin. So when Rebecca shows up and talks to someone in the field, like of course it starts off with like that qualitative conversation, talking about the mission, where she's trying to go. But she also she flexes her technical muscles to illustrate that she's not any other government person. She's Rebecca. But she's amazing. So how that ties back into like the delivery of what she's doing is really about the algorithmic intervention. So we're talking about long touches. Most of the services that we provide are long touches. There's our long, hard conversations to get someone to export from no export to some export within 18 months. So it's a constant conversation. So the intervention point is whether or not to engage with someone of all the different people in the country. So that's an interesting difference between micro-touch like likes, purchases, and views versus should I talk to that person? Maybe not. So as for the delivery mechanism to the field, there are different ways that Rebecca has been working through. I think she touched upon a couple of them, but like in addition to providing like lists of high priority companies that someone may use to convert someone into exporting, there's also starting to see the field with these little tidbits. So data-driven tidbits, these little convertibility, like this type of title is 1.2 times more likely to generate a lead for you. So those sort of things, seeding the field with statistical evidence is very much something that would start to change the field, because we're moving towards a data-driven culture, and we're very much working with the folks at headquarters who are working on strategy, like the overall strategy to field strategy. And so what she's doing is plugging in, putting more meat onto those strategic bones so that the department can move towards exporting faster and stronger.
Great. Kim?
So I would echo many of the comments, and I'm personally actually very excited about this project because I do think it has enormous economic benefit for a lot of U.S. businesses. But I think if you've ever done international expansion is actually very, very hard. And so when I think about the partners that you might attract into this area, I would think about exporters, aggregators, distribution channels that exist in where the opportunity for growth is, so that the U.S. local businesses could partner up with them, and that's a much more accelerated path to expansion. And I think they would find your data of export-ready businesses as rich ways for them to expand their channels and routes to market too. So there's sort of a win-win there. So I'd think about partners in sort of a non-traditional sense, because they might be non-U.S. businesses that become the partners to fuel their portfolio of products and services they can distribute in market.
Bill?
I don't want this to sound too negative, but in some ways statistics are a trailing indicator of what's happening rather than a leading indicator, and so you're sort of chasing mature markets rather than emerging markets. I was just wondering if you could comment on that.
Do I have to change my when I'm talking?
Yeah, you go for it. Yeah.
You're free.
I think that's a terrific point. And one of the things that, when, hopefully this goes into deployment, broad deployment. And at that stage, we do need to add in a fold into the algorithm that does essentially anomaly detection. Because we don't want to just kind of go in a circle. And, always with these kinds of projects, you are very constrained by the data that you have. And the data that you have is going to send you to places that are similar. And so it's not sensitive to anomaly detection, and it would need to be for a continued deployment. So I think that's a terrific suggestion. Thank you.
Great. We have Justin.
The comments have been very, very helpful, honestly, from Colin, Vadine, Heather, and it helps frame really how we're thinking about this. And I thought I might just say a minute about why the work Rebecca has really been doing is so important to the overall brand of the Commerce Data Service and why we highlighted this from a high level. You have to, from our perspective, people should be able to answer very quickly, what does the Commerce Data Service do, right? We need to have a brand. This is a really important project for the second basic pillar that I talked about in terms of the overall effort, which is driving a data-driven government. And you have to have a really good narrative and a simple example that you can explain about what we mean when we say that, right? Because the open government side of the conversation, I think people understand and we've talked about. So the feedback you've been giving is critically important. But what I think was really important about this in the first step is you have the International Trade Administration, our leadership, Stefan Selig, Arun Kumar, willing to work directly with the Commerce Data Service. We've got a problem. We're not sure we can solve it because you have to have an ethic that you're willing to try to solve a problem when you're not sure you can. And we're going to give it a shot with a data-driven approach. And they came to the data service. That's in itself a big victory, right? Second, we have a model that is looking at a client-focused, data-driven approach to identifying our clients. We have a model that we can walk around and simply explain and show to the rest of our bureaus and to the rest of the government. Here's something the Commerce Data Service did to drive a data-driven government, and it makes your life easier, right? That's why, to me, both from an external perspective, we have to be able to explain to our external users and those who want to export how we're doing this. But for me, the idea that you can explain that this is part of our brand, this is an example of what we do, and that you can have Rebecca going to all of the other bureaus and saying, here's an example of what we do. This is actually scalable, right? You can take this data-driven approach to client identification, which is done quite broadly, obviously, in the private sector, and we can bring this to some of the data, so your own work, and here's how we do it. So I would value, first of all, any feedback you have on substance is very important. But as you're thinking about how you talk about the Commerce Data Service, as we're trying to brand the Commerce Data Service, you have to have simple, straightforward examples that we can take around and be evangelists with. And this is why I think this is such a terrific presentation. And so for internal marketing in the government broadly, not just at Commerce, this kind of an approach is really, really important. And the fact that we had a bureau willing to jump into, a risk in the sense that you can't say when you start the problem that you're going to have a solution, but that we're going to give it a shot is actually really important to the overall mission and what the Secretary's vision really was for what the data service was supposed to do.
Thanks. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Rebecca, and for the research that led to it. I just wanted to offer a little bit of perspective that might lead to some future research from the perspective of an entrepreneur who does business internationally and has, some thoughts about how we might take our product outside the U.S. And to echo Kim's comment, it's not only hard, it's super expensive to do business internationally. And so, I might offer a little bit of just kind of pragmatism about how we think about expansion outside the U.S. It typically doesn't start from what I'll call a white space analysis, where we might just say, hey, where might we take this product? It typically starts with, what I'll call some organic inbound interest that, the commerce now, due to the internet, the world has shrunk. And so, we get inbound interest regularly from around the world. And so the quick research that we need to do is there a market there, or is this, an outlier? A market of 1 or 2 is not an attractive market. A market of many is an attractive market. And so I would encourage you to think about conducting research and maybe even ultimately creating tools where companies, where businesses that get inbound interest from around the world can quickly do some analysis to figure out, is this an attractive market for our product? Are there more buyers like this one that's coming in, whatever that product might be?
Thank you.
Karen.
I was going to save time, but I wanted to just react. I think the combination of you talking about field interviews and Jeff's comment about this long-term touch, the long touch, it strikes me too. One of the things I was going to mention about Allison's, and kind of would just wound up the conversation, was the idea of considering your stakeholders and really making sure that you're presenting not just things that we all think or commerce thinks are the key data points, but finding out which things might make things, which maybe constructed data might be, derived data might be more useful to them than just the raw data that you're providing through the API. That doesn't apply so much to the field interviews that you're talking about, but it would apply to similar interviews, which could be called field interviews for the other products, going to talk to the people who are trying to think more about income inequality and find out what it is, what kind of data it is that would be more important to them. What are the struggles that they might have with the interface to the data? Things that you can maybe combine those and find out things that are in common that they're doing that you could save people trouble with by doing them ahead of time, so that you're solving the problem before they even get to it.
So Ian, you're up next. Before we go, I just want to say, for those of you that haven't watched Shark Tank, sometimes they're really mean. I think this was really nice, and I only say that because I know there will be some skeptics out there when they hear about some of these projects that will hear about this, and they'll say, even going back to the famous Reagan line about the scariest words in the English language are, I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help. And that's what a lot of these projects are doing. I think it would be good for us to also challenge some of the presenters on some of those basic questions that some especially outside the government or other parts of government will have, and hear their reaction and try and get feedback on how they can address those types of issues. So let me just leave that in.
I love them keep saying challenge us more, and like just going down the line. Pre must be thinking, I'm next. What's going to happen when this is the last one? You're building up all this tension. Great. Yeah. I'd like to offer clarification on the product strategy. I think most of these fantastic comments have been on the demand side of trade and export. The data is mostly the supply side, which companies are not exporting as much as they should. And that's a really interesting distinction for us, because a lot of it's because we're just closer to the source data. It may not have come through in the presentation, but so far we don't have really good data on which countries want more of this domestic stuff, which is why most of our product and research has been the supply side. So we want to have, Canada really wants automotive parts, Brazil really wants this SKU of that machine piece for a civil aviation or whatever. Like, that's what we want to have, and then say, okay, because of Rebecca and their team's research, here are the companies that produce that stuff. Then it becomes an optimization game. There's just a matchmaking service at that point. We're not there yet. We'd love to, but so far we don't have really good data on the international demand. Now, we actually have, as part of the CDAC Council, a working group on trade data, and thanks especially to Vadim to help us try to find more of those international demand data sources. We're hoping to basically integrate that, but so far I will just calibrate us on, because we happen to have better source data on the supply side, that's been where the focus is. It also limits us on the solution side of then, to Bill's point, how do we then find out how to make those connections? But I will just say that is, I'll say, a strategic focus near term, really perfect the supply side, and then hopefully, whether it's us or somebody else, we can marry this work with the demand side and then create more of that platform solution.
Colin.
I'm just reflecting on what Ian said there. Well, but two things. The reason why I like predictive models and the way you've set it up is because I've done this a couple times, and two things happen when you have predictive models. One is that somebody shows up with a challenging model, which is good because then you get more models. And second, people show up with data. because people believe if people are predicting things, the data isn't correct, and you go and you get data in and you begin to flow the data in. This is why I keep coming back to this notion of you've got to start getting the community around the table, helping to begin to look at this data, right? Especially with those medium companies and those small companies. The demand side is an interesting one, right? Because I don't know how nobody has demand data, right? I don't have it. You know, because I'd love it, because I have it. My game is done. Right. So that's not what. So I look at the supply side in a couple of different ways, right? I look at the supply side in terms of, as a large company, where could I actually get efficiencies? So I know, for instance, in the aviation space, there's about $30 billion of inefficiencies. If I can find a smaller vendor that can solve that problem, I'll go after that vendor. Right? So there's a huge amount of inefficiencies in the industrial space right now. And you look at oil. Oil has it in droves because their prices are down. They want to find these vendors and these gaps who can better do things. I would love to encourage a small person who could export, who I didn't know could export, or who didn't know they could export, who has something I need. I'd love to encourage that. And those are the things that I think we could control. Because the demand side fluctuates based upon so many factors that if you try to find that, I don't know if it shows up. So I think it's one thing. Start with the prediction. Don't stop this. I think this is a very intriguing thing, right, that people will look at. And that's the brand to just what Justin talked about. This is the first time I've heard it, and I'm intrigued. It's hard to do it.
I have Alan, Kim, Jack, Vadim, and then Rebecca will have a chance to respond. Then we're going to be taking a break before we go on to the next one, so everyone knows where we are. So, Alan.
So it's really interesting. I'm not 100% sure I fully understand what it is, and I believe we're primarily focusing on essentially a Commerce Department task, a group of people who work at the Commerce Department who will be able to go out and work and interact with businesses.
Operations.
Great. So my question is how you measure results. What's the goal? How do you know whether you're being successful? Is there something you're optimizing for effectively? So what's the goal? What are you optimizing for?
Those are terrific questions. So I think that you can think about the goal in a couple of different ways. In terms of what we'd be looking for in our administrative data, so we'd be looking for more engagement. So, we have, if you kind of picture what the data looks like, each company is a row, and, each kind of factor is a column, and we want to expand the factors. We want, more features. We want more engagement. We want companies. We want to see that companies are engaging more in services that drive, export activity. But I think that another important thing is that we want to be getting feedback from the field operatives who do this work. So we want them. We want to hear back from them how the model is working. So we want more qualitative data too. We want to hear when it's not working so that we can refine the science. And we want to, we want to push out, version 2, version 3. We want this to be something. Success looks like this becoming routine. This becoming just a normal part of operations.
Okay. So I think it's really valuable to have not just a thing you're measuring and you're hoping it will get better, but also an idea of what better means. Because frequently you end up with a circumstance where it's like, I want this number to go up, but there actually may be a minimum amount it needs to go up in order to be valuable in the first place. Coming back to the question of brand, I think that actually knowing what those results are is actually really important in terms of driving brands. So if you're looking for people to respect the data service, then they're going to say, not just they did this really interesting thing, but they did this really interesting thing, and it had this impact. So I think it makes sense for you guys to actually figure out a way to get early results. So I would pick a test market that you actually want to go into, one where you're likely, one which is not going to be really hard, and is also not going to be really easy. So something in between, so that you can actually test it and build a relationship with the 10 or 20 or whatever, I have no idea what the right scope is, agents in that area, and spend, you said 18 months to actually get through it, spend 6 months or whatever, and see how it actually changes their lives, so you have something to tweak against, rather than trying to roll out generally. And then the final comment was on the data, the supply and demand data. Is there willingness on the part of countries around the world to share their own internal demand data in exchange for ours? So if we have demand data for what people would like to import into the U.S., would other countries say, well, we'll give you the same in exchange?
That's an interesting question. I need to talk to our ITA team to make sure I get the right answer, but it's an interesting question.
Okay, so the one thing I thought would help the presentation, it was kind of spurred by something Justin said, is if you had sort of a statistic that said, a 1% or something growth in the number of exporters in the United States would equal this kind of impact on GDP, I think that's when you get attention of people. And then you start talking about what has to be underneath that. So that's a piece of feedback for there. But sometimes on Shark Tanks, the judges don't agree with each other. And so I'm going to challenge Ian.
Yes.
That I don't think trying to solve the demand side of the information is a useful route to productivity, right? In terms of my definition in this scenario, productivity is the U.S. exports more. And because I think that you want to deal with commercial businesses that are going to be the intake of our exports in those local markets. So you can go off and try to solve the demand side, or you can go to the private industry that are going to be the consumers and offer our data as a service so that they can grow their business. So it's just a philosophical approach of how you match supply and demand, and do you actually need the demand data to do that?
Jack?
Two comments. First, Justin, I would like you to change the phrasing from the purpose of the Commerce Data Services is to create a data-driven government to a data-driven economy, because you're too focused on government. Yes, you want to do that, but I think a broader thing is being the leverage point of enabling data-driven economy. And I think that's what Rebecca's work is really all about. And Rebecca, very good job. Thank you. I'd like you to think about a model. And I think everybody's been talking about this model in various ways, but it is a kind of origin link destination model. And it's the supply and demand. So if you are modeling the suppliers that could export, that's one dimension of it, and it certainly would enable the workforce to go around and knock on people and say, you should be exporting. But I like very much what Kevin suggested, is that as an entrepreneur, you're hunting for where. So I like a model of the destinations, which for me visualizes in my mind a map of where I should go. So if I had a map that modeled the demand for my product, I'd go to the highest demand place, and then I'd like to have a list on the map. I touch the map, let's say it's France, and it gives me all the demand. And this has been an old idea. Econometric modeling of input-output analysis, as you know, looked at the different sectors and their interactions. So if you had a spatialized input-output model, you could actually model demand for different sectors. And I think commerce must have input-output models that you're running regularly on the globe. So you're really spatializing the demand side, looking at the resistance to get into that country. You don't pay too much attention to that, but I just like you to look at it in a total model. And I do think there's a strong demand for that for every segment, every sector, every entrepreneur.
I just love that you think of maps, given your...
Notice how very fast you picked up on it. We have this language which is in common, which is a spatial language and spatial analytics. That was just a little comment. Spatial regression, that exploratory Bayesian kriging kind of notion could add a dimension to your statistical models that I think would make it much more real, if you take it to that level of spatial analytics and a total model.
Vadim?
So two comments. One more general, which is somewhat similar to what Kim and Ellen said. You didn't question why you are doing that. And actually, you need to answer the question, why are you doing this project to start with from two perspectives. One, from the government perspective, why exactly U.S. taxpayer are spending money on data scientists who, as everybody knows, sexy profession, very expensive, versus saving that money. So why, so that question, so what would it bring to the U.S. as a country, what your project brings, and how would you measure benefit to U.S. as a country? So that's more general question on the project. On the other hand, if you go into the small and medium-sized businesses who are in the middle of nowhere, and let's say they don't have 100% trust in the data government provide, you need to answer to them, why do you want to help them? From their perspective, they would come back and say, no, you just want, there is some kind of policy, your back-end policy, you want to help that country act, so you want me to waste my money, my employee to push policy which you kind of driving through the back door. You need to come back to them and say, no, guys, we're really trying to help you. Here is why, but you need to show it to them because there is mistrust of the government, whether you believe it or not. And those two questions, I think, needs to be answered even before. And somewhere during the presentation, here is how we will drive the economy, or here is, truly data which would really help. Second question on more on technical and modeling perspective. And when Bill asked about, emerging market, it just occurred to me. So since you're doing logistic regression, you're looking at the point estimate. You have 10 years worth of data. Why not time series spatial models which would predict, I've looked at the data. It's actually not that hard to predict what would be the demand next year comparing to the demand around. So why are you not looking at 10 years worth of data and trying to predict what will be 18 months from now, right? It takes 18 months, of course. So do prediction. We believe that this would be hot 18 months from now. Not today, not 6 months from now, but 18 months from now, which is, whatever. The estimate, we believe you can be in the market. So start looking at more data, start looking at historical data, and start showing trends. Because here, when you show the chart, that's great. Show me the trends that, toys. We know that majority of the toys are not coming from the United States today. However, there are some particular type of toys which do come from the United States, and there are countries who start looking more and more buying toys from the United States. In the United States, export of the toys is actually recovering faster than other countries, not including China. And show that trend, show it, and start looking at the actual historical data.
Great suggestion.
So, Rebecca, you get the last word. You just want to react.
Daniel, can I toss in just real quick? I think one of our takeaways from the comments in terms of our presentations for external audiences is we need up front to probably describe better the agencies that we're working with, kind of where the commerce data sits in relation to, in this case, ITA. And for instance, with this tool, this is all about teeing up for ITA better targets for their resources, which then will explain, here's the demand overseas and where you need to go. And I think if we're successful with this, we can move to that second stage, which is helping ITA probably improve those demand options that they can provide in a data-driven demand, kind of looking at the map kind of concept. But what makes this really unique is that our team, which is not in ITA, has figured out how to build that working relationship so we can tee up a tool to help them do their job better that is metric-driven. And if it's successful, as Justin was saying, we can lift this up as a win across the department to better brand who the Commerce Data Service is and how we could potentially help you improve your mission. So I think we need to explain that better on the outset, because it's not, we're in the weeds on this stuff and we just kind of know it, but there's no way our external partners are going to have any clue. So I think that's a message challenge for us to tackle.
Thanks, Austin. Rebecca, any last thoughts?
I think I just wanted to say that I'm very kind of encouraged by your enthusiasm for this project. this has been, kind of the main thing that I've been doing since I joined the data service, and I really feel like it represents kind of a movement into a new era. Not just for the government, not just for commerce, not just for the government, but just kind of, towards a data-driven economy. It's very exciting to be a part of that. And I really do think that, we have a wealth of data. We'll have more data soon. And I think that it'll be really exciting to see where this goes. And I really appreciate all of your feedback and suggestions. So thank you.
Good job. So Ian, you want to announce how long the break will be?
Burton,
What's that?
how long a break should we take?
Why don't we take 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes?
Okay, 10 minutes it is. Thank you. Where's our Daniel? There you are.
There he is.
Great. So we're all back. We'll get started again. We're going to be moving on to our third presentation and demonstration. I guess we're going to be doing it here. On the data usability project with Priyanka Oberoi. And Jeff, I heard, is going to be doing the demonstration. To give feedback on this one, we have Kevin, Chris, and Karen who have volunteered. So we're looking forward to that feedback. And we'll turn it over to you. Karen.
Thank you very much. I'm Priya Oberoi. I'm a data scientist in the Commerce Data Service, and I'm really excited to talk about the Commerce Data Usability Project. So, commerce agencies, we're the biggest contributors to open data and to the open data movement as a whole. Even on data.gov, we contribute about 36% of the data that's on there. And a big part of that is just because of the wealth of data that we have. Everything from satellite data to economic data to data about the US population through American Community Survey. And so and the kind of volume of data that we produce is because often things like one instrument on one of our satellites, once we collect it and it's processed and disseminated, that can produce over 2.5 terabytes of data a day, which is kind of hard to imagine. So the question is, and I think we've been getting at this, like, what do we do with that? How do we actually encourage the use of the data? How do we encourage making data-driven decisions and ultimately building data products from this? Because, yeah, it's great to make data available, right? We've made 65,000 data sets available. That's great. But what we found in talking to users and then kind of researching that component is that we need to be able to provide, kind of show them what to do with the data. Not necessarily dictate what to do with the data, but like furnish an experience. Give them an idea of like what it is that is possible. So we've collaborated with private industry, with nonprofits, with academia, and just kind of use the Commerce Data Usability Project to show them how this data can be used from their perspective. So we've had a couple of partners so far. Mapbox has contributed to 2 tutorials, and they've developed interactive web maps using NOAA's global weather forecast data. Zillow has produced a tutorial that I think is interesting, and we're actually going to get a chance to look at it on analyzing housing affordability and what that looks like. And then Earth Genome has illustrated how to kind of manipulate and visualize NOAA's topographic data, because that data plays a big role in the wetlands models. So how do we switch to the demo part?
Come on, page speed load. Come on. We can do it. Oh, we tested this too. Are you serious?
Yeah.
So making data accessible.
Harder than you might think.
I mean, should I just hold up my own like laptop?
Can you slice the S off?
Oh yeah.
That's really funny. I can't get it on my laptop either.
I
Is anyone else able to get
I
slash?
had trouble getting to Midas earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
Can anyone on their laptops get to commerce.gov/data usability?
I couldn't get
It comes and goes.
It comes and goes?
Yeah.
That's really weird. Okay, good to know during a live stream demo.
Okay.
It
It's
makes
working,
the
man.
shark thing easier.
Oh, you got it.
It comes and goes.
That's really weird.
Okay.
Slow here too, and I'm on the corporate side.
Well, do you want to talk about it?
I will talk about it
Okay.
anyway. You'll just have to imagine the really pretty visualization.
Are we gonna have Vadim just walk around and just hold it for everybody? You got it? Okay. Huh. Well, for those that can see it, it's beautiful. Please, yeah.
So for Zillow's the tutorial we built with Zillow. I actually spent a lot of time looking at this one. So, first of all, thank you for partnering with us.
You're
but
welcome.
this is looking at what we're trying to look at is affordability for housing, which is a hard thing to try to figure out, mostly because it's not just sticker price that matters. People, like the amount of income, salary, the proportion of income that they have to use towards buying a house and their mortgage, those are things that affect whether or not someone can find affordable housing. So Zillow has data on home values,
Here it is.
rent, kind of the historical cost burdens. And then Census has the American Community Survey, which has income data by occupation. So what that allowed us to do was basically baseline housing affordability. Like, let's look at housing affordability by occupation. So, of course, as with all of the CDUP tutorials, all of the code is available. The data, so the code is open, the data is open. The idea is that someone can clone this entire repo and answer their own questions with it, add their own data to it if they would like. But at the very bottom here, you can see how we decided to look at, like, what does housing affordability look like for firefighters in different regions. And HUD says that 30%, if you're paying more than 30% of your income towards your mortgage, then you are kind of, it's kind of you have like a cost burden on you. And so you can see here the range of proportion being spent on mortgage. So that was a really great tutorial. The second tutorial I wanted to showcase was the Hail one. I also do like how these are named.
I love the names.
Yeah. So hail actually causes a lot of damage. And so NOAA has a lot of data on being able to help us understand the risks. And so this code is actually different than our Zillow tutorial, because what it's doing is breaking down that data into more understandable chunks, because the data itself is not just hard to get it, but hard to interpret. And so advanced uses, what we're hoping is that users or researchers will be able to use this to build out advanced use cases like risk management or safety research. So. You want to toggle back to the slides? Thank you. So as I mentioned, we've partnered with a whole bunch of private sector companies, academia, and nonprofits across the country, and that bench of contributors is growing and growing. And so right now we have 8 published tutorials, over 12 that are in the pipeline, and there are more coming, and we're constantly reaching out and finding new people to partner with and new ways to showcase the data that Commerce has available.
Daniel?
Great. So let's turn it over first to Kevin.
Sure. Great presentation, Pri. A couple of remarks for you to consider. You know, if you think about your team's work as a kind of a small business trying to drive adoption and awareness of commerce data, you know, the things that I think about are distribution and reach. And so, you know, you've reached out to a few partners like Zillow and Mapbox and Columbia University, but there's, you know, potentially, you know, tens of thousands more. And so, you know, the question I would have for you is, what's the distribution strategy that you would have to reach that kind of long tail of the market? You know, can you work through, you know, the venture capital community to kind of get word through them to all of the venture-backed companies that work with VCs? You know, can you work with all the different, you know, kind of startup incubators around the country to try to get them aware of the data that's available? There's a little company in the Bay Area that I'm familiar with called Teleport. It's all about, like, you know, trying to figure out where should I live based on my job and my earnings and where I want to find an affordable house and great schools. You know, how do you get that data to them? So I would really challenge you to think about that. Of all the examples that I've seen in governments sharing data, I love the HAIL project. I mean, it is a clear example of what I'll call a data-driven story about the impact of this data and how it can be used. And I would encourage you to think about somebody reading that article is going to be, or that story is going to be coming from a number of different backgrounds. Maybe they're not technical, maybe they're a data scientist and they want to get at the raw data and do some analysis of it. Maybe they're an entrepreneur and like, hey, how do I get under the hood and how do I get at the API so I can incorporate some of this data in a product or service I want to build? And so I would make it clear how they can kind of peel the veneer of the story back and get to the underlying pieces of data that they might need. And then I guess the last feedback that I would offer, not so much about your presentation today, but from the time I spent on the site itself, is I think the biggest missing piece about data usability is actually the metadata. And so trying to understand, like, I mean, even census data as an example, there are 3 or 4 columns that are named POP 1, POP 2, POP 3, POP. What is population 1, what's the difference between these different columns? Why would I use POP 1 and not POP 2? I mean, trying to understand that metadata a little bit better, so that a developer or an entrepreneur is trying to figure out, okay, well, which pieces of the data do I need? So that's the feedback that I have.
Thanks, Evan. Chris. or not.
No, I'd like to pass right now.
Okay. Karen.
I thought the presentation was really great, and I guess across all 3 of you panelists, I really liked the really clear slides, like the sharp sort of style. They weren't too busy. You guys filled in a lot with words. I also really appreciate all 3 of you, and Pri, just commenting on yours specifically, the enthusiasm with which you start, because I think in terms of building enthusiasm for these projects, what you show and how much you all are engaged in it really helps a lot. I think it's convincing in sort of the same way that showing the mathematical side of it and being convincing about that helps as well. One of the things that your presentation responded to, I think, from something we've been talking about in this advisory committee for a long time, I think starting with some comments Kati made at our first meeting, was having this narrative and the storytelling aspect. And that, I think, makes everything so much more compelling. And it lets you kind of reach out and sell things a little bit better, be convincing about the real usability. I really loved how you did the tutorial sessions, and it looks like you have a nice standard template for that, which I think it makes it much easier for people to jump in and shop around a little bit. I think that's a really good strategy. I hadn't had a chance to look at the details of the site, but those are some of the things that I really thought were great. I want to just also, though, echo the comment that one of the biggest struggles, I think, with data usability across the board is the metadata and having data dictionaries that really provide details. I think sometimes it winds up that nobody is actually sure what the data field means. And so it winds up being something that isn't very useful, but the people on the receiving end don't know that. I know we see that a lot in the data sets that we bring in from our clients and from other sources. It's just really hard to get a definitive answer on what the data means. So I think at least having a section somewhere up there that points out where these data dictionaries can be found, who the best source of that information is, if it's a technical detail, who to call, and things like that. But I really enjoyed the demo and the fact that you're working with all of these different groups, and it sounds like it's being really successful. What's your strategy for finding the partners? It seems like you might have trouble keeping up with the interest that you have if you've already got 12 in the pipeline now.
Yeah, I don't think we're having trouble with it though. I think it's going well.
Good.
But the partners that I got to speak at University of Chicago 2 weeks ago, and I think this is a really good way to engage folks with our data, because it isn't just us talking at them. We're actually showing it to them. We're like, this looks similar to what we just talked about, and it's something that you could adapt to work for what we were, like the conversation we were just having. And so it's.
One of the things too, I just want to add, you could actually, since you've got such a nice template for those tutorials, when somebody's interested, you can sort of offload that work. Say, could you put it in this format, and we'll post it up here for other people to see.
Yeah.
Thanks, Karen. Bill.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the audience for what you do. And Kevin referred to getting to the long tail, and I agree, it's important to get to the long tail. But there's also another audience here, which is the experienced user that doesn't really need to be educated about how to use the data, but needs better access to the data in a lot of ways. And the Hail example is a good one. So I'm relatively familiar with that. My company doesn't do Hail, in part because I know how hard it is. And there are companies that do Hail, and they do Hail quite well, but it goes way beyond what NOAA provides. So the notion that if you put up an example of Hail from NOAA data, that somebody new is going to come in and take that and run with it, I think doesn't get to the depth of the issue, which is that doing good Hail data analysis, Hail data services, gets to the combination of what comes out of NOAA with other data sources, like data about infrastructure, things that are not available to NOAA. And that the real value of these data sets is when you bring those things together, something that NOAA is not doing, NOAA shouldn't do, but there are other parties that do that and do it well. So this gets to the expert user and how you, or the experienced user, and how you support them rather than sort of competing against them by saying, here's Hail data, go figure out how to do it. Because any newcomer to that, thinking that they're going to start from that point without knowing this other body of expertise, is probably going to go the wrong direction. So I agree with Kevin's point, how do you get to the long tail? But people coming in from the long tail, new businesses coming in from the long tail, should probably recognize what expertise exists beyond NOAA, not just within NOAA.
For those that watch the hit show on HBO, Silicon Valley, I can't help but find strange similarities to our startup to that one on occasion. And I think one strategic point that I'm hearing from listening to all here is that we started this idea with getting more engineers in first. And now, shockingly, we're doing so well, we're being asked to sell more, market more. And on some level, one of the, I guess, a meta feedback I'm taking as part of this team is that we are at the time now where it's the time for us to start investing behind product marketing, product strategy, advertising, sales, skills that are explicitly not part of the Commerce Data Service today. And not that that's a bad thing. We should have started with data scientists. It's hard enough to find that skill set to begin with. But I will say that as a general piece of feedback, I think that's basically what I'm hearing from a lot of this great feedback. The other thing I would say around this platform in this demonstration, I guess I'd be a call for help and a call for action. To the point about other folks contributing and feeding in, I encourage all of you, either individuals or the companies that you are part of, to consider contributing to this platform. Is there open data or tools, styles, templates, guides that you would want people to know about and use? Well, we have a platform, and we'd love to encourage others to build on this platform and see how we can scale it out. We have 8 demos, eight guides on the website now. Why not 100? Why not 1,000? We'll figure out how to manage that and how to host it. And maybe we should provide an outsourced way to even contribute to that in a more open format. But I'd love for that to be the problem. I'd also say that a lot of what we are trying to do here is on that initial charge to increase access and usability. Already from our experiments, we're seeing consumption time for some of these data sets go from months to days. Months to days. That's the conversion. That's the success metric. We're very proud of the team for being able to demonstrate that and show, whether it be Hail or one of these other data sets, that is really at the core of us liberating this data more effectively to the strategy that Justin outlined.
Thanks, Ian. Alan.
I'm sorry, can you say a bit more about the goal? Sorry about that.
Yeah. The metric, what I'm measuring, how long does it take for someone who have the specific problem to find certain data and then use it in a way that solves that particular problem? We have 8 different examples live on the site now. Previously, we found, I can defer to Jeff and I repeated the exact examples, but we saw folks taking many months, days into months to actually use it. Now experiments are like, oh, because I know how to use this stuff, I can consume it, ingest it in a fraction of that time. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. So that's for this specific project. So
Yeah.
So is there an overall? I guess the question, and for both, is there an overall goal for the accessibility of the data? In other words, number of users, number of companies using it, outcomes driven by those things. Is there a way of measuring, not so much the usability, but rather whether are people using it at all?
Yeah. You want to take that?
Well, so each agency puts out their own data. Oh, so you're talking about the data itself or the usability project?
I think his question is more meta, strategically.
It's at a higher level.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I think so this project is really focused on creating that community and habits, and there's actually, it's pretty interesting because there are no good ways right now to park the knowledge from like a hackathon, for example, like for people who are looking at our data and then we come up with something really cool, right? But so we want to replicate it somehow. So this is a good way to do that. And I think Priya can talk about that a bit more later. In terms of data accessibility,
go ahead.
Each agency is working on new platforms to make their information more accessible. There's some, like for instance, PTO has the roadmap.
Yeah. But I think you're getting
it.
Yeah.
Success, you would have a certain number of companies using it, or a certain number of people using it, or.
Well, that goes back to, so I will, yes, I'd love to get there. I don't think any federal agency really has a good metric around that anywhere for several structural reasons. One of them including, as a concept, we don't have logins. And we also don't necessarily have good deployment of things like Google Analytics and other, Adobe South Catalyst. We don't have very good tools. So impressions, eyeballs, consumptions, API tokens, we don't really have a lot of those as a concept. I want us to get there so that we can provide what I consider more mainstream levels of traffic and success metrics. But right now, that is not on in my mind, and I defer to Ty on this one too, it's not on our mind right now as a type of success metric, but I think we can get there as we build the groundwork to even track that stuff.
Do you mind if I jump in just to
Please.
add one point, which is, I think the answer to your question is yes. And my question to you is, how should we be thinking about it, and what are the things we should put on our list for the longer term? Because to take Ian, Ty, Jeff, rest of ours point, I think we probably need some feedback about how you would track it.
Well, so I think it makes sense to have to look at a bunch of companies or organizations with open source data and how they measure the results of whatever they do. I know with the at LinkedIn, when we think about we're not open sourcing our data per se, but we're making our data available in specific ways. But our metric there comes down to innovation within the space. We want to be able to generate. Basically, in a given body of work people are doing with their data, we want to be able to generate 2 or 3 things that we would actually want to pursue as a company per year. In other words, new innovations that we would actually pursue. Now, we do it on a very small scale relative to what you're actually doing here. So that's how we do it, but I'm sure there are plenty of other examples around the table of like how you measure whether your open data program is a successful one or not. So if people have suggestions, that'd be great. I did have a couple of things which have to do specific, unless you want to follow that up now. I said it.
Well, I don't just overtake Daniel's moderation here, but I'm really fascinated by like what would be. So 2 meetings ago, we had a lot of discussion around metrics for open data. We know, and I think to summarize that discussion, we all know what we want, but I think we all realize we're so far from that now. There's a lot of in between before we can even start to measure that stuff. So, but we're further along now, so it's probably a fair reassessment. And so I guess I'm going to pick on Chris and Joy based on what I know about your work. In this context, what do you think would be good open source metrics for this stuff?
I have a blog post on this.
Yay!
We actually put together we did a lot of research in the space, and we have a research document, a blog post, and we actually have our open data evaluation plan and all of our metrics and how we're collecting them online. And what we did find is that not a lot of people had actually asked that question. And briefly, we categorize our metrics in 3 ways, from least valuable to most valuable. The first level being how much activity we're doing. The second level being the quality of what we're doing. So do we have our metadata? Does every data set have an accessible data dictionary? Is it timely and accessible? And obviously you have to look at your metrics. And then the last and most valuable set is impact. So what products are being made, and how people are using it, which ends up being a blend of actual data, but then qualitative data like case studies and surveys. And the other impact piece is we think about open data as having an external impact and an internal impact. And the internal impact we actually collect through annual survey data, and it's all around increasing access to data and reducing dependencies on interpersonal relationships for data access in the city. And so we're actually wrapping up our third year collecting that data, and we have a survey instrument that we developed. So we see open data as a fuel for not just external but internal decision making. So those are the three levels in which we done that. The blog post, I think I published it in December, so it's all online.
Just tweeted it. Yeah, so I just want to, you didn't say it, but it really resonates. There's a practice I've been trying to encourage Googlers to follow, of not having multiple paths in. So you talked about the relationships driving the data connections, which are the worst things ever for longevity of an organization. And efficiency inside the organization. So similarly, there's always a temptation to have two ways into, say, a given data set or a given product, and it's something that I push back on kind of all the time. I'd rather have the externally facing APIs or data sets be the ones we also consume internally. There should be no reason really that you shouldn't do that, because even internally we bill, even internally we track how things are used, and anyway, so yeah.
I think it's useful to have an expectation for what the data is actually going to get used for, which could either align with a Commerce Department strategic objective, or it could align with a general open data one, which I think has something to do with the number of people who are actually seriously using the data. How you measure that and so forth is a good question, but whatever that means. If it's in fact the latter case, I just had a set of things that I think you should think about. So you got to think about the path to adoption. So how do people find the stuff in the first place, and how do they decide whether they should pick this stuff up and use it or not? So it's worthwhile, I think, to talk to some data scientists who are out there, not just data scientists, but AI people and a whole bunch of people who want to find the data. How are they finding it? And make sure you're there. So the specific ideas were, I know when I was looking for data in the past, I relied on Google, on SEO. So finding data that way made sense. Stack Overflow is a good way to do it. Basically opening the data and making it sort of like the data which you could use for hack days. Making it making the data which is part of a curricula around data science training. Identifying companies that actually might be able to use a particular segment of the data you're actually talking about, and then just reach out to them and say, hey, have you even thought about this? Here's a link. Contributed to open standards bodies, where basically you can get Commerce's name out there as an expert or somebody who's interested in developing data standards. I read a book, so an O'Reilly book about using data, and use all Commerce Department examples. And then finally, there's a whole lot of hobbyist AI going on right now with TensorFlow and so forth. It's possible some of this data would be great training data, and people are always looking for large-scale data sets for training for AI. So putting this out there, if there are appropriate data sets, might be useful. So there's a set of tactics you can deploy once you discover how your target audience is actually discovering the data in the first place.
Conferences also, did you mention conferences?
I did not, but that's a great idea.
Conferences.
Yeah.
So I have Vadim, CJ, and Colin. If any of you want to comment specifically on the metrics issue first, feel free to jump ahead. Otherwise, we'll go in that order. So, Vadim.
So I was playing with the website right now, and I was thinking about usability. So let's assume you go to conference, you go everywhere, you point people to this website. I'm coming to that website and I'm trying to figure out whether I want to use it or not, whether I want to come back. Currently it has 8 projects, great. One thing which is, for me, is completely missing is what's next. Is there going to be 8 projects for the next 5 years, or are you going to add more? What are your plans? Is it only beta state? You know, why do I want to come back a month from today to check something new? Even you go next line and you're saying, do you have a complete, do you want to share your data? What, if I have data to share, you didn't tell me why I would want to share it. You're asking, do you want to share it? Default answer is no, unless I have a reason to share. Give people a reason to come back. Give people a reason to do it. Start looking at and start thinking, how would you maintain the website? Because again, I started playing with the data, went with live maps, web maps, beautiful graphs, beautiful visualization. I pick up on the first link doesn't work, I get error, data file doesn't exist. On the first link on the web page. And I understand it's probably went off yesterday, but what is your plan of maintaining it? If you create a links, you have to have somebody, or usually you have to have a script which will go and make sure that all links exist. If you do something, how does it work? Look what people are looking for and what they're doing next. Because as of right now, I mean, if somebody would say, here is a great place, go look at it. I've heard about it, go into it. I would come here and say, something cool. Somebody did really cool one-off project, probably will not be maintained and will die in 2 months from now. That's how the feeling is today. Talk to usability people on how to create a nice website. Yes, it's great to come to the website and read first, Commerce Data Usability Project, great. And then see Rebecca's video, wonderful. I want to do it once. Next time I want to come here, it's not why I'm coming here. I want to see data sets. So remove it from it, and next time I come to the website, I want to see what is available. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
CJ.
So to start off, just one comment on the website and how it's organized. I love the fact that your getting started guide, as I would call it, is actually built-in tutorials across the board. It's you know, I started going through some of them just briefly myself here, and it's usability's straight on. I love that you actually have code snippets and other queries in there and things. That's great, because a lot of times you don't run into that. You have the screenshots of what someone else did, but you don't actually have the ability to actually jump in and do something. And that's, you know, I like that you went down that road. Commenting on what Ian was talking about earlier, one of the natural progressions that we've seen as far as these types of almost a startup-esque teams when building new products is that you start out in that natural startup mode where the developers or data scientists are doing everything. Yep. You're going to carry on, and you're very quickly going to realize you need a product manager. At that same time, you should be looking at what we call a technical program manager, because a product manager is going to be your business and marketing person that will unload that off of the people that are actually doing the job, doing the work, creating the product. And at the same time, you're going to need someone who's going to be actually organizing the team around the actual deliverables, whether that's in your Scrum Master type of environment and or a program manager that's actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting that allows the developers to develop. If you find yourself in the position where you're spending more time doing marketing or doing the business side, or once again just organizing across that rather than actually doing the creation, you're starting that spiral, and we would call that the death spiral. That is, as your innovation within that environment is now going downward, and that's not the direction you need to be going. So bringing those other types of expertises onto the team once you start to realize that inversely proportionate shift is a very important part, because otherwise you'll get into where the website won't change forever, you'll be marketing the heck out of it, and you'll never get anywhere, because actually the value that it initially provided is now been time dated. You know, you're out of date by the time that you actually get any marketing up ramp. So these are just, you know, natural progressions. There's some further down the road, but you know, those will naturally come up when you start to get into larger scale efforts. So.
It's also funny to hear that because in many ways the Commerce Data Service is only like 2 or 3 months old. So to even get to that stage is a little fantastic and surprising.
Colin.
Yeah. I like CJ's comments because I think that's operationally what you need to do to move forward. Also loved Alan's comments before. So I'll give you a different perspective here. I think it's there may be 2 things you want to do, and I like to go to 2 extremes and do things on both sides to get a perspective. And I always like to ground this in big things so that you know it's meaningful. So TPP is a big play that's all around, right? You need to be at the heart of that because that has to be driven around data. If it's not driven around data, you have a massive issue. So that, I think, will force you to deal with data issues across boundaries, data issues in sharing. So that's one dimension that I think we have to go down and do that aggressively. The other dimension is a bizarre dimension because you want to have a certain level of schizophrenia, right? Maybe what you want to do next is take some of this and go to the CES next year, right? The Consumer Electronics Show, biggest trade show in the world, and put on a booth and start to show what you have. Because some of the latest technology shows up there that appeals to consumers. Let them see what you're actually doing and let them come and show you different ideas. Walk around, give out snippets. It's amazing to me, I've gone there for the last 10 years. People actually meet and form new ideas every year. All the big companies in the world are there and all the small entrepreneurs are there. Let them see what you have. I love the site. And many people don't know what you're doing. So between the 2 extremes, it might be interesting to see what you get and how they play on each other, right? A suggestion to consider.
Thanks. Joy.
I think building especially on CJ and Chris's comment, and I know you guys, you started your own data academy, but I think making the rest of the employees of commerce, advocates to help with the marketing essentially, where if they're trained on all the tools and they're actually using them, then through their networks they can, and the people who come to their specific agency within the department and all of that, I think can have it's a low effort investment, but potentially high reward. For example, we offer, through our data academy, we offer a class called Leveraging the Open Data Portal. And we give that to internal staff, and now they train each other and they're all using it, so I think that, empowering staff's always a great word of mouth strategy.
So Daniel, next. So just 2 comments. One, and this is kind of coming at the end of the 3 presentations. It'd be interesting to see, if there's any kind of cross-project, implementations or synergies, or even just lessons learned. It seems like in all of these cases there are examples of where the income inequality and exporting, in theory those 2 could have some interesting synergies there, or even the data usability and income inequality. It'd be interesting to see how your teams are working together, or if these projects are each kind of developing on their own. And related to that, I think, is this bigger question about the Commerce Data Service and really the brand that you're creating. And again, we see 3 very interesting, very different projects. And the question is, are these just 3 projects that are happening under this kind of organizational entity called Commerce Data Service, or is there some kind of unique brand that's common among what all of you are doing? And I think that's something that's really important to think about, just in terms of long-term marketability of the project. Because when we first did introductions for everyone on the data team, you guys mentioned some of you from 18F, some are Presidential Innovation Fellows. Those are really good brands within the federal government, and it would be good to think about how Commerce Data Service gets to that. And that will be a very important kind of strategic decision, because it's there are these questions. Are you the best data providers in government? Are you the best data visualization experts? Best analytics, best turnkey solution? What exactly it is that Commerce Data Service will have a reputation for, and then you want to have that kind of quality control too around all of your projects, and so that all of you, when you're going out and talking about your projects, you're also telling this bigger story about what the Commerce Data Service is and how you're contributing to that. Because I think that'll be important, obviously not just for your own project, but for all of the projects going forward. So just throw that out there.
I'm going to put Ty on the spot to tell a story about the Data Academy in a second. And I'm going to do that because I'm really wrestling with this metric discussion from before, and I'm taking notes as I always do. What are the action items? What are the takeaways? And I'm having trouble kind of distilling what is specifically applicable to this type of project at this time. And I think where I'm ending up is that in this particular upstream example of tutorials, it's an educational product with educational metrics. But that's not in and of itself the intended goal. The downstream goal is consumption and impact. And so I think there's stages of how we're going to have to piece that out. But I think we can build to that, and everything that we're doing, we're very metric driven. We're about to launch a new website with Commerce Data Service. We're the only part of Commerce that I can find where we're actually putting our own success metrics up on our webpage and tracking ourselves publicly on our own page. So it's part of our core, and I think we can do a better job telling that story. But on some level, there is still aspect of us really. I mean, it's my own personal frustration. It is so hard for us to really measure downstream consumption. In a previous CDAC meeting, we talked about a digital watermark. Is there some way that we can track through technology who's actually using this stuff? Because if it is ultimately open, we cannot know ultimately who's using it. Survey method's great, but it's still indirect, especially because
Why is that? I would think with an API, I don't understand why you can't measure that.
well, most of the stuff's not API driven right now.
So that means you're going to a website to download a CSV or an XM.
Data.gov is a good example of that. Yeah, I don't want that to be true, but I believe it is
true.
true.
You can measure that, right? You can measure the downloads. I mean, I'm trying to think, where would they touch you? I mean, it's not like they're going into a magazine rack somewhere and pulling a physical copy. I mean,
well, there's actually, and again, it's part of a larger discussion I'm talking about. It's actually not that far off from the digital reality of, and this is not just the specific examples of the data usability project. I'm speaking of Commerce as a whole. It is the digital equivalent of randomly downloading stuff. And even on Google Analytics, you can't track downloads. You can see page views. And that's a different metric, and especially if it's not around consumption. Census is a great example of that. High quality, massive information. A lot of people do big downloads and then use it separately offline. We don't know the use case, unless they attribute it, which is their choice, not a requirement, because it's open, right? And so there's this kind of philosophical gap that I think we've come across a few times in this council to really, really, really understand that downstream consumption point and then subsequently the impact. But I think in this example, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't just keep trying and keep experimenting and challenging that problem. But I think it's going back to the CDUP for a second, the data usability project, there is still examples of us to measure impact, if nothing else, through the educational attainment and the users of that. And so I'm just confessing that frustration as I think about how to distill the action. I will pivot also in the interest of time to just a brief highlight, if we would, in the larger educational portfolio. There's actually something really cool that's happened at Commerce, and a surprise to us in the past few months. It's not on the agenda, so I don't know, Ty, if you just want to take a couple minutes to talk about it, and then we'll go back, I think, to the next presenters waiting in the wings to make sure that we can get back on schedule and give them a fair chance to share their stories.
Quick update. So in January, we actually did a little experiment that we call the Commerce Data Academy, where we just said, we need an audience for what we're doing. We need people to actually be more data-driven, more data-savvy. So we said, let's offer 4 courses in January to everyone within Commerce, both contractors and employees, just to see if there's a demand for it, like a real demand. Surprisingly, it was just like 4 3-hour courses, everything from agile development to storytelling with data. We got 422 registrations.
In the first day.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. We basically found out that people want this. They want it like yesterday. We said, okay, well, let's scale this up. Let's do 14 courses over the next couple of months. We got 3,500 registrations. Yeah. We got people like hungry to actually know like how do they actually use modern tools to actually like understand and extract data. We also did.
These are all Commerce employees?
Yeah, typical training sessions. If there's a free training in the building, typically, apparently, in the past couple of years, 50-ish, plus or minus 20 employees show up. We had 3,500 sign up for data training.
Attendance rate was like a 90%.
Yeah.
Like,
we all looked at each other like, oh, oops, stumbled on something. Okay.
Yeah.
We had the same experience. We can
Nice.
appreciate the demand for our classes.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, we had this other model where we actually said, okay, well, let's give intensive courses for 2-week periods, like 8-hour courses for 2 weeks on either data wrangling, backend stuff, or data visualizations. We put a bunch of people through them on condition that they can work with us on their bureau projects, and now we basically augmented our staff by 15 plus people, and we're all working on like 10 bureau projects. So, quick update.
And let me highlight why this is so cool is because, A, we're training up our own staff within the department, but we're also creating emissaries back to their bureaus that understand who we are, what we do, their points of contact that we can work on, and they're also a source for project ideas. Because getting down into the kind of nuts and bolts to figure out where the opportunities are is a challenge, and this has been a really good way to kind of mind that.
Okay. Well, Daniel, is there anything else that you want to cover on the product demos?
No, do we want to give, do you want to have any last words?
Oh, Pri, yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing that I would just close out with is like this, getting that feedback was so remarkably helpful, especially like for the data usability project. We're building a community. Like we are, whether the feedback on getting at the long tail of consumers or metadata, that stuff is really important. But even the fact that we're getting feedback in building a community of people that are kind of consuming this and kind of expanding on it and creating impact through these tutorials is very valuable. So thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone for the feedback, and thanks to all of our presenters today. Turn it back over to you.
Okay, so moving right along in the agenda, I'll get Burton back to the table, I guess, and I'll tee it over in a second to Justin to give the introductions. We have a change of presenters, so I'll invite them, the folks who know what they are, you're welcome to come to the table. It is kind of exciting to see this team grow, right? This small idea, and only basically about 30 folks. I guess from the demonstration of great commitment and passion from our engineers, I'll just unofficially and not so allowed to say this, please don't steal our people. It took us so hard to find them. Let's have this image of like, oh, she's really smart, I should go hire her. Please don't do that. Please, we just started. Maybe later. I don't know. For their sake, maybe later. Okay, jokes aside, let's tee it up to the next portion of the agenda, and I will tee it over to Justin to make the introductions.
Great. This is just, by the way, a terrific discussion, and watching to get this kind of feedback on this many levels to all of our team members, I can't tell you how valuable it really is. So, having seen a number of different committees like this, I have to tell you it's really quite meaningful and really valuable to get the feedback in this way, so thank you. One of the things we thought that was very important, and we've been highlighting throughout, is really this is one commerce department. There are a lot of bureaus, but one commerce department, and we have a lot of work that's really on our overall data efforts that has really been driven by our bureaus. NOAA has done absolutely terrific work, and we've highlighted that, I know, in prior CDAC meetings. You're going to get some discussions later on in the schedule about the work that PTO has really been driving, and NIST has really been driving together with our teammates. We've tried to highlight the efforts that ITA has really driven to try and move forward with our data service with the export project. So one of the core parts of our overall data efforts, as I mentioned earlier, has been to focus really at the I think this is worth highlighting. The Secretary brings a lot of focus to data and statistics in a way that is really helpful in terms of driving our mission. You can imagine that in the broader world, sometimes statistical improvement doesn't get a lot of focus, and it is critically important. And the fact that the Secretary has actually brought all of us to focus on improving the timeliness, the quality, the scope of our statistics has a lot of follow-on benefits to all of us. Our team, so I'm going to spend just a minute introducing the terrific core team members that have been focused on the Economic Statistics Improvement Plan from within within ESA. So on the far left, John Thompson, who's the director of the Census. We'll call him the master of the Census Bureau. John, among other things, ran the 2000 decennial census as more than 27 years in the department. He was leading a very prominent firm and came back to lead the bureau again as it goes through a really significant modernization effort. And there's a lot to be proud of what's going on at Census. To John's left, Brian Moyer, PhD economist, responsible for leading really one of the most dynamic economic data production bureaus in the world and really is asked to speak and consult all over the world on the way we do our economic statistics, really something to be proud of. Has held key positions throughout the Bureau before becoming director very recently, and he's been tackling some of the biggest big data projects we have, really. Really trying to focus on the idea of continuous improvement, continuous innovation around our economic statistics are really critical. Ellen Hughes Cromwick, a very prominent, well-known, nationally known economist. Obviously, you've seen from her bio, 18 years at Ford, including serving as chief economist, a real leader nationally in the business community and in the economist community, including serving as past president of the National Association of Business Economists. She too joined us from a stint in academia at the University of Michigan, but has been just an absolutely terrific team member as our chief economist at the department. But we all together have been really weighing in on how we tackle the problem of improving our economic statistics, timeliness, quality, scope, and also bringing a real long-term focus on a continuous improvement and innovation. So with that, I'll turn it over to our team members to talk about.
Okay, great. And love that conversation a minute ago on the front end of just making the data accessible. That is just absolutely fantastic. And as an economist working with the data, it is just really exciting to see the ways that our team has unlocked it. And what we're going to do in this session is kind of dial back into the pipeline and look at areas where we think we can make improvements in both the quality, scope, and timeliness of our economics data. And we don't have to tell you, we're in a very dynamic global economy. There are areas where our economic measurement needs to be shored up given the changes in the economy. We have many new data sources that we can now mine, and we've got some panels with our experts coming up that are going to talk about a lot of those, and they're already using many of these data sources. There are dynamic changes in both capital and labor platforms, the way that we're sharing capital and labor today, and we need to ensure that our economic data and our architecture really does measure that properly and that we're able to capture that over time. And just finally to recognize, you know, these data are a huge public asset, and we make them accessible essentially free of charge for, you know, a broad swath of the community out there. They can take advantage of this. We have to make sure that we've got top-notch quality and that we make the investment so that it continues to be these public assets for all. Now, just in terms of the thinking around economic measurement in the 21st century, we know that there are a lot of trade-offs and cost associated with ensuring, you know, first, do we have accurate data? Are we measuring it properly? And then, you know, the trade-off between timeliness. If we shoot the data out too quickly, we may do it with an incomplete information set, and then in subsequent periods, we have to revise because new information becomes available. So there are those trade-offs in terms of being too quick to trigger versus ensuring that we've got a good data set and then releasing with a better accuracy. And that really does bring us to the issue in terms of improvement as we look out to the future, you know, similar to what they did in the early 1930s when they created the national income and product accounts. It wasn't done overnight. This is a continuous improvement process that we've been embarking on, that we can't just use survey data. And my team members here, Brian and John, will talk a little bit about that as we go ahead. We have to look at other other sources, administrative data, but also the private data. I just wanted to trigger down here, tick down these two lists so you can see this is a short summary of the economic indicators. There are many more, but you can see the magnitude of the databases that we have and that we publish and produce on a routine basis. It's quite extensive. And you may be aware that there are surveys across countries. We actually rate very highly across countries in terms of the quality of our data as trusted sources. So we're starting this, in continuing quality improvements from a base that is very solid and very well anchored. We have several activities underway right now to ensure that we're continue to improve these stats. One is that we have ongoing project collaboration. You can see the top note there, to accelerate inputs into the national economic accounts. And a lot of those efforts are meant to reduce the kinds of revisions that we get as new information comes in. Can we pull ahead the release of some of the raw material, so to speak, that goes into the national economic accounts? And Brian's going to review for you those plans that are already underway. And the second item there, we are starting a 6-month study to look at the entire value chain of how we produce retail sales statistics. Those are consumer purchases of goods and also some of the services. Represents, as you know, consumer spending is about 70% of GDP. So this is a very large data set, and all of the material that comes into the production of consumer spending in our national economic accounts. And we're also going to do the same review value chain from the beginning all the way out to the end user market with regard to our construction stats. So that's an effort underway. We think it's going to be very productive. It's going to give us some great recommendations in terms of what we need to do to drive more quality. And then the last item here you can see, and this is the subject of some panels coming up, and I'm not going to spend time on it, but with multiple experimentation on these alternative data sets, and that's absolutely the research that is ongoing in our agencies is critical to ensure that we can come to a point where we can blend our methodologies of using different data sets over time, not just relying on survey data sets, for example, but focused on other data sets. So that is, just a short summary of some of the efforts underway. Let me close out and just talk a little bit about this topic called data synchronization and shorthand data sync. This is a legislative effort to ensure that there's equal access across our agencies, and it isn't just within Commerce, the Bureau of Economic Analysis and also Census, which has access to these data, and then the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which produces all of our labor market and productivity and other data, that they have equal access to this business tax registration data to allow us to start with a common set of raw material underneath our data as we develop it. That effort is so important, and Austin at our table here is leading the charge in terms of ensuring that we've got a champion on the Hill. We have, in fact, now Senator Warner is our champion, which is absolutely fantastic. We're going to build on that and get to a point where we can get this bill attached and passed through Congress. And I think this is going to be really important because it sounds like it's something that should have been done a long time ago. There have been many efforts to try to get this done, but it will allow for that equal access across the agencies. So there's a big push on that, and I've just highlighted here, the changes to the tax code that are really necessary in order to ensure that we can move forward on this legislation. So just to close out, we want to make sure that we sow deep roots in terms of a broad championing across our private sector and our public sector to continue to invest in these assets. We have to make sure that we're staying apace with how our economy, our global economy, is changing. And if we don't marshal those investment resources, we'll be missing out on, indeed, business opportunities and business plans that can help. And we think that we'll be able to partner with academics in a matched pair environment to pursue a lot of these projects that we've identified. So over time, if we can develop relationships with academics along with our government economists and statisticians, that will be able to drive improvements with our project agenda over time. And that's a long-term vision of how we can ensure that we stay apace. We've got issues around the gig economy, digital, measuring IT prices, communications services prices. Are we measuring those properly? If we mismeasure those, we'll be mismeasuring productivity, we'll mismeasure output, and also a lot of business opportunities. So that project work is really going to be critical to have that matched pair concept as a template going forward, that we can't do it just in our agencies. We have to have the academic, we have to have the research that's being done on economic measurement for the 21st century. And we are fortunate, I know from my colleagues, chief economists across the country, how important it is that Secretary Pritzker has put data on the table. I mean, we just think she's a hero, in the private sector for doing this. And we need to now take that charge and continue it into the future to really tackle, this issue of improving the quality, scope, and timeliness of our economic data. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brian Moyer. Brian?
Right. Thank you, Ellen. So good morning, everyone. So I'd like to do two things. I'd like to talk a little bit about how data flow into the quarterly estimates of GDP and what that means for the revisions to the early estimates of GDP. And then I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the improvement that we are making to the GDP estimates, in particular, the flow of earlier source data into those estimates. So as you know, there are thousands and thousands of data sources that go into the development of the quarterly GDP statistics. Everything from the traditional survey data to administrative data, for example, stuff that we get from the Internal Revenue Service, to big data sources, things like motor vehicle registrations, retail scanner data, and so forth. And at BEA, whoops, there we go. At BEA, we compile all of those data every month to produce the quarterly GDP statistics. We do this with about 100 analysts, 100 economists or so. And we produce 3 vintages of GDP. The first is the advanced estimate of GDP, and that comes out 30 days after the close of the reference quarter. We revise that with a second estimate of GDP, which comes out 60 days after the close of the quarter, and then finally we have our third estimate of GDP, which comes out 90 days after the close of the quarter. And if you ask me what the estimation paradigm is, or the estimation philosophy, it's really that as more complete and accurate data become available, those data flow into the subsequent vintages of GDP. Okay, so to make this a little clearer, what you have here is a series of pie charts that track the flow of data into the 3 vintages of GDP. So you see the advanced, the second, and the third vintage. And for each of those, the blue area represents the share of the GDP components based on complete, hard, good source data. The gold color on these pie charts represents the share of the GDP components that are based on partial data. So not complete data, but partial data. And then finally, the gray area represents the share of the GDP components that are based on broad trends. These are areas where we have missing data, or we don't have complete data, and we have to make assumptions about those missing data. So let me just give you an example. When we're estimating software investment in GDP, for example, for the advance estimate, we don't have much information, so we turn to wages paid by software developing companies. So that's our broad indicator. So if you're going to look at software investment in an advance estimate, it would be in that gray area, the 28% area. In the second estimate for software, in the second estimate of GDP where we're measuring software, we have more complete information. We have data on business expenses and revenues. So we move to the blue area in the second estimate of GDP. So the software investment would show up in the 37% category. For the third estimate of GDP, we actually have complete data from the Census Bureau in the quarterly services survey, and that moves us from the gold category there to the blue category where we have complete data, 39% for GDP. So again, the idea is that as these more complete and accurate data are available, they are rolled into the subsequent vintages of GDP. And as you can see, looking at those charts, the complete data increase through the three vintages, while the trend data tend to decrease through those subsequent three vintages. However, what does this do? This gives revisions to the GDP estimate, right? I mean, obviously, as these new data become available, we start to see revisions as we go from advanced to second and second to third. And as everyone is aware, these revisions have gotten a lot of attention recently, and it's taken a considerable amount of our time, which is a good thing, of course, but to look in to make sure that we don't have any systematic overstatement or understatement in the various vintages of GDP. And we have done that, and we conclude that is the case. But I think the trick here is that these revisions to GDP are often construed as errors. They're often thought of by the general public as errors in the estimates, and that's not what they are. They're really about this estimation paradigm. They're about this idea of more complete and accurate data flowing into the estimate. So one of the questions I'd have for the committee is, would it be possible for you to provide some insight, some thinking around this issue for us based on your experience? How could we, or maybe we're missing some communication aspects here. So ask you to think a little bit about that when we enter the discussion period. In terms of magnitudes of these revisions, this table presents the average revisions between the various vintages of GDP. So, for example, as we go from the advanced estimate to the second estimate, we have a revision of 0.5 of a percentage point. As we go from the second estimate to the third estimate, 0.2. And if we look at the whole span, advanced to third, we have an average revision of 0.6. These are actually relatively small revisions in a general sense. Of course, when the growth rate of the economy is 0.5% like it was in the first quarter, you see that this revision from the advance to the second could wipe out economic growth, right? So they are more important when the economy is growing more slowly. Interestingly, when you compare these and put these in the context of an international scene, as Ellen said, our revisions are among the lowest of the countries, of the various countries. There are reasons, though, why people might, seeing these revisions, there are reasons why people might question the timing of the advance estimate of GDP. They very well may say, should we delay the advance estimate of GDP slightly in order to get a more accurate estimate? And this is a fair question because there is obviously a trade-off between timeliness and accuracy, as Ellen was saying. And if we waited for a considerable period of time, we could have a very accurate estimate of GDP. But how useful would that be to users? So when we work with the users of the GDP estimates, I think we see a consensus that folks very much do value the advanced estimate of GDP being released in the time frame that it is, and they feel that it gives a really good, accurate, early picture of economic growth that's really useful for decision making. So, as evidence of this, the European community is actually trying to accelerate the release of their GDP statistics. They're beginning to produce what they call flash estimates of GDP, and they're looking to the United States for input into how to do this. So I think we have the right paradigm, we have the right model. This goes back a little bit to what I said before, which is I think maybe some of the communication around the way we're presenting the estimates is could be improved. So now let me turn to the statistics improvement plan. So, we have these revisions and we have this paradigm for continually updating the data that go into GDP. One way we can reduce revisions is to accelerate the data that go into GDP, and that's the spirit behind this data improvement plan. So we've had some good success in this area. So last summer, the Census Bureau released an accelerated set of foreign trade and goods data, and these data were released with an acceleration of 5 days, which allowed them to be incorporated into the GDP estimates, the advanced GDP estimates. And what came about was a reduction in revisions from the advanced to the final estimate, the third estimate, of about $6 billion at an annual rate. So that's a tremendous improvement, If you look in terms of revisions to the growth rate, it's shaved about 1/10 to 2/10 off of those revisions to top line GDP growth. So that was a very remarkable acceleration. If you look at it, this chart here just shows those revisions month by month. So the red bars show the net export trade on goods before we incorporated the accelerated data, and the blue bars show the growth rate or the levels after we incorporated the accelerated data. And you can see the difference between those two bars for each month represents the revision or the reduction in revision, and you can see that's quite significant. As I said, about $6 billion when you do this at an annual rate. So drawing on that success, we have another project in place working with the Census Bureau to accelerate business inventory data. So this is another area of GDP where we see consistently larger revisions. And so the Census Bureau this coming summer is going to accelerate the release of the inventory data by about 10 days. That will be enough of an acceleration to get that information into the advanced estimates of GDP, and we're expecting to see similar reductions in revisions as a result of incorporating those data. And finally, I'll mention one other project that's in the works, which is to accelerate the availability of the quarterly services survey data. So this is the data produced by the Census Bureau that flows into consumer spending on services, and that again is another area where we see larger than average revisions, and we like to make sure we're able to accelerate those data as much as possible. It's also an area where the data are not available for both the advanced and the second estimate of GDP. So the QSS data only come in for the third estimate. So we have some room for accelerating possibly to the second estimate and then on to the advanced estimate. So more to come on that work. I think it's exciting, but I think that it's also going to be a little more challenging than, let's say, the trade or the inventory work. So, in summary, as we enter the discussion period, I'd be very interested in hearing your reaction to sort of the communications issues around revisions versus errors. And I'd also be open to hearing any comment you have on the improvement plan that I just laid out, particularly those three components. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk today about some of the challenges we're facing in collecting our data, our information. And I'm going to talk about some of the things that we're doing about it. So I've got a lot of slides, and I'm going to go through them pretty quickly for the most part, so we can get to the discussion. But I want to start with this. So what you see here are a few references I pulled out of the science of taking surveys. There's lots and lots of references, so don't think these are the only ones. But so the first one is a book written by three people that were at the Census Bureau in the 40s and 50s. One of them later went on to go over to Westat and help to make Westat, if you understand that company, the real powerhouse it is today. The second one is a book written about the same time by a guy named William Cochran. He was at Harvard, and he wrote some work on how to do sampling. Those books really sort of described and laid out the way the federal statistical system did survey sampling design. And you'll notice they were written in 1953, and I know I'm the oldest person here, and I was 2 years old when that work was done. So we've been doing the same thing there for a long time. The other big breakthrough, I just pulled one of them, but in 1978, a person named Joe Waxberg, who was at Westat at the time, wrote a book on how you do sampling for random digit dialing. And it basically set the framework for doing random digit dialing surveys that was done in the private sector and the federal government. That was 1978. And then there's an article that came out on estimation of income for small places. And that was written by a person named Bob Fay and Roger Harriet. They were at the Census Bureau. But you can see that a lot of the work we were doing on modeling and small area estimation was also done a long time ago. If we have more time, I'd talk to you about the decennial census we've done up to this point. And essentially, that census was conceived in the 50s and 60s, implemented in 1970, and we've been doing essentially the same thing ever since, especially in our in-person data collection. So we've been doing a lot of things that were invented a long time ago the same way. So as you might suspect, these methods are getting challenged a great deal, and particularly now. So what you see there is the current population survey response rates since 2004. The reason I picked the current population survey is the current population survey is basically the premier, and I can say this having been in the private sector collecting survey information, it's the premier voluntary household survey that is done anywhere. It's had the highest response rates. It's been really good. And you can see in this graph, it's sort of going along about the same rate. It gets a little bump in 2010 because we did a big advertising campaign that raised all boats, including private sector boats, but survey response. And then you can see a kind of a disturbing pattern that happened after 2010, and that is that response rate is just going down. And as I said, this is just the flagship survey, voluntary survey for collecting information. So it really says that we have to think of doing different things as we collect our household and economic data, because these methodologies that we've been doing are starting to become really, really strained. And this slide really gets at that a little bit more. I mean, you know, I have another graph too I didn't put in here, but you also see that associated with the decline in response rate, you see an increase in cost, which It says even though we're spending a lot more money, response rates are still going down. And we also, in today's world, we're facing some real demands, and Brian's facing this, we're facing this, for more timely and flexible data products. And much more demand for granular data and data for small domains. So how are we going about doing this? Well, technology, and everyone around the table is really connected in technology, has a lot of opportunities. Some of them we call big data opportunities. There's lots of different sources of data, and there's lots of new ways available that we can capture our source data. And there's new ways that we can provide statistical information to our users. So just to talk about some of the ways in which we can go about looking at data. So the Census Bureau has we have great access to large amounts of administrative data, as Ellen mentioned. And some of that data we can use to improve the quality of our surveys. So possibly we could use income data from the IRS to reduce the demand to collect income on the American Community Survey. We can use real estate records to help with some of our other surveys. We've got social media, we've got sensor data, and we've got passive collection opportunities where we could work with companies to, say, install an API in their system, and then they wouldn't have to respond. We'd just get the data and wouldn't have to bother them. So we really want to get away from paper forms, and we want to leverage some of the strengths that we have as statistical agencies. And these basically are, we have the ability to use large administrative data sets to augment our survey collections. And we know how to do that somewhat. We also know that we are going to have some surveys in the future so we can benchmark non-survey data. That's some of the things that we've been seeing, and I know that's been discussed in different forums. In terms of those, some of the important things, so Brian and I operate statistical agencies, and the important point of operating statistical agencies is we have to be viewed as being objective, as being nonpartisan, and as providing authoritative data that have many uses. One of the key things there is being open and honest, and not honest, we're always honest, but being very open and collaborative in how we do our work, so that people understand, entities understand, even our critics understand how we do our work and agree that it is objective and nonpartisan. But an important part of what we have to do as statistical agencies is we have to measure the quality of the data we put out. So when we blend unstructured data and structured data, we have to be able to describe what are the properties of this information and what does it mean, how good is it. In a survey, it's pretty easy because you do things like calculate a standard error, but measure the sampling variance. It gets a lot more complicated when you get into combining some with some different data sources. We also, I mean, I know this at Census, we certainly need to make some progress on our ability to do computations. We need to understand a lot more about distributed processing. We need to understand a lot more about how we would work in a cloud environment. And so we're just taking baby steps at that area right now. There are some policy issues. I mean, there's a lot of privacy concerns, and to the extent that we start using more commercial data, then those data access area, the privacy issues become even a greater concern, especially for companies. And you know, there's going to have to be some way to strike a balance between what's the role of the public versus the private sector in provision of key economic statistics, and how do we make sure that that's understood and that there is a buy-in from our stakeholders on that. So what are we doing now? We know that external collaborations are key to our success, and we listed a few here. We have a National Science Foundation Census Research Network, which has different nodes where each network is doing research. We have a number of academic collaborations, and I just listed a few: Georgetown, MIT, Virginia Tech, Stanford, University of Chicago. In the private sector, we've been doing work with a number of companies, including some that are here, and UPS. We certainly work with other agencies, including BEA and the Federal Reserve Board, the National Institutes of Science and Technology, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, to name a few. We work with international statistical organizations, and we have a research data center network where individuals can come in and access confidential data to do research, and we're expanding that so we can get a lot of other federal statistical agencies to put their data in there so that they can be more widely accessed. We've also been doing some things. We've been training our staff. We've been offering a big data class that we developed with the University of Chicago and now the Joint Program and Survey Methodology. We've hired, we've been very fortunate that we have now a new director for our research area. It's a person named John Aboud that some of you may know. John is a professor from Cornell. He is on an IPA at Census. He's going to be there for 3 years. He's got a lot of, he's an economist. He's done a lot of work in the big data area, and he's been very successful in helping us recruit some data scientists that we think will really help us. We do now have a big data center. We have a head for our big data center, and they're going to start working in June, so that's a big step forward. And we've got a number of projects that we're doing, including some things that BEA actually started, which is working with Palantir on accessing some first data information to look at how that can help with their indicators. We're taking a look at some transaction data with NPD. We've done some work with some universities where we've actually gotten a really big that pipeline of data. So we can look at what goes into a university, what comes out of a university. We can track things like the grant, what happens to grants they get, what papers get written, what patents get written. That's where the patent office comes in, and track that downstream to see to get measures of input and output. So with that, I think I'm just really going to stop and turn it back over to the committee.
Okay. Thank you so much. If I can propose a quick audible here on the agenda, I have some good news. We're going to capture back some time, and I'm going to encourage us all to eat in a moment. But here's how I'm going to propose this. Because we're quite a bit over, but I really appreciate all the discussions and very grateful for the time from our leaders here. I'm going to propose that we go get lunch, and we're going to describe that in a second. But get the lunch, bring it back to the table. We're going to have the next presenters, so Scott, Abe, and David, have them present. And then we're going to combine the discussion period that would have followed this portion and the next one, basically put it together, and we can wrap this as a larger economic data discussion, because that's really what's going to follow the next portion of the agenda anyway. So grab your lunch, come on back, 3 more presentations and an open discussion, and then actually I think that'll save us quite a bit of time and hopefully get our blood sugar back up. I see people already starting to stand, so I think that's a sign of acceptance of my proposal. So Burton, how do we get lunch?
Can I also thank our presenters?
They're not leaving.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah, so lunch is over there. So why don't we take about 10 minutes, get lunch.
Those will come right back to the table with it?
Well, I thought they might want to hit the restroom or
Yeah,
something.
okay.
Take about 10 minutes to do anything you need to do. We'll reconvene at 12:30, and with lunch, start the next presentation.
All right. I'm just asking questions. Thank you.
on the other side.
I don't know. My citizens I'm working with are very fussy.
Much for being open to doing this working lunch while we come back into the business of the council. We have shifted the table tents a little bit to accommodate a few more folks at the table and also provide an opportunity for you to provide feedback to the previous speakers. But to call an audible, save us some time, we're going to move to the next batch of three presenters. I'll speak for about 10 minutes each, and then we'll open it up to questions on the larger presentations around economic data. And I'll defer to Austin now to make the introductions.
Thanks, Ian. So I'll just quickly tee this up, and John did a good level set in terms of our overall challenge around the idea of doing kind of big data public-private sector partnerships. You know, we've got this challenge with our survey response rates where they're declining. On the Hill, we've got flat or declining budgets. And oh, by the way, when the surveys decline, it costs more to kind of keep that number up. So we've got this fundamental challenge that we're facing. Meanwhile, in the private sector, we've got exploding computing power, cloud storage, all these new private data sets that are opening up, and so just a real space for opportunity. And so today we've got our leads at Census with Scott Schuler, BEA with Abe Dunn. These are like our big data kind of thought leaders over there that are trying to figure out these public-private partnerships. And then we have David Soloff with a really innovative startup called Premise that has an interesting model that we're kind of looking at as a way to kind of collect more good data to kind of help improve our economic statistics. So this is a core challenge for the department. Again, something that Secretary Pritzker is very focused on. And this is kind of our key research and development pilot project test phase to kind of figure out how can we work with this information to kind of help us do our mission, do our jobs better. So with that, I'll kick it over to Scott. And real quick, sorry, two things I forgot. For the members, the things that we want to be thinking about are, one, how can we better communicate this work and what we're doing? And then with the goal to being, how can we work more with the private sector, get more data access? What are the kind of things that the private sector would care about in terms of why they would want to do this, in terms of whether it's patriotism or branding opportunities or a business opportunity? So if we can just kind of think about those things, that would be really helpful.
Okay, thanks, Austin. I want to start off by thanking everybody for the opportunity to be here and present a little bit about some of the research we've been working on, and I look forward to any of the commentary or any suggestions you guys might have. You know, we call the title of this Census Bureau's Retail Big Data Projects. You know, big data is a big debate whether that's the right word or not. This is not all big data. Some of the data is aggregations from big data. You know, don't get hung up on that word. We basically at the Census Bureau have taken a look at the retail sector for a couple of reasons. One, the data is a little more readily available, lends itself more naturally to melding with third-party sources. And as has been mentioned a couple times throughout the presentations that Ellen and John and Brian gave, we're trying to address the issues of timeliness and the demand for more timely data, more granular data. So we're exploring things like, can we produce more geographic data other than once every 5 years like it's currently done through our economic census, as well as can we look at opportunities to possibly help with some of these response challenges we're currently having. So with that in mind, we kind of started out with a couple of, with 3 pilot projects we've worked on over the past year or so, and we'll kind of dive right into those. So first is the NPD group. I don't know if you're not familiar with them. NPD is a group that's been around since like the 60s. They've used to stand for National Purchase Diaries when that was how retailers maintained all their records. That doesn't mean anything anymore. It just means NPD group. They primarily are a company that produces market research back to companies based on a product level basis so they can determine how they're performing on certain products in various markets versus their competitors. We obtained some data from them for the period 2012 to 2014 and explored a couple of data sets that kind of, you know, all of our data are published at industry level. Their data are product-based. We try to find across categories that would match up pretty well between what they had and what we have. Plus, we had a fixed budget. So we ended up with auto parts and jewelry and watches. And the data we obtained from NPD and the way they track the data is at the designated market, the Nielsen designated market area, the DMA, which basically you can think of as being defined as like a television radio market. There's about 210 in the U.S. And of course, they don't align with any sort of census regions or they can even cross states in many instances. So we looked at the data and, had some kind of mixed results. We kind of we got a monthly series of data. We compared it to the monthly retail trade survey results. This is the kind of a look at the auto parts data. The solid line is the monthly data. The dashed line is the NPD results. Didn't line up too well from a trend perspective, primarily because the coverage isn't exactly the same. They're pulling data from across multiple channels. They're subsetting it for various things, like to exclude what they call back of the store in an auto parts store, anything you have to go to the counter and get, somebody to go in the back to get. So they exclude that information, primarily because their business is producing market reports. They want apples to apples comparisons they can do across businesses. So auto parts didn't line up too well. The jewelry and watches data, on the other hand, lined up really well, which is somewhat remarkable because the coverage of the jewelry and watch data that we got from NPD was not very large. It was primarily data from jewelry chain stores, not from department stores or discount stores, but chain stores, and approximately the coverage was only about 10% of what the retail survey measures. But even so, the trends look fairly reasonable, and you can see the peaks at the spots you would expect it. Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, Christmas, etc. So that data was encouraging. And so coming out of that, we looked at moving forward. If we wanted to try to apply something like this to improve the granularity of the data, like at a geography, we would need some data that better aligned with what we have, which is more like a zip code, not a DMA. So that would require some manipulation of the files, either on their side or our side. We would need to have some sort of standardized level of data set we would get from a company. Even within NPD, the two data sets were not exactly the same. So we had to manipulate them and adjust accordingly in order to be able to make use of the data. And then the other thing is uncovered with like the auto parts is that the product line data, and this isn't a newsflash, but any third-party source you use wasn't developed for your purpose. It was developed for their purpose, and you're trying to kind of see if there's opportunities to kind of meld it with something you have. But I think the product line differences are something that we're still talking about with NPD to this day. So then we moved on to our second project, which was working with one of the major credit cards. It was a joint project we did with the Bureau of Economic Analysis. The non-disclosure agreement says we can't tell you who that company was, but you got a 1 in 4 shot, I guess. We got the data for a limited 6-month project, and we got it for a relatively long period of time, from beginning of 2009 through early 2015, and we got county level industry estimates for 3 what we consider to be representative states: a large western state, a midwestern state, and an East Coast state. And we got it aggregated, from all of the millions of transactions they have for a number of industries. So from that perspective, it was a pretty broad coverage compared to just the auto parts and jewelry that we obtained from NPD. Plotting the data from the credit card transactions against the economic census results for those 3 states. So the columns are the industries, the rows are the states. You'd expect some sort of, linear plot so that each dot represents a county, and you'd expect the lines to be fairly linear, and they are for the most part, especially for the large state and for the East Coast state. The Midwestern state, you get some variance, and for the airline industry, there's actually something unique going on there with an accounting practice, billing to your credit card versus revenue recognition. So, but all in all, not too bad. The credit card data showed some definite promise. The thing that happened here, and this is one of the risks that I think has come up before, is when you partner with a company and the leadership at the company changes, which is what happened here. The people we worked with initially were fairly interested in these results. The new guard that came in were not as interested, and kind of, are ignoring us at this point. So, so that's just underscores the risks that everybody's been alluding to.
The industry partner changed their interest level?
Yes. And then the third project that we're still working on is with Palantir and in conjunction with First Data. And this is a joint project we've been also working on with BEA. And this one's a lot different. The first two projects were more, we got the data set, it was, somewhat thrown over the fence, and we were asked to manipulate it, and we could ask questions, and we get answers, but they weren't really helping us work through many of the issues in terms of from a technical perspective. This joint project we have with Palantir and First Data is completely the opposite. It was it's been a very eye-opening process in terms of how the collaboration and cooperation really benefits these types of projects, and that's one of Palantir's expertises, and so they've been able to apply that to this project, and basically taking the First Data information and working with us and with BEA, and Abe will go into a little bit later about what BEA's been doing to kind of make the data, present the data in the formats that work best for us to answer the questions that we have. So to give you a little background on the data that First Data has, First Data, so before I get there, so the way this process worked is BEA signed there was a contract between BEA and Palantir, minimal cost, to basically get access to this data, and so that Census and BEA could review this information, and we had an agreement between BEA and Census to make that happen. During the term, basically Palantir had software stored on the BEA network, and so all the processing was on the BEA network, and Census was granted access through BEA on laptops to the data. The data itself from First Data is a credit card payment processor. There's many steps in the credit card process once you swipe your card, and they're one of them, and they capture roughly around 50% of all point-of-sale transactions in merchant locations. Well, and outside of merchant locations, between retailers, service businesses, et cetera. So that roughly accounts for about 58 billion transactions annually. So it's a lot of, that's big data. They get data from credit, debit, gift card transactions, but no cash. This pilot agreement was not to the full data set of 58 billion transactions. It was 5 states, national estimates, an estimate for selected states. So it's for those 5, of which there was overlap of the 3 we obtained from the other credit card company. And, the data was from August 2012 to the present, and it provided flow of data spending for the entire U.S. So, for instance, we got shares of spending in each state and industry, and the spending that was derived from the individuals in the other states in those industries. So this enabled both Census and BEA to process and do our research. They also the data was captured on a daily basis, and there was a process set up by which the data would be refreshed every day. So if we wanted to look at it, through yesterday, we could. There's obviously some caveats with that. The closer the data is, the less reliable it is. But there was also some software that was in the tool that we didn't have access to at Census that was beneficial to us. And having this data updated every day enabled us to do some research on trading day adjustments and how the individual daily transactions vary based on holiday and the day of the week. So which is important for retail.
Scott, we might need to.
Sure, no problem. So basically, what are we doing? We're looking at these small area estimation models to try to get some granular data for geography. We're looking at some of these trading day weight calculations to holiday adjustments to see if there's improvements we can make to methodology. And we're still in the process of wrapping up that research. So what are we doing next? We're continuing to research these outside data sources, looking for other opportunities. We are looking, in addition to these type of opportunities, trying to see if there's opportunities to get what we call passive collection, but it's the concept of data feeds from companies so that they don't have to fill out the survey questionnaires. And then we're talking to groups like you and other groups to make sure that we get the word out and to try to get some feedback on what we're doing and how we can make it better. So I'll turn it over to Abe. Thanks. All right. That was you.
Well, thanks. Oh, did it like restart?
Yeah, it's the same slide. Yeah, it's the same set of slides. So just waiting.
Do we need to cycle to the next presentation?
Yeah.
Is there another presentation that queued up?
Abe, let's shoot for like 5 minutes on this one.
What's that?
Let's shoot for like 5 minutes on the presentation, just so we can.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Well, that's not a person. Maybe you want to help them get the right presentation? We'll see if they got the wrong one up.
Okay. Who's working on it?
Whoever knows what the right presentation is. Why don't you just go ahead without the slides, and we'll catch up to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, actually, sure, I can do. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so, and it's actually pretty easy because Scott already went over the first project I was going to talk about is Palantir First Data. Oh, great, there's the slides. Excellent. Okay, so, and I'm basically going to give a data briefing on a few of the ongoing activities at BEA. One of those is the Palantir First Data that Scott touched on, and what I've done is joint work with others at BEA on that topic. And then I'll just really briefly say a couple of words about some projects that are more in the exploratory stages at Zillow and Premise. So Census has looked at the Palantir First Data and for some dimensions and along some areas where it might improve statistics, and BA looked at other areas. And one of the areas that we looked at in particular was how can we use these estimates to help improve our personal consumption expenditure estimates at the state level. And these consumption estimates at the state level are really important for policymakers just to understand what's going on in my local area, and also businesses as well, what's going on with our local economy. And I think there's even some interest in even more granularity. Can we get these consumption estimates of what are individuals consuming at the MSA level, at the level of the city? That's the kind of information a lot of people would like. The Palantir data, we think, can not only potentially help improve our estimates of PCE at the state level, but potentially help us generate those estimates at the MSA level as well. But before kind of drilling into that, I'll first describe a little bit about what our current process is to produce these estimates at the state level, and then I'll talk about how we use First Data. So what we want to target with personal consumption expenditure is, say, for individuals in Nevada, how much are they consuming, and how much are they consuming of different products. But to build that statistic, what we really start with is estimates of expenditures or receipts at the establishment level. And that works out perfectly fine if individuals only purchase things that are in their state, that the establishment's in their state. But we know, of course, that there's a lot of travel going on, and so consumption happens across borders. So we need to look for some process to make an adjustment there. Our current process is a bit ad hoc, and it relies on the judgment of researchers. We think we're doing the best with what we have, but it has some limitations. Basically, what we do is we look for each category of consumption. We see, is consumption in this category, in this area, does it seem out of line with what we might expect? And can we compare this with survey estimates to make some kind of correction? So we need to identify it as an outlier, and then we need to have corresponding survey data actually make a correction. We're hoping that going to the first data will allow us to automate this process of correcting for spending and produce more accurate estimates as well. And the first data that we use is consumption flow information. They have not only the location of the establishment, but also the location of the consumer. So what that allows us to do is it tells us when people are consuming, so Nevada is the classic example, when people are consuming hotel services in Las Vegas, we'll know where to send those consumption services to get the correct PCE, get the correct personal consumption expenditure estimate in each state. So what is this flow information? What does it look like? So to just give you a better understanding of what that is, this is the flow information to and from Nevada for accommodation services. You can see that the flows to Nevada are primarily coming from California, but you see that basically consumption is coming from all over the country, as you might expect. And then for people that live in Nevada, their flows are primarily to Nevada and the surrounding geographic area, also how you might expect. The idea behind this process is simply to basically send the consumption to the appropriate state. And so we've already done this. We've kind of run through the exercise for a number of the industries. So what this table shows on the top for food services and accommodations, you see per capita spending in the United States, which is around $2,180, and it shows a typical state, Illinois, also around that range. But then it shows a couple of outliers, Hawaii and Nevada, that are much higher on a per capita basis. And what's the problem here is that a lot of people are consuming services in Hawaii and Nevada, and so it's inflating that consumption number. And we need to know where are we going to send that consumption to make these estimates more accurate. So with the first data flow information across states, we basically send the consumption where it belongs. And once we do that, you get to the bottom table where Hawaii and Nevada are now much more in line with what you might expect. Hawaii is a little bit above the national average, but given that Hawaii has a bit higher prices, it's actually pretty reasonable. So we do this at the state level. This basically shows you a map of what I just showed in the example. You can kind of see Nevada in the upper left. Without any correction, it starts out as an outlier with high consumption in that state, and then in the lower right, you see it drops down to look more like a lot of the other states. So this can be done at the MSA level, and we've actually gone through that exercise. I'm not going to go through that now, but essentially the correction works quite similarly there. So it raises the possibility of bringing these estimates down to that finer level of geography. And this data is even more important to try to produce these statistics at the MSA level because these consumption flows become more of a problem as you drill down to finer geographies. So to kind of talk about the opportunities here, I think there's opportunities to improve the PCE statistics, as I just went over, but I think the flow information itself, just understanding where consumption is coming from and going to, I think it should be of interest to a lot of people, to businesses trying to understand where are my customers coming from, and also policymakers trying to understand this as well. You know, what areas are affecting certain industries. So while we're really excited about this project, I think there's a lot of things to still keep in mind about first data and what's there and the quality of the data. In general, it's covering establishments across the entire United States, and it covers a lot of industries. It's generally quite good, but it does vary across industries, and it does vary across geographies, and we need to keep that in mind when forming estimates. In terms of the consumer location, many times they actually know the precise location of the consumer because they've entered it in as a zip code. When they go to a gas station, you have to punch that number in, but for others, we have to make some type of guess. So we have to make an estimation based on the consumption that we observe of individuals. So, you know, I won't go, due to time limitations, I won't go into the next steps that much, but basically we view there's more opportunities and more things to look at with this data. E-commerce and a number of dimensions we'd like to continue looking at with this data. As for Zillow, I'll just say a couple of words here because we're very much in the exploratory stages with seeing if we're, with looking at their data. I'm sure you're all familiar with Zillow. They have an incredible database of property transactions, 374 million over a couple of decades, and it covers the entire U.S. And we think there's a lot of opportunity here. In terms of personal consumption expenditure, housing accounts for about 15% of that, so this is tremendously important to the economy. And the idea here is to use Zillow data to improve our current estimates. Right now we rely very heavily on BLS surveys and microdata from the census. Can we use this Zillow data of actual transactions across the country to improve our estimates? And we're looking forward to looking at that. And the next the next project I'll only touch on very briefly because David's going to be covering this in more detail. But essentially, Premise is a technology company that has a great new tool to capture market prices, and they've done a lot of work in the developing countries, and they're looking at opportunities in the United States. BEA, we're interested in this type of opportunity just because we also construct price estimates across regions. Is there some way we can use this new tool to improve our statistics? And I'll stop there and let David.
Okay.
Switch to the
next presentation.
Next one up. Don, don't know if we need any. Oh, never mind, we got it.
Oh, great. Hi, how are you? I'm David. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Premise, based in San Francisco, and that was my presentation. There it is. Scott, got all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's really enjoyable to speak with you. I'll be fast, I promise. We have a technology platform that combines human beings with machinery. We use mobile technology in the hands of contributors who are distributed in physical locations around the world. They deploy our software on their phones. We make specific information requests through our application to their devices, and we pay them for successful submission of the information we've requested after we've done a machine validation of the observation. So given the nature of the smartphone these days, you can get extremely reliable and valuable machine-generated information from the device itself, GPS, timestamp, other passive and active sensors, gyroscope, accelerometer, and other things, as well as the device itself and the software on it enables us to harness the expertise and the physical location of the individual in the market. So go to a store, identify the following 5 products, and let us know whether they're on discount or not. Tell us what the length of a queue is at checkout. Tell us whether there's a lot, and provide physical proof through a photograph and other quantitative or qualitative questions that we're able to ask. So what we're able to do is harness a network and the machinery to ask for micro submission to roll up to meso or macro observations. So there's 3 components to the platform as we describe it. There is our working with customers and partners like World Bank, initial preliminary conversations with BEA regarding the development of the survey or sample frame. There is then the task definition and the distribution through the technology to the individual contributor, which is the middle piece. So the individual goes to the location, performs the capture operation, we validate the venue, we validate that in fact the sampling approach works well, and we scale it up. And then we're also doing a fair amount of quality control and fraud, anti-fraud work, making sure that the image itself and all of the quantitative, qualitative data is what we would expect given the nature of the observation. We validate the ID of the individual in order to pay them. So we have we have multiple checks and balances on the quality of the information itself. And then we'll analyze and present the information. We have a bunch of different mechanisms for doing that. We can do it through an API, just literally an observation as it hits our system and is validated. All of the data and metadata finds its way out to an end user analyst system. We also do simple top-level aggregation, so a time series of events over a given geospace. And then we also do analytics on top of that simple level aggregation, so predictions, thresholds, anomalies, correlations. So there's certain categories in the physical world that the infrastructure lends itself well to. We've got programs running in a number of these different categories. So econometrics, so tracking a basket of goods across physical space for either foodstuffs, consumables, services as well. We've started to build a methodology in partnership with the World Bank for tracking services pricing, which I know is something people have talked a lot about. PPP, we are a great partner with the International Comparison Program at the World Bank to start providing NSO supplement data in, at this point, 15 countries, supporting the generation of the parity statistics for the World Bank. And then market trends. So given a set of consumers or a sample that we define jointly with our customers, what are people buying, selling, what are they afraid of buying? Do they believe they'll be able to buy something next month? Are they optimistic about finding lower prices elsewhere if they were to travel? So there's a way to pair quantitative observation of physical space with more qualitative or sentiment-based approaches to provide a fuller picture of either what's happening right now or what people believe will happen in the future. Resource security, we have a number of large-scale deployments with different arms of the United Nations, World Food Program, Food and Agriculture Organization, specifically around market monitoring for stress as reflected through price, quality, and availability of foodstuffs. We do that in about 15 developing market countries, mostly sub-Saharan Africa. Infrastructure, we do some roads build-out and infrastructure monitoring programs as part of monitoring and evaluation within World Bank. And then we've also done work for Gates Foundation, World Bank, and others around public policy. Most notably for the Department of Finance in the Philippines, looking at sin tax collection across cigarettes and alcohol, specifically with respect to tax stamp compliance in physical store locations. So who's selling gray market or black market tobacco and alcohol product, and how does that pair with or enable the finance authorities to enforce the presence of the tax stamp? So it all starts with global to city to sub-city sampling frames. Survey types are then defined. Tasks are allocated to the software on people's devices. They perform the task refreshes, they get paid, and then we are able to both publish information out to our customers, but we're also able, and this is very important, rather than locking a researcher or a policymaker or an analyst or an economist into a fixed sample approach that then runs for months or quarters or years, we're offering a much lighter weight, faster, and iterative approach to changing or adapting or resampling based on the incremental data that is coming in flight. Right now, we're in about 23 countries. We have about 35,000 contributors. In the United States, we have fewer than 1,000, but we'll be scaling that quite soon. The primary footprint of the company right now is in developing Asia, sub-Saharan Africa, and Latin America. I mentioned some of the customers. We're a venture-backed company. We're based in San Francisco. We do have some adult supervision. One of our board directors is Larry Summers. We also work really closely with Alan Kruger and Hal Varian of Google. Google are large investors in our company, and they're also a customer as well. So specifically for World Bank and the ICP program, the ability to provide very, very rich geolocational and micro-observational data is critically important to the exercise of capturing 160 items, price, availability, quality, and specific product definitional attributes across multiple locations in parallel. So the approach that we initially took in partnership with the ICP group was to take their 160-item basket of goods and services and execute that at a number of R1, 2, and 3 level geo definitions, R1 being I think super regional, R2 being city level, and R3 being sub-city or regional, neighborhood level. I may be completely botching that, so forgive me if I have. But the idea here is that the geospecificity paired with the product attribute specificity paired with the time series granularity provides a level of micro-observational richness that is really, really critical for generating much more reliable statistics in terms of parity. Executing that in a coordinated and repeatable manner on a weekly basis rather than a semi-annual or 5-year basis really represents a step function improvement in the reliability and quality of the data that's supporting the ICP program. We are not model makers and we are not economists or policymakers. We very much view ourselves as a technology company, so everything begins in partnership with our customers who really do have a sample approach, a set of hypotheses, a set of policy objectives that they need to execute on. We take that as our starting point in partnership with our customers to define how this infrastructure might work. And we've seen certain categories where it works well. So to give you a specific example, so at the index level, we might have a PPP publication, might be a set of thousands of observations across many, many products. The actual
granular observation itself is really significant because it gives you a notion of the richness of this kind of data. So this is a real snapshot. It's actually a specific suitcase item defined in the Peruvian basket for PPP, right? So very specific set of definitions. And so if you just do a quick audit of our system, you have top level item definition, a set of attributes defining against that, visual proof that in fact the item was observed, a unique event identifier, meaning that this event, as in the person going to this place, observing this product, taking this photo, and noting this price, is a unique event in our system. It can always be referenced and audited. We have the price normalized for quantity and size, and then more detailed item characteristics, size of the item, color, any other preferences or specificity. The location, not just at the country level, PE being Peru, but at the venue, Apiat is a specific store, GPS coordinates as well with Latin Lounge. That venue itself can be audited. You can click on that venue name and see all of the other observations taken within that store for whatever time series you define. So you've got pivotability and auditability literally to the store level. You can also roll that up to neighborhood or city level. Contributor ID. So we respect privacy. This is only our information with respect to being able to pay and observe the quality of this contributor's submissions, but they have a unique ID assigned to them. That plus the event ID gives us full referenceability. We can see, frankly, who is our high-quality contributor to assign more difficult to find items or maybe qualitative survey observations as opposed to quantitative ones. And then there's a submission timestamp. So the operating system of the mobile device itself, it serves almost as a blockchain or as a proof or a watermark that in fact this event happened in the way that we needed to in order to provide auditability into the data that's being submitted. So this is what I mean by micro-attribution. You literally have a set of, I'm not saying it's impossible to spoof them. The economic incentive is really misaligned. It would cost way more money than someone would get for trying to spoof all of those items, and we've set it up that way. So to continue down that path, there's also what the machinery itself generates. Each of these observations generates a very, very long string of, this is JSON. It's just basically the operating system plus our software emitting a unique string of identifiers with respect to the venue itself, who the contributor was, when they went there, when they entered and left, what the nature of the product is, and that lets us then select certain attributes to create indexes. So if we want to grab every item of luggage captured in this city from May 1st to June 31st, it's a very, very simple query against our database, and you have comparability at the item level. So the implications for economic data capture at the infrastructure level, we think, are good, and we're really excited to learn a lot in partnership with folks like World Bank and potentially BEA. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for those presentations and for the support in accelerating our schedule here to recover some time. We have some backstops on what follows as part of the reason why I'm actually rushing this, but having a sense of haste around the discussion. So I'd like to open up. We've just thrown a lot of economic data at you, and really hoping for some opportunity here, especially with the brain trust that is the economic leaders of the federal government at the table, for the council to ask some questions and offer their comments. I've lost my partner in arms in Burton, so if you can please continue to use the tent as your sign of desire to share a question. We'll do about, we'll say 10 plus minutes of that and then go to the next portion of the agenda. So, who has a comment or question for these wonderful presenters? So Vadim first, please. And then go down.
So when you work with first data, so first data is only first step in credit card transaction. You add network, you add bank, you have end-to-end, you combine it across multiple networks, multiple banks, you have complete information of what's going on with credit cards, and you have very good information. Where does private, so is it in relation to that, two questions. One, what, from the privacy perspective, what are your thoughts and where are you looking from the consumer privacy protection on how much data can be used and what it can be used for and what can be shared with government and what can be combined? And second part of the question, what are the incentives for the company? Let's pick, next step up, Visa. What would be the incentive for the network to work with government to provide more data? Because as you said, first data doesn't have consumer information only if you enter zip code on the gas station. Bank has exact address up to the building where you live. You combine it, you have much more granular information. But what would be incentive for Visa and Chase, or whatever, picking on two?
to work with with the government?
Sure. So on the first point had to do with security and what we have for consumers. So I'm talking about this as big data, but actually what we get is scrolled up to a pretty
Excel file,
aggregate
yeah.
level, and I think that's one. And going to what Scott said, that's one advantage of working with Palantir is that they can talk to the company and work with the data and only they can get us what we need to produce our statistics, but only produce what is comfortable for the company in terms of the security and those issues. That's great. So when we say no, the statistics aren't, we'd like to produce it in this other way, it doesn't mean that we need to go to the microdata. Then Palantir would go to the microdata and make some adjustments, and then we would see that. So I think that answers the first question. Is basically they're an intermediary who's constantly talking to the company, and then I think that the second one is we should open. The second one is probably a broader question about why companies would want to be interested. I think there's an opportunity here in terms of like I talked about the geographic flow information that showing where consumers are coming from across the country. First Data could they could provide that information to us maybe at the MSA level would be really interesting. They could do that for each establishment. They could say, look, BEA uses the data. That's one possibility. I don't know. I don't know what the other opportunities are.
And that's a question we have for you guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Business leaders, what do you think the value is? Is it a branding opportunity to say GDP brought to you by X? Or is it a data for
We're not marketers.
is it a data for good kind of play where you're doing something philanthropic and you want to get credit for helping us with our mission? Like we need your input on that if you guys have.
And
thoughts.
also how to make it sustainable. I mean, so when a CEO leaves one company, and that particular CEO was very into this, but then the next one isn't. It's your thoughts on that as well, to how to sustain and cement those relationships.
And Wadim, so you've brought up a terrific issue with sort of underlying all of the presentations, which is you can tell our teams are thinking aggressively and interestingly and innovatively about how they do private data sets. We've identified probably 10 issues in the various presentations that are challenges for us to get access on a persistent, regular, reliable basis to data sets in that first instance, and then to be able to use them in our economic statistics. You've identified one. Privacy companies are worried about that. You have to worry about their securities risk. They're not only from a security perspective, but from their publicly available data, their public disclosures perspective, with the legal risk that they take on. There's a lot of issues that we're dealing with, and you have to have persistent access. So one of the things that's actually perfectly teed up for you all to be thinking about, since you are probably the guardians of a lot of private data sets, how could we actually engage with companies to have a productive conversation where we have the opportunity to have access to some of these data sets? That would be something that would be helpful for us.
Repeat the last part of that question.
How could we actually have conversations and convince companies, given all of the things that you all have in your minds, I'm sure right now, that are the challenges? We could list 20 of them. We've listed some. How can we engage with companies to convince them to give us access along the lines of what all of our team has been talking about to private data sets that actually could materially improve the reporting of our economic statistics? It's a really practical problem we have on which we need some advice.
So we'll come back to Stan, maybe Kim.
Okay. Yeah. Going back to the first presentation where we talked about revisions versus error, perception, communications, however you want to think about that. I would challenge that premise that you have a model that is a revision-based model, but you have a market set of needs that is based on error rates. So I'm not sure explaining away the two models is a productive use of time. The reality is data's become more important in the economic decisions that entities make, whether it be companies or individuals, whatever. So I would wonder as you modernize the collection methodology and stuff, if you don't have to move away from that advanced second and third model. And that is the tension of quality versus time, right? But the example I gave Austin was, you know, if I was gonna buy a house and I asked my realtor to pull the comps for the house and they say, hey, this house is worth $100,000 based on comps, I go close, and then 3 weeks later they come back and say, oh, I missed a bunch of comps. The house is really only worth $80,000. Well, that decision's been made, I'm screwed, and life moves on from there, right? And so that's kind of this revision model that the businesses that use the data make decisions as soon as the data is available. So I would challenge the premise on that, and I think the modernization ideas that you guys had give you the ability to collect the data more real time. And then I just had questions on the efficacy of the data. You were actually changing data sources as you went through the three phases. And how much does that contribute to an error rate? And do they ultimately, is the end data source the best data source? And therefore, is that the one you should try to get much earlier and drop the two intermediate data sources? So just some thoughts.
In the interest of time, let's go Stan, Daniel, Colin, and then Alan, and I think there's a few more cards up, but I'm going to cut it off at that point, just because I want to show respect to the next presenter who has a hard stop. So please, Stan.
Okay, I'll just quickly on the time versus accuracy question, Brian, that you were noodling on. I mean, it seems like the path that you're going and is the right one. Where I guess I kind of wondered why do you stop at a third, third release? I'm like, it should always be kind of constantly updated. And why do you start 30 days out? I mean, I guess at some point it's such high volatility that you don't want to release it at all. But I mean, for our time series, we do something similar. We do ours first one at 30 days, but we update it continually thereafter. And now the movements get asymptotic at some point. So I would think you'd want to, and we'd like to actually move to more like a daily or weekly thing where that first one you're looking at is pretty volatile, but if you want to look at it, that's fine. But we kind of feel like it's, people who download software, they know if they get the .0 release, it's going to be a little buggy. You want to wait for the .1, that's your choice. Pick your, it should be the consumer's choice. In terms of the kind of getting the modernization questions that we've spent, the bulk of the past probably 45 minutes to an hour on, I guess my sense, I'm kind of curious, like, what are folks' views on where conversations with the private sector, what are the real challenges there? My perception, I can imagine the challenges would be you could talk to a private sector company and they might say they want to charge you an arm and a leg for it, or they have real privacy concerns. I could understand that's just a full stop. I think, like, from our own experience at Zillow, that's certainly less of a concern for us because most of our data is public data and we spend a lot of time aggregating it, and we're not trying to monetize our data. We monetize on the consumer side. And it seems, my impression is that the bottleneck has been people on the government side or the academic side, someone to receive that, like this work that you described with Palantir and First Data, and the work that we're starting to do, that you're working with Zillow on. I think there's a lot of heavy lifting there. I just wonder if the actual heavy lifting is more on the data science side and the research side, where, hey, Zillow's got a massive database they could give us. It takes a lot of time to figure out, well, how do I integrate that? What do I do with it? And so I do wonder whether I don't know, someone's slide, maybe it was John, yours, was kind of describing these pairs. No, it was maybe Ellen or Brian. These pairs, kind of academic, government.
It was Ellen, yeah.
And I wonder whether it's better to be thought of as a triplet or a tuple. It's like government industry, because I can imagine. I'm not sitting in people's heads when they're talking to Zillow, but I imagine they're like, well, Zillow says this data is really good, but how do I know? And so they need another party that says, no, we use Zillow's data all the time, and it is really good. And here, I'll help you figure out how that how their data relates to owner's equivalent rent. because that's a hard problem to figure out, and it's going to require some research, and you're probably not going to take the industry's perspective on it. You'd like an independent party. So I wonder if that's actually the bottleneck, and if we should spend some time figuring out how do you identify top priority, domains where you need information, and then trying to find industry partners that maybe have that data, and academic partners who say, yeah, wow, I'd love to research that problem. You give me some free data, and maybe industry's willing to pay some money to academics to sort those issues out. Just an idea.
Just to tackle that last point, you're absolutely right. I mean, it really is more of a troika, less of a matched pair. And I did a listening tour in the first 30 days of the job, and I heard from a lot of, people in the private sector, partner, make sure we're part of the team. So absolutely, I think we got to make sure that is a troika of partners, and then you can drive to a solution, a result, and get it integrated into the stats.
Daniel?
Yeah. So I was really interested, particularly in this first part of the conversation, about the international dimensions here, where the U.S., we're doing a lot of really interesting things. I'm guessing a lot of countries around the world are doing similar things. I know there's kind of a long history of trying to standardize economic data, trying to, so you're measuring the same thing, you can do these kind of comparisons. I know we have kind of long-standing conversations there. I'd be really curious to know kind of how the U.S. compares right now in terms of the quality, scope, timeliness of our data, and the efforts to use integrate alternative data sources into these models. One, I think it's useful to start, trying to publicize kind of where we are. Are we in the lead? Are we behind? And I think that would help shape the conversation. But along with that, to the conversation about getting data from the private sector, one of the challenges I think is that a lot of the companies are saying, this just isn't our line of business. We're not really in the business of being a data provider. And they will especially probably not want to be in the business of being a data provider to just a customer of one, no matter how big that customer might be for the U.S. government. So maybe there's more to do here in terms of really developing the international market for these alternative data sources. And so I'm thinking specifically about if there's opportunities to maybe try to develop guidelines or best practices around what you guys are already doing with using these alternative private sector data sources, share that with other countries, and basically create maybe a really simple model or maybe a complex model, but basically put that information out there. So other government agencies that are trying to use the data, they can say, well, this is how the U.S. did it, and this is how they did it very successfully, and here's how they addressed those questions you had about privacy and security, and those questions you had about intellectual property and payment and access, and basically streamline this so we can see more rapid advancement in these areas. And that might be something that would be really productive to think about, something you could actually produce and have others use.
You want to comment on that, Brian?
Yeah, just one quick comment. The accuracy and the timeliness of the U.S. economic data is superior when you compare it to the rest of the world. So there was an OECD study done, I believe it was December of last year, that highlighted that we have among the smallest revisions of all the countries.
But to your point, Daniel, there are interesting things happening in the developing world in the same way that telecom in the U.S. has been slower than some other places where they haven't had landlines, so they can jump straight to 5G, right? And so in the economic measurement space, there are some examples of that occurring. And I think in Scott's presentation, he mentioned they were going to go to the ministerial in Madrid to present some of this stuff for OECD. So that's going to be a good opportunity to lift up some of these projects.
Colin?
So I think there are two things here I was thinking about while we were talking, especially on the big data pieces. So one reason I would give you my data is because the biggest problem I have with the data scientists I have is that 60% of their time is spent in getting the data, massaging the data, right? All of the brilliance I buy never gets used because they're trying to get the data right. If you can do that for me, I will gladly share that data with you because there's value in what I get from doing that because I'm focused. The other thing is the notion of opportunity. Right now, a lot of companies are gathering data. The cost to keep the data is so high And very soon they're quickly realizing that they're not getting benefit from it, right? Because in addition to storing the data, you need a couple 100,000 servers to actually process it to get insights, or a couple million servers to get to be like Google or Amazon or others. If I give you my data and in trade for that, you give me some analysis that you don't share with anyone else, you can keep the data, but you give me back specific analyses that are valuable to me, I'll make the trade for you. Because, I mean, I can no longer afford just to store that data. And the data is growing, right? I have massive jet engines, I have power I have things that are producing data at the size of which I could never keep. That if you can do something for me, I'll give you some of that data. So I think there's a give to get and trade-off discussions that we could have about that. But the world needs to know you can do this. I wasn't aware of this, you know. I really do love premise as well. That notion of micro and having that kind of watermark that's a low-cost watermark, and you can verify things that I'd like to. That's another great service that you tie together in the right way. So I think there's an opportunity here. You just have to spend the time.
Well, if I can offer this, there's actually a portion later in the agenda where we're going to talk about joint ventures and collaborative research agreements. And so maybe just on that one point, there's a larger set of opportunities that even though we're going to lose some of the presenters, we can kind of come back to. But I think it's a very interesting point that frankly does also present some challenges in terms of trade for only one versus trade for all, and the equity responsibilities of the government. But with that as a teaser, I'm going to go maybe to the last question and comment from Alan, and then we'll have a chance to thank our presenters. Alan?
So you guys already picked up on a couple of things. So the notion, in terms of value to companies, I would say that they kind of fall into a handful of categories. So one is real revenue opportunity or real opportunity for us as a business. So some of that came from, possibly reselling the data in multiple different locations. Once I've actually packaged it together, there may be, is there a way that Commerce could basically help my company expand? Maybe through some of the stuff that we actually talked about earlier in the day, in terms of export opportunities and so forth. That's a bit of a long shot. Improving my data was the second thing, which is I'm going to give you my data. You're going to take your expertise and give me something back which is more useful, or at least useful in a different way. There's a real question about cost and risk reduction. So if there's a way to actually make it very low cost for me to share the data and very low risk to show the data, the chances of me actually doing it are much higher. So that means the right kind of legal protections, something which we're basically releasing that data doesn't expose me to any risk in court or in terms of privacy and so forth, because it's sort of an ironclad mechanism by which it would happen with many different potential partners. It also has to knowing sort of who the decision maker is inside companies and make sure that you're developing your approach for them. And the final thing is I would probably go out and talk to cloud enterprise software providers, so cloud providers and so forth, and if they could build in the mechanisms for sharing the data as a sort of fundamental and like out-of-the-box component of Amazon Web Services or whoever else is providing that, it would make it much easier for somebody to turn it on with a single button, because it would just be there. You can just do it. There were just two other quick points, though. I think that probably the world you're going to live in is you're going to live in a world where there's data sets coming in to commerce and coming out of commerce all the time. Because companies will lose interest, or they'll stop doing it, or they'll go out of business, or whatever. So the idea of building a reliable set of inputs which you can count on for years and years and years, I don't think is ever going to work. So I think what you need to do instead is build a system that is resilient to regular change and capable of dealing with many largely contradictory inputs, which leads me to the question of what kind of investment are you making in AI specifically? Because if you're dealing with thousands of inbound data sets which need to be related to each other, you can't do all that by hand. You have to have a system which basically can say, we're actually talking about the same transaction here or the same person for providing census data or whatever. You're not going to be able to do that on a sort of per datum basis, and not even on a per data set basis, because the overlaps are too many. So figuring out a system which would allow you, basically allow the computer to figure out where all the data hooks together would make you more resilient and allow you to deal with thousands of incoming data sets rather than 10 or 12 or whatever. I don't know what your plans are right now. And the final question I had in terms of random data sets is, have you guys looked at consumer stuff at all? Have you thought of collecting census data through Facebook?
Well, funny if you mentioned that one, but I will defer to the experts here to.
Maybe John
prepare-
take that
Yeah,
one.
the last two questions, John, maybe?
So first, let me get to the confidentiality. I mean, the Census Bureau, BEA, we all have, it's just the law. If we take in data, it doesn't go back out in identifiable form. So companies do give us their data now, and we don't put it out. The other thing is we're looking at all kinds of data sources, including Facebook. We have to abide by the terms of use and things like that. But in particular, going towards the 2020 census, we're looking at a real opportunity there from a communication standpoint. And that might also lead to some ways to access the data and use it.
Yeah, and to be clear, when I mention the consumer stuff, I mean like setting up the actual, not using data that Facebook provides you, but in fact spurring users to provide you data directly through something like Facebook. So you don't have to worry about the terms of use stuff.
Yeah.
You mean using Facebook?
The game,
That-
gamification.
That's a good
I mean,
good
Phil,
idea.
like you have the equivalent of micro census data collection, which anybody could do, like an app or whatever. I'm not saying it's a great idea, just the reach Facebook has is so massive, and it covers almost every American, essentially. If only, and again, I don't know where your bar is, but in terms of sort of alternative survey methodology, it seems like Facebook ought to be a reasonably interesting alternative survey.
How crazy do you think it would be if you were a social media company and you would consider having an opt-in box that the user could click to say, yes, I approve my data for use for federal statistical purposes? And that sounds kind of goofy, but I mean, as a concept, as a way to ingest Facebook data.
I don't think that sounds good.
They're not government, those businesses aren't, resident in a given locale. So I think you're asking a business to perform a task that has no value to them and adds a lot of complexity, because I first have to determine, what government would you be participating in? Are you Canada, United States, England? What are you, right? So
Well, think about the analog, like
yeah.
23andMe does this, where like you know, they say, hey, do you want to participate in scientific research? Now I don't know whether they monetize it on the back end, how that happens, but I mean, a ton of people, then contribute their genetic data to scientific research. So there's definitely analogs for that.
Yeah.
But in general, this data, if it's opt-in, it's very low adoption. That's the general rule. Doesn't really matter what you're asking for, doesn't really matter what it's for, but if you're just asking, can we use your data, it's low adoption. If the question is, we're gonna provide you so great services, and for that you need to give us some other data, adoption is much higher.
That's right, with 23andMe, the payoff is that I get something
Yeah,
back direct.
exactly.
Medical knowledge about myself.
So solving that.
Whatever it is.
potentially-
Or even good feeling that I'm helping humanity to solve for cancer,
People
whatever.
do click the, help improve Apple product button on their.
The difference between 23andMe and Apple is that it's a device or technology product reporting as opposed to self-reporting. I mean, Facebook, like what I'm putting on there is, I'm not me personally, one. What one puts on Facebook.
You've heard.
Painfully
I've heard.
to interrupt a very interesting discussion. I think there's also time later in the day to pick this back up, but I think the meta point is one of not relying on one specific source, but expecting a degree of complexity and diversity which has to be adapted into our own processes, and kind of having that expectation, whatever the source may be. So I think there's more to develop there in terms of the incentives for it, but ultimately the feedback is plan on that, and then it's up to us to basically figure out how. In the interest of time, if I can do this, if I can say a very special thank you to those that traveled in. So Brian, Ellen, John, and to our presenters coming in, Abe, Scott, and David. Thank you so much for the time and for this feedback. We will promise to digest any of the additional feedback that comes up over the next couple of days and provide that back to you all. But let's just give a round of applause thanking our presenters. Okay. So what we're going to do now, because the next presenter has a hard stop in 25 minutes, if those need to make an individual breakaway point, please feel free to do so. But we're going to rapidly cycle into the next conversation, which in a funny way does build on what we were just talking about. The objective of the next section is basically to expose a bit more of financial data in the larger context, the market of financial data, and areas for potential improvement where the Commerce Department could potentially have a role. In full transparency, had a couple of different presenters cancel last minute, and then we had to put out the bat signal for help. And lo and behold, Jonathan Stein, founder and CEO of Betterment, answered the call. Thank you, Jeff Chen, also for making that connection last minute. He's offered to come by for a few minutes, and I'll say upfront, Jonathan, apologies for being late here at the agenda. If we can ask for your patience and flexibility to take our time before we have to leave at 2 o'clock to share your general perspectives on this thing we call the financial data market, and then we can open it up to general discussion. So welcome, and please take it away.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. I hope I'm an okay replacement. I worked quickly to think about what would be interesting for this impressive group and what about our data I could share with you. And the presentation that I'm giving today is similar to one that I'll be doing next week at the CFA Institute in Montreal. They're doing their annual global convention there this year. So it's titled The Future of Financial Advice. And I'll be talking specifically about some of the data aspects of that, how we use data at Betterment. Let me just understand first, how many of you have heard of Betterment? Okay, so about half. That's pretty good. We are an automated investing service. We manage your money for you. So customers sign up for Betterment. They tell us about their goals. I'll go through some of this in the presentation. And we create financial plans for them and then manage those financials over time to help them get the most of their money. We believe this is a unique moment in the history of financial services. So much is changing right now. And I think I thought this 5 years ago when we launched Betterment. And at the time, I think I was kind of a voice in the wilderness. I don't think a lot of people believed us. And today, when I share this slide with financial services executives, they all kind of nod their heads and agree. So much is changing at the moment. Every sort of 30 or 40 years, there's a time when the paradigm shifts. Right? In the 1930s, we had all the Securities Acts, and there was all this new regulation of the modern markets. The stock exchanges were regulated, and mutual funds were regulated. In the mid-'70s, we had another period of major change and innovation. We had the cash management account, the first index funds. We had the deregulation of commissions, the introduction of the 401k. Lots happened at that time. And the outcome, what occurred at that time, was democratization of financial services, right? We said everyone should invest on their own. People should be responsible for their own retirement. We should put it into their hands. And what's happened over the last 40 years since then is that we've realized it's really hard to manage your own finances. We have a retirement crisis because we've put this burden onto our people that they're just not really well equipped to handle. And none of us are. I put myself in this group. I was an economics major, right? I have a CFA. I was advising banks on how to manage their investments and how to build better products for their customers and things. If anyone should know how to really well manage my money, it was me. I invested in Enron on the way down, right? Like I made some of the same mistakes that other people made. I made some good decisions too, but on balance, I learned through education and my own experience the importance of behavioral economics and helping people make better decisions. And one of the things that we see is that now that we're all responsible for our own retirement, we probably want more advice about it.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Sit down. The microphones are on the table.
Sure.
That's okay. We'll get you there. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, the microphones are on the table.
Oh, they can't.
Can everyone hear me?
Everyone in the room is fine.
Okay, but there's people on the phone too.
Yes.
Live stream, yes.
Got it.
People online.
Got it.
Thank you.
So, where was I? People are responsible for their own retirement. They are most likely not getting advice about it today. 83% of retirement plan participants say they want more advice than what they're getting. But it's very expensive to get fiduciary advice, so almost nobody's getting it. And when we're talking about advice, a lot of that advice can be provided, we believe, more efficiently than it is today. So financial advice is evolving. It's adapting to our times. Our mission as a company is to help manage Americans' financial lives better. And we're doing that by making advice more aligned, intelligent, and accessible. I'll talk about each of these themes. So aligned. This is a major theme right now. You've probably read about it quite a bit recently with the new fiduciary rule that came out of the Department of Labor. And there are other themes like this in Washington and elsewhere around customers and regulators pushing for more aligned business models in financial services. We're coming from a world of mostly transactional business models, brokerages, sold products, etc. We're moving toward a more aligned world of more advised products. Customers are being educated on the impact that fees are having on their returns. This is not a yesterday thing. This has been happening over a long time. People are more and more aware of the fees that they're paying and increased transparency that we have because of things like search engines and the transparency that they give us about all of our transactions. We better understand what we're paying and that there are alternatives that might be more efficient. So this creates opportunities to innovate. As I mentioned, regulators have been pushing for a fiduciary standard for retirement accounts. And we believe this is just a first step of many toward more aligned and advised services for consumers. And across the entire financial ecosystem, customers want advice that's aligned to their goals. So at Betterment, and this is just from our perspective, but I think it applies not just to us, this is for many financial institutions, we see this opportunity to be an advisor across all the things that happen in your financial life. So people have taxable investments, they have their 401k, their IRA, cash management. We already do all of those things, and we're advising people on how to manage their money. And we see it's not far from that to people wanting to just send their paychecks directly to us. With the 401k offering that we launched earlier this year, we're already starting to get some people to send a portion of their payroll to us. And over time, we think more and more people will want to do that. Because we can better manage their money for them than they could manage it themselves if they had it sent to their bank and then decided how much they wanted to transfer into their IRA and how much into their 401k, et cetera, et cetera. All of that should be managed centrally because with access to all of the data about this, you can make better decisions across all of people's goals that take account of their full financial picture, that take account of their tax situation. What I mean is that this advice should be intelligent and holistic. This holistic advice and planning will put more power in the hands of investors. So, for example, most of us are saving for multiple things. We're not just saving for retirement. We're not just saving for our kids' college. We have multiple things in our lives, like we have a safety net fund. We have a retirement fund. We might just be trying to build wealth. We might be saving for a down payment on a house. And all of those different goals should be managed together. One of the things that we do at Betterment was we let our customers have multiple goals on the platform, and each has a personalized portfolio for that thing, but we manage intelligently across all of them, right? So your Roth IRA and your safety net fund, well, we can tax optimize across these things for you automatically with your joint account, with your spouse, with your 401k. All of these things can be tax managed intelligently. Everyone should have this. In fact, the law is written such that it assumes people are taking advantage of all these tax opportunities to contribute to retirement accounts and so on. Very few people are doing it because it's so hard to do. It's very hard to keep up with it. I mean, think how many people enjoy doing their taxes. You're required to do that, so people do it. But people hate managing their investments just about as much as doing their taxes. So nobody does it. And with really intelligent data and algorithms, we're helping people better manage these types of decisions. We manage their taxes better for them. We do things like automated tax loss harvesting, automated wash sale avoidance, automated tax location, putting the right types of assets in your 401k, and the right types of assets in your taxable accounts to optimize your returns. This is really significant. I mean, that alone is maybe 40 basis points a year. Tax loss harvesting is another 40 basis points a year. This is like amazing tax alpha that we're delivering to all of our customers that they should be getting and that rich people are already getting, but we're making this accessible to anyone. It's not just about taxes, of course, and it's not just about asset allocation. Those are things that kind of everyone thinks about when they think about investing. But the most important thing to a secure financial future, the number one thing, is how much you save. This dictates your future more than any, what you invest in or how much tax you pay. It's really important to save the right amount. So we have personalized tools that tell people how much to save and in what accounts. Now here, we're taking in masses of data. We're taking in, of course, all the things that you tell us about your income and your net worth and your spouse's income and net worth. But we also can take your Social Security statement and you can upload it into our service, and we'll use your actual benefit information as part of your plan. Now, I wish we had a direct API to the Social Security Administration, so we didn't have to get people to download a PDF and then scrape that PDF for the information once it's uploaded to our service. It's a rather inefficient process, but we do it because it's important to have that data, and people want that data as part of their financial plan. We take into account all of your outside holdings. So if you have a 401k that you can't move over to us because your employer isn't with us, we will include that in your plan. If you have a pension somewhere, we'll include that in your plan. All of these values are updated live so that your plan is dynamic. It changes for you over time. It's responsive to the things that are happening elsewhere in your financial life. And we'll tell you how much you should be saving overall and in each account. So put $18,000 in your 401k, $5,000 in a traditional IRA, and $6,000 in a taxable account. We'll then track those contributions over time every year and let you know if you're off track. To me, this kind of financial data and reporting and advice is a fundamental right for people who we ask to save for their own retirements. Historically, we've had a system of investing that's a little bit like a healthcare system where you might have a wall of drugs and everyone can come and get whatever they want and however much of it they want. But there's no doctors, so just come and get it. And we think that's crazy. We think everyone should have to have advice because, as I started out saying, these are just things that we're not very good at. We're not good at planning for the long term. We're not evolved to think about things that happen 40 or 50 years from now. And we need help to do those things. And this is where advice comes in, and this is how financial services are changing. Tools will become more and more powerful, providing more personalized advice. You can provide better advice with more data about people. The more data you have, the better you can tailor and personalize their plan to their needs. If we could, for instance, have a click button process where we could look at your previous tax returns, it would be amazing the financial plan that we could build for anyone in this room, right? In just a moment, we could come up with a sense for all the things that you're saving for, the things that you should be thinking about that you're not doing. That's the kind of data access that we should be thinking about for everyone. Now, there has to be some safety in thinking about this. We've heard in his annual shareholder letter, Jamie Dimon talked about the importance of restrictions and security when dealing with customers' data. We absolutely agree with that. There should be protocols around this. There should be authentication around this. But it is important that people have access to their own data, just like you should have access to your healthcare records. It's your data. So if you've been working with a bank for 20 years and they have all of your data, it's still your data. They shouldn't be able to wall that off and keep it for themselves. That makes it really hard for you to understand what you're paying. It makes it really hard for you to leave. So the access to data is key. We don't just base our own advice on what you tell us or data that we get from others. We also look at our customers' data to make recommendations for our customers. So I think a great example of this is that through behavioral data and analytics, we've improved customer behavior. This is an example called Tax Impact Preview. Now, I'll set the context. Many of you may have heard of something called the behavior gap, which is that we underperform the investments that we invest in by about 50% per year. All retail investors, on average, underperform by about 50%. you get about half the returns that you should. And the reason for that is that we market time, right? We tend to, when the market's up, we put more money in, and when the market's down, we get scared and we take money out. We do it, hedge fund managers do it, we're just not good at investing. And it shows, and all the data and studies show this. We see it in our own data. Our customers who trade more underperform those who trade less, significantly. Every trade you do, you underperform a little bit more. This happens at every firm. So most firms don't want to surface this information because they're brokerage-based models and they want you to trade. We are an advisory-based model. We make money as a percentage of your assets. That's the only way that we make money is on that advisory fee. And we recommend to customers that they trade less, and this improves their returns. One of the ways we've done it is by surfacing tax data to them. So in this example, this customer, it says owes $2,300 for a trade that they're thinking about making. They're thinking about becoming more conservative, say, in their asset allocation. When we show this to customers, 62% of them decide not to go through with that transaction, saving them both the taxes, of course, but also the behavioral cost of market timing. Now, in January, we saw some of the most volatility in the markets that we've seen in the last 5 years. Many people asked what happens to an automated investing service like Betterment when markets are volatile. Does everyone pull their money out? Does everyone flee? In fact, January was our fastest growing month ever at the time. We saw more new customers signing up. We saw more net deposits from existing customers, more net deposits from new customers. People were contributing more than ever before. Net of all withdrawals during that most volatile time. We think people were coming from other services, perhaps, where they were like, what am I really getting for over here if I'm losing money in this other thing? What I think is even more surprising is that in that time, 79% of transactions were prevented. So more people were coming, presumably during the volatility, and thinking about making a change. And more people saw these sorts of interruptive messages and advice, and so more people decided not to make changes, which, go ahead.
I hate to interrupt you a little bit, but I just want to make sure that you have time also to take some
For some
questions.
Q&A. I'm almost done.
Great,
almost
great,
done. And accessibility, I'll go quickly through this. So this aligned and intelligent advice that I've been talking about should be available to everyone. We see our opportunity as helping a lot of people who don't get any advice today. Sometimes people frame a situation of sort of robo-advisors or algorithm-based advisors versus human advisors. That's not the right way to think about it at all. Most of our customers are getting no advice. So it's really robo-advisors versus nothing. Because most people don't have access to decent advice today. We've done things like automating the rollover process. I'll jump through that. And we're expanding now into a further evidence that we don't think it's robo-advisors versus human advisors. We serve a lot of human advisors. We have something like 300 advisory firms on our Betterment institutional platform. And we are their record keeper. We are their back-end systems provider, and then they better serve their clients because of our automation technology. We're also now in the 401k market. A lot is changing. Citi projects this market's going to be $5 trillion in a decade, this market being the automated advice market. It's changing for a lot of people. It's growing faster than a lot of things have in the past. It's growing faster than ETFs did when they were first introduced. We think it has at least as big of an impact as ETFs or mutual funds. Ultimately, this is how everyone will invest. I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that presentation and for coming in to share your perspectives. Maybe just to tease the conversation in one direction, maybe I don't know, Kim, I want to ask you a question first.
Go ahead.
I'll just ask a leading question, a selfish question, but in the alignment of the conversation topic. So with your business and the way it's growing and the services it's providing, what type of open data or public data do you find helpful to your customers or to your business as you're delivering these solutions?
Some of the most helpful data for us is Social Security data, income tax data, and financial data about the rest of your financial life. We want to be great fiduciaries to our customers, and that means we want to take account of everything that they're doing. So already we incorporate things like your full financial picture, your debt. We do this through some APIs that we've built, through some third-party integrations. I wish there were more of a standard around all of this and a secure standard such that people had access to all of their own data and could share it with the providers that they trusted and wanted to have access to that data.
Interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting example. For those of you familiar with the Blue Button Initiative or the Green Button Initiative, there is a federal program around empowering individuals to get digital copies of their medical record, especially if you're a veteran working within the VA system, and then also a digital machine-readable version of your energy bill, and being able to take that with your utility or someplace else and give it to third-party providers to get solutions like this. And I haven't really heard of like My Finance, I don't know what color that would be, my green button. I could argue with green with the clean tech folks to empower that type. But it's an interesting call. Kim?
Yeah, so John, earlier we had a discussion about the income disparity, and it occurs to me that, you know, people that are not getting any advice or bad advice or not investing at all, maybe, or not saving, probably are in that, you know, lower part of the income. And so how do you reach, because part of the data challenge for the government is reaching citizens that need actually services. And so how do you reach those citizens on your platform?
We have no minimum balance on our platform, and it's part of our core belief that we want to be accessible to anyone who wants to access the service. So literally with $10, you can come and open an account and start saving. I believe that's no minimum is certainly the lowest minimum in the industry. The fact that we can't change, and I may wish that we could, but it's not in our power, is that something like 50% of the country is in debt. And of the 50% that is saving, maybe only half of those have really significant savings such that they will be able to use those savings in retirement. Last year, the government published that only 11% of retirement spending came from personal savings. A third of it came from Social Security, a third came from working in retirement, and a piece with pensions, only 11% from personal savings. We have a long way to go to increase that. We think it should be a right of everyone to have a service like this as part of working. We think 401ks are an effort in that direction, but are probably too complex. And simplifying that and making it opt out for everyone would be a good step toward giving everyone more savings.
Daniel?
Yeah. So, you know, maybe building a little bit off of what Kim said, one thing that strikes me as very interesting here is there's, you know, the company O-Power that basically created this model of, you know, we're going to feed in all this energy data and basically output energy efficiency back to the market. And in the same way, you know, with robo-advisors, or a better term if you want to use for that, there's this opportunity to address, you know, as you said, this kind of fundamental problem of lack of savings through these types of services, where basically, in theory, the government could help feed in certain types of data to you, and you could help, you know, provide those signals and, you know, marketing and whatever, you know, basically direction to the individuals that these are the steps you can take, and really perform the kind of analytics on that to say, you know, to figure out, you know, where are the pain points, you know, where is their trouble with actually, you know, getting that first $10 investment, or moving down that path of automated savings so that they're actually changing their, you know, their future, their retirement. I'm just wondering, what would it take, you know, what would the government need to do so that you could make those kinds of actions, so that you could move into this role of O-Power, where if, you know, there was an agency that said, you know what, we have this, you know, area where we've identified there's a savings problem here, you know, we know there's a lack of financial institutions, we want a partner, you know, what would they need to do to provide that?
We are ready to partner with any agency that is interested, or any state that's interested in working with us. Some of the states now are exploring ways to create state savings or IRA default programs for their citizens. They are looking at working with firms like ours. Our belief is that those are good ideas, but we should avoid having captive providers. I think it's dangerous if you have just one provider for a state. I think that creates kind of an agency problem where the citizens didn't select their own provider, but the state selected them for some reason. And the same agency problem exists in the 401k market. And there should be open access to probably several services like ours. And the data, like it costs us almost nothing to add an incremental customer. So we can be really accessible to everyone. The problem, I think, or the only cost there is education and getting the word out about services like this. And that's where I think agencies and government can probably be most helpful.
Would you ever provide your data back to the public? Like, were you here for this conversation we were having about Facebook or 23andMe?
Yeah.
Allowing users to say, yeah, I'd be willing to share my anonymized data for some research purpose.
100%. I think that makes a lot of sense. We are learning a lot about our customers and how to help them invest better through the data that we collect. I would love to make that data in an anonymized form accessible to trusted parties to help us learn even more and do even better, right? Like I think we could open up our platform to advisors who want to build advice on top of what we're doing. An example of how we're doing this already. So we work, as I mentioned, with 300 advisors on the platform. If one advisor says, I think my clients should all have $10,000 in a safety net fund before they start saving for retirement, that advisor can set that up and test that for her clients. And then another advisor might say, well, I actually think the most important thing to save for first is retirement, and then you do these other things later. We can run both of those studies and see which one produces better results. So we have really hundreds of different advice models running, and we can see which one produces the best results, and then give that information back to our advisors to help them build better advice for their clients.
Fascinating. I think maybe I should follow up on that last idea presented by Stan. Well, again, thank you so much for the flexibility and willingness to share your story. I think that your perspectives are a really interesting bookend from how we kind of started this chapter of the agenda, which is really understanding the data from, we'll say, the financial and economic health of the nation, and with all the great folks that are working really hard to get that to be more accurate and valuable. And now you're really showing the other bookend of that, which is, well, not the economic health of the nation, but the economic health of an individual that may not even have the bandwidth to work as hard towards the same goal that the other experts were talking about. So it's a really interesting thematic polarity to what we were just talking about for the past hour or so. And again, I appreciate your flexibility with the timing to squeeze us in. So Jonathan, thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so what we're going to do at this point is we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then afterwards we're going to change themes to another major portion of the agenda. I sincerely appreciate everyone's continued commitment as we charge through the rest of this afternoon. Thank you. 15-minute break. to the agenda here. If I can ask the members to please come back to the table. I'm going to start calling people out by name. Kevin. Kati. It's out of love that I call you back. Appreciation for your expert opinions. And the coffee bunch. Apparently, I'm not calling out people's names, Bill. I am not shouting at Vadim.
Joy.
Tanja. There we go. Thank you so much again for the participation and feedback. We're now very honored to introduce a few more experts from the Department of Commerce to talk about really something that Colin was introducing a few moments ago, ways in which public-private partnerships can expand and the frameworks around them. I'll turn it over to Burton to make the specific introductions of our presenters.
Okay, so yeah, we've been talking a lot today about working with the private sector and the opportunities that affords us. And there are different ways that we can do this. There are constraints, but there are also opportunities and different avenues that we can walk down as we think about how we work in government and private sector partnerships. We have 3 people here to join us to help us understand the opportunities available to us, the mechanisms available to us. We have Mike Polensky, who's the Chief of Acquisitions at the U.S. Census Bureau. Mike is going to set this up and talk about the new cooperative agreement authority that the Census Bureau has to pursue working with companies in pursuing the objectives of the mission of the agency. We also have John Ingley, the budget officer from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. We heard about pilot projects at BEA. I think John has some relevant experience about what it meant to develop those contracts, those relationships as well. And then finally we have Henry Wixon. Actually, Henry's going to go second. Henry Wixon is the Chief Counsel for the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And he's going to talk to us about CRADA authorities. We've talked about NOAA's CRADA, but we haven't really talked about the process of CRADA. And John's an expert in that, and will help, Henry's an expert in that, will help us understand that. He's also going to look at, help us understand joint venture authority. And all of these are different ways that we can develop an understanding of how we work with the government and the private sector. Before I turn it over to Mike, I wanted to let Justin say a couple of words.
I would just say a few words, which is, as I've had the time to have conversations with a number of you as I've come into the job, I've heard a lot of focus on the desire, willingness to have actual project input, actually work together on specific projects, and how to do it when it's not a procurement. So in some ways, we want to sort of, my assumption is everybody in the room understands how to go through a procurement process. And what we're really talking about is better ways that we can collaborate, work together on projects, have direct input, partnerships that are different. And so what I thought was important and what I'd really encourage is from this group is to have a short level set session where you have experts here that can give you the basics on them, and I'd encourage you to ask questions about exactly how you want to work with us on private-public specific partnerships that are not procurements, not contracting type activities. And as I said, it's a level set, and we're hoping to have a discussion around this after.
So Mike, why don't you go ahead and
So thanks,
start us
Justin.
off.
I know Stan mentioned about barriers, right? How can corporations and entities work with the government? We're the barriers, right? I'm the barrier. I'm in acquisition at the Census Bureau. So, everybody knows about contracts, right? When we buy a service or when we buy a product, we are paying for something and we are getting something in return for that money. One new authority that we just obtained this year, the Census Bureau, BEA, and ESA, is Cooperative Agreement Authority. And as I heard some of the people talking around here is, how can we engage? So, people know about grant authority, right? When the government gives out a grant to do something in the public interest, and we're paying somebody and we're giving them money, right? And they're doing something for us and they're delivering, but we don't really have any involvement in what they're doing. The new authority that we have is the Cooperative Agreement Authority, and that is where we are, and we have to have substantial involvement in that agreement. They're supposed to be competitive, but we could go out and we could say on grants.gov, everybody who ever deals with the government in terms of grants and agreements, it's www.grants.gov, and that's where we release our opportunities. So if we had an opportunity for some kind of data or something like that. And we want to enter into some kind of an agreement with an entity. And it could be a for-profit, not-for-profit, university. It could be all different entities that we can do business with. So we announced those opportunities, and we're trying to solve something. And that's where we have that substantial involvement. So we would want to come in with you and work with you on your data or your data sets, and we would have scientists there. We would have data people. We would have statisticians, methodology people. And part of our substantial involvement would be we detail them with you. They work with you, with your scientists, with your data, and they're trying to figure out the benefit to the public, to the government, and you're trying to figure out how you can help benefit the government and the public, and we're working together. And that's that substantial involvement. We're actually, it's different than a contract. We don't get into the financial side. We don't get into those kinds of things. It's more, it fits our science side. It's what we've been trying to do at Census and have this authority for years and years. And now the great thing is we have that authority. So we are opening up, and we're trying to reach out to say, what can we do? So I would love to hear some of those questions and what we're trying to talk about. What we do have out there, we have right now an RFI that we just issued, a request for information, and that's in what we call Fed Biz Ops. So it's where we announce all of our possible opportunities for contracts. And we are asking for data sets. The Census Bureau has gone out and we said, are there data sets that can help us do economic things and all these things? Or are there tool sets like Palantir has that we can manipulate data sets? Right? So we've gone out and we've asked for information. So anybody who's interested, please go there and find out what we're asking for initially. What we may find out from this RFI is that you do want to enter into some kind of an agreement with us so that we can work with you, so that we can send our people out with you and work with you and do those kinds of things that we're trying to do in the public interest. And everybody knows what we're trying to do at Census and what we're trying to do at ESA and BEA. So I encourage you to go there. Ask questions today. It's a new authority to us. Some of us know, and we've done this before in the past, but it's a great thing for us in terms of this data science that you guys are all talking about. Okay?
Great. Well, just picking up on what Mike has been talking about with respect to grants and cooperative agreements, just to spend a little bit of time on this. This is what this department, the Department of Commerce, did in 2015 on grants, and you can see that the largest granting agency within the department is NOAA at 65%, and then EDA, the Economic Development Administration, and NIST at about 15% each, and then it goes way down from there. Almost $900 million in cooperative agreement funding in 2015, the bulk of that again from NOAA. Also project grants at $440 million, and then formula grants. Those would primarily be EDA, but NOAA is also possibly involved there. And the recipients of this kind of assistance, primarily higher education, but also including state and local governments, nonprofits, and for-profit organizations. So as Mike was just saying, you have to have, if you're an agency, authority to provide federal assistance, whether it's grants or contracts, and then you have to have the money. And the Economics and Statistics Administration just got this cooperative agreement authority, and I've got a slide here that identifies who the authorized recipients are. And this is sort of important because this is their authority now to give those kinds of cooperative agreements or to enter into them. Appropriate entities including federal, state, or local governmental units or institutions of higher education. So the question of how broad that authority is something that ESA will be working with going forward. And the types of activities authorized under the statute by the Congress, statistical research and methodology activities furthering the purposes of the funds made available to ESA. Just to distinguish between the grant and procurement, and as Mike said, you all know that, the primary objective of a contract is the acquisition of property or services for the direct benefit or use of the government. Contrast that with a grant or a cooperative agreement where you're trying to accomplish a public purpose, as opposed to getting something for the agency itself. So if you're trying to get some particular bit of software that the agency can use itself, you're in a contract mode. If you're trying to generate software that will be published for the world to see and benefit everybody's ability to accomplish whatever the objective is, you could be very well in a grant mode. The principal purpose test is just the reiteration of that. We have a number of tests that we look to in order to determine whether or not the principal purpose is drives you towards a contract or a grant. And as Mike was saying, the difference between a grant and a cooperative agreement is that mutual or substantial involvement by the agency is expected in the context of that agreement. And so that would drive you to a cooperative agreement. This is the same thing said over again, so I'll just go back. We have a number of criteria we look at to answer the question about substantial involvement. Mike had addressed a number of those, and I don't think that that's worth discussing again. We have a distinction that we make in the context of federal assistance between competitive and non-competitive awards. We are in a position, or federal agencies that have the ability to provide federal assistance, grants, and cooperative agreements are able to do both types of awards. The bulk of them are competitive, the kinds that Mike was just describing that would be published, and then people could respond to that. But it's also possible for agencies to make non-competitive awards, and we have criteria that we look to in the non-competitive context. They include that there is only a single source identified, and I have on this slide a number of things. So there could be a proprietary information developed by a particular potential collaborator that would justify a one-source cooperative agreement or grant. Similarly, there could have been a substantial investment made by a particular entity that could justify that. We have a number of those. The other justifications, broad justifications for non-competitive grants are that there's an unusual and compelling urgency, there's an international agreement involved, there's national security element to it, or it's in the public interest. And the public interest one would be sort of the catch-all, where the agency makes a determination, the head of the operating unit makes a determination that would be appropriate.
Henry, do you mind if I ask one quick question?
Please.
Everything you just said applies to both grants and cooperative agreements?
That's correct, pretty much,
The
yeah.
public interest, if it's something in the public interest, that's one of the exceptions so that you can go directly with one company?
That's correct, yes.
And then at some point, perhaps just for my purposes and maybe others, you could if you could give an example where something is a procurement and where you can rather describe it as a cooperative agreement. Like what's an example of where one should fall into the procurement line, whereas it should be thought of as something you could do as a cooperative agreement?
So the easiest way to describe that would be to think about a widget, right? You're a procurement agency like the Defense Department or the Department of Energy. You have lots of money to buy stuff, and tanks you need a tank. So you spec out your tank, and you say, I need a tank, here's the specs, and that should be a contract. And that's because when you're done with it, the agency, the Department of Defense, is going to use that tank themselves. So the primary benefit is for the agency itself and its use. Contrast that with the situation in which you are trying to advance the state of the immunochemistry in order to provide the basis for diagnostics for everybody. The agency doesn't want an immunoassay when they're done. They want to advance the ability to come up with good immunoassays. The objective is to generate the work and publish it for the world to see, thereby floating all boats. And so the principal purpose there is for the public, not for the agency itself.
And if you articulate a goal that's a public goal like that, can companies actually bring their ideas to the government?
Yes.
Do they have to be
Yes.
passive recipients?
It is possible to consider unsolicited proposals. Almost all agencies that have granting authority have that ability.
And would you, so we're talking sort of about data use, commerce data and making data available, but would you go an RFI route and then maybe do a cooperative agreement as the outcome? So the intake vehicle would be an RFI to kind of see what's out there?
You certainly could do that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Possibly. I would say that's our purpose, right? That's why we did the RFI. We're going out to see if there are existing data sets out there, or there are existing tools out there. And then we also, because we have specific purposes for that, but then we have a purpose too to improve our economic data. So, and if that's our public purpose to improve economic data, and you have tools or data sets that can help us do that, we may enter into that cooperative agreement to do those kinds of things differently than just buying that data or just buying that tool set that we take ownership of and we deal with.
But you could go, just to be clear, you could either respond to an RFI, or if you're a company and you know of a public project or a public purpose that's not in the vein of a procurement, you could propose it as a cooperative agreement back to the department.
Yes.
You could do that. So the interplay between those two concepts, though, right? If the department or ESA is saying we want these kinds of things and we're opening this up to the entire world, the ability then in that mode or that context to then accept a specific unsolicited proposal would be affected because you've already put it out in the street for everybody. So you're driving the world to come through that open process. So it would really be the idea that wasn't reflected in the RFI, in the request for information, where you said, I know you guys didn't ask about this, but did you know that we could do Plunk?
Right.
And we think it would make your lives beautiful. That would be the unsolicited thing. It would be outside the scope of the RFI. And so it would be appropriate in that instance for the agency to consider it, the unsolicited proposal, and consider funding it, because we're talking about assistance here. Okay. So I wanted to say a couple of words about joint ventures. Joint venture is one of the authorities that the department has, the department writ broadly, but in fact it is an authority that resides within one single bureau of the department, which is the National Technical Information Service. And the National Technical Information Service primarily started to provide publications to the public back in the days when that was a big deal. Bless you. And the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Director of NTIS, has the authority to enter into such joint ventures as may be necessary in the conduct of the business of the National Technical Information Service. One of the reasons that it's worth talking about this at this point in time is because the mission, the Secretary of Commerce has tasked the department with redefining the mission of NTIS, and that mission, as we sit here today, is very much focused on data and its use by federal agencies. And so the ability to take advantage of that joint venture authority is something that should be considered. And one of the things I want to emphasize is it is NTIS's authority. It doesn't reside at NIST, it doesn't reside at ESA, it resides at NTIS. So you would be working with NTIS as a necessary element of the use of the joint venture authority. And so what I want to say is, we have approached, I apologize for the size of this, but basically what NTIS is able to do with its joint venture authority is that it's able to share risk and share reward with a private sector joint venture partner, which is something that if you think about a contract approach, can't be done, right? You can't do that in a contract. In a contract, you spec out what it is you want if you're the agency, and the respondent says, here's what it's going to cost you, and you're done. And if you have a change, you have to deal with change orders, and if you have a competitor, you have to deal with bid protests and all of those kinds of things. The unique secret sauce aspect of NTIS's joint venture authority is that it does allow this sharing of risk at the front end, so there's no promise to the joint venture partner that this is, that they're going to get paid, they're going to take some risks, they're going to make an investment of time up front without actually getting paid for it, and they're going to get their reward, if you will, on the back end once the project is done successfully. NTIS and the joint venture partner enter into an agreement that outlines and defines the nature of the sharing of the risk and of the reward. So they will have an agreement with each joint venture partner. Separately, NTIS and the client agency, who needs help, enter into an agreement, which is typically an interagency agreement. And through that process, NTIS interacts with the client agency, helps it to identify what its needs are, then looks to a pool, if you will, of joint venture partners that NTIS has qualified, if you will, and says, okay, partner A can do this piece, or partner A can do the whole thing. We're going to joint venture with that partner. We're going to offer that opportunity to the joint venture partner, or we may need more than one. And when you get to that step, that's within NTIS's discretion. One of the key things that NTIS does in exercising its joint venture authority is that it analyzes or evaluates whether or not, with respect to a particular challenge or problem of a client agency, a contract would be the appropriate way to solve it. So the kinds of things that I just described, whether it's a standard problem and there are off-the-shelf solutions for it and you could go to the market and just buy it, then that is not a situation in which the joint venture authority is appropriate, and NTIS will not do that. But it's where the typical situation is that the client agency knows they need to solve some problem. They can't really describe what it is or how they're going to get there. That is the perfect situation for the joint venture authority, and so that's how NTIS does that. They generate their pool of joint venture partners or potential joint venture partners typically by publishing a request for that, and they are in the middle right now of drafting a request or a notice, what amounts to a request for expressions of interest in becoming a joint venture partner, and that once that's on the street, then people will be able to respond to that. And it's very broadly directed to a number of categories of endeavors within the big data area for the government. And they can also, NTIS can also accept unsolicited proposals. And they have similar criteria that they use to those we were just talking about in the grants context.
Do you mind if I again interrupt
Please.
you just very quickly? I know we focused on NTIS, but can companies do a joint venture with any bureau in commerce?
It's NTIS's authority.
But the client agency that you described
Could be any
could
bureau
be
of commerce.
Any bureau in commerce.
That's right. It could be any.
And can you do a joint venture through that same mechanism?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you, if you're a private sector entity, can you do a joint venture with non-commerce entities as a client agency through NTIS?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the bulk of what NTIS does is for agencies and departments other than commerce.
So I totally appreciate why you focused on NTIS as the mechanism, but I just wanted to make clear that although the mechanism includes and requires NTIS as a fulcrum, it can be with other agencies and especially anyone in commerce. And the point you made in the last instance, again, if you have ideas about joint ventures that are not the subject of a request, the private sector can bring those proposals to agencies inside commerce or out. Is that correct? And then bring it back through NTIS? How does it work? If you maybe I'll ask a more practical question. If you want to do a joint venture with a certain entity around the government, if you have an idea, where do you go to bring that idea?
You should, well, from NTIS's perspective, you should come to us.
Okay.
And one thing I will just say from NTIS's perspective, again, it is NTIS, they, I guess, who have the authority and the discretion to choose a partner. And it's, so in the abstract, you come to, a client agency comes to NTIS with a problem. It is NTIS who decides which of their joint venture partners from this pool I've just described they will work with.
I also just add a quick editorial on this as well. Let me tech translate this for a second. This is why you should care. Because with the JV, the vendor can now do agile with the government. So let me expand on that. Traditional procurement doesn't let you change scope every 2 weeks. When I first went to the procurement experts and the lawyers and said, with agile, I'm going to change my scope every 2 weeks, they had heart attacks. Good luck with that, get the hell out of the government. Not usually a thing that's very acceptable because it takes so long to tech and spec it and to procure it, impossible to agile anything. Which, in my personal opinion, this is not department opinion, I brought this up at the last meeting, this is one of the core issues as to why a great deal of IT projects at large in the federal government don't do very well. And 18F gave a lot of detail on that 2 meetings ago. They took a whole procurement presentation, if you remember that one.
So
I will say, and I'll turn it back to the experts, I'm just going to just put like why this is all connected to our work. A JV is an interesting way to, in my tech framework, do an agile project within the government, whereas traditional procurement doesn't necessarily support that. So with that, I'll turn it back to the experts.
I think, Ian,
to correct me.
it's not that procurement can't do that. I think it's the traditionalists within procurement that don't understand how to do it, right? I mean, so yeah, we're used to defining something up front and putting it into a contract to be delivered, and we got to step away from that and say we have objectives to reach, and that we understand that programmatically we're going to define these sprints as we go, and as long as we're documenting that on the program side, I'm okay from a contractual standpoint because that's what it's supposed to be. The problem is throughout the government, there are a lot of people that don't understand that, so they're trying to traditionally define what those requirements are, and they're not there. You're right. They're not there in that agile environment. There's an objective, there's a goal, but there's no specs to price against, to do those kinds of things, and it's hard for typical contracting officers or procurement people to wrap their hands around that. They're struggling with it.
But the key with that, real quick,
Yes. Sorry, I'm excited. I love these stories, but please go ahead. Yeah, you can
I'm
share
sorry?
them.
Successful JVs.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We have success stories, a lot. We have, well, I have a slide up here on it that I'll cover if you give me just a second. And I'll also point out, I mean, the slide is up right now. Ian is too fast for me, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That effectively, that slide.
I'm told that a lot, actually. Sorry.
Recites the JV Agile DevOps approach. And all I will say with respect to contracting is that the 18F initiative is 20 years later than NTIS started doing this. So, I mean, NTIS has been doing it this way for a long time. And it's one of the reasons that we have success stories. like the one that's on the screen up here, which is the DHS and mycis.gov website. We went in, NTIS went in, identified a joint venture partner, and I don't know the name of the joint venture partner offhand, I apologize for that. But there was a demand for that website, I think actually to redo that website, which had been a disaster procured in the normal procurement project. Went in 90 days, put a successful site together, and at 10% of the cost. NIST has other, or NTIS rather, has other examples of doing the same thing, coming in behind a failed contract, working through the joint venture partnership because of the need to be agile and to make changes at one of the strengths of this authority. And NTIS also provides a number of controlled access databases for different federal databases, including the DEA Controlled Substance Database and the Federal Wage Determination Database, and the Death Master File to people. So they have a number of success stories that they've done over the years, and they continue to do that.
And how does success get measured? Does the federal government make money off of the JV?
Interesting question. So NTIS is a non-appropriated agency. They do not get an appropriation from the Congress of the United States, so they are obligated in their work to pay for themselves. So the government does not get a piece of what the joint venture partner gets. That relationship, that shared risk, shared reward relationship says, okay, we're going to do as a joint venture work for this client agency. They're going to pay money for that, and we're going to split it up. And here's the formula that we're going to use to split it up as it goes forward. So between NTIS and the joint venture partner. And that allows NTIS to make the money to keep its operation going. And then at the very first slide, you notice that the joint venture authority is for the purpose of the business of the service, of the National Technical Information Service. So that's what they are doing from their perspective. NTIS is carrying out these joint venture efforts, and in part to provide that expertise that comes through the agile joint venture development process, and in the course of that to get the money that they need to operate. So it's not money going back to the government. It's the government's paying for it.
So it's kind of like services, like a services joint venture as opposed to a product joint venture which gets royalties.
Yeah, and that's not even true. I mean, when I've heard NTIS, my client, talk about what they do, I mean, they do refer to some of those things are actually called products. So it depends on what the agency is trying to accomplish. And in some instances, they are trying to build a product. And my client would call the USCIS.gov website a product.
If I can just add to that for this one example, the client, being DHS, Department of Homeland Security, came to NTIS, helped us fix this website. Their measure of success was, can we help more people live the American dream and become a citizen? That was the actual success metric for this website. This website is a self-service tool to help people navigate the immigration process. Interesting side success metric, it is one of the most popular websites in the entire federal government, which for a name like my.uscis.gov doesn't roll off the tongue poetically. And yet somehow it is one of the most popular websites in more languages than the IRS website. Really amazing, right? Like that it's something that took such a short period of time, almost so many people to become Americans, after a quote-unquote traditional procurement process didn't let that large organization get to that website in the way that they wanted to.
Do the joint ventures typically last a long time, Henry? Or
It depends. I mean,
yeah, but I mean typically.
It depends on what it takes to get the product or the service done for the client agency. So
You said the word done, so there's a joint venture for a period of time, then it's done.
it depends, again, on what the client agency's needs are. We have some joint venture relationships that have gone on for a long time because the needs of the client agency have gone on for a long time, and others where you're in there and you're out. And
Define long time. 1 year, 7 years, 30 years?
all of that. Not 30 years, but 7 years. Yeah, we have some. So the Death Master File, which I just sort of mentioned offhand, is an example of that. We solved a problem for the Social Security Administration. They couldn't do it. They were told by a judge they had to do it, and they had to do it now. And NTIS found a joint venture partner, went in and did it in the time frame that was set by the judge, and produced a product to satisfy the order that SSA was under. And that relationship's been going on for a long, long time. We continue to provide it because SSA itself does not have those abilities. So we have that ability to do that. Wanted to talk a little bit about CRADA now, and I know you know a lot about it from having gotten a description from NOAA. But the Cooperative Research and Development Agreement is an authority that is provided to federal laboratories to work collaboratively with anybody they want to, basically. The government, through its laboratories, provide, and they can provide personnel, services, facilities, equipment, intellectual property, and other resources, and contribute that to the cooperative research. A federal agency cannot provide any funds to a non-federal entity. A non-federal entity engaged in a CRADA can provide funds, personnel, services, facilities, equipment, intellectual property, and other resources. And the bottom here is important, toward the conduct of specified research or development efforts that are consistent with the mission of the federal laboratory. So it's a very broad, very powerful authority that is available to federal laboratories that are doing research and development, including government-owned, government-operated laboratories like NIST, and government-owned contractor-operated laboratories like the bulk of DOE's laboratories. I got a slide here on the Department of Commerce's activity in CRADAs, and this is from a March 2016 report on last year's activities. The total number of CRADAs in 2015 was something like 2,700. Of those, NIST is per capita probably does more CRADAs than any other federal agency. But you can see NOAA did 28 CRADAs in itself in 2015. And ITS, which is a laboratory within the National Telecommunications and Information Agency itself, did 56. And NIST and ITS do a lot collaboratively because ITS is actually resident in our Boulder office. And I have characterized the CRADA as sort of the research equivalent of the joint venture, or the joint venture as the business equivalent of the CRADA. And they're very similar in their approach, and very powerful. The CRADA is a very powerful tool. You have to be a federal laboratory. But the way the CRADA authority is written, federal laboratory can enter into a CRADA with another agency. So you could be invited into a CRADA if you weren't a laboratory and you had something to contribute. And we did that recently. NIST did that along with NTIA in the context of, we have what's called the 700 megahertz CRADA for developing the public sector, or I guess first responders, the public service safety networks. And that includes FirstNet. And they are a member of the CRADA by invitation. So we do have that available to us. I don't know if anybody has any questions about the CRADA authority or how it works. I'm happy to answer it, but I don't want to bore you all if you've already had a presentation on it. That's all I have.
I just wanted to ask if you could clarify still, I guess I'm still not completely clear on what triggers the kind of ability to use the joint venture versus the contracting. Because it seemed like even in the customs example, you know, you could, there's many examples of the government agencies not being able to deliver what they're told to do, and they don't start doing joint ventures. So what kind of moves it into that realm?
Well, so I think the inability of the agency, and I said this more than once, maybe I didn't say it clearly enough, we're in a situation where the agency knows it needs to produce something, either a service or a product, for the benefit of the public, and it can't even describe what it needs to do in order to accomplish that. And that would have been the SSA situation with the Death Master File. They had no clue. They knew they had to do it. They didn't know how to get there. They didn't know what to do. That is the perfect setting for the joint venture authority. Because NTIS, with its joint venture partners, can come in and actually work, whiteboard out, literally whiteboard out for the agency, the client agency, what it is they need to try and accomplish, work through that with the joint venture partner, and come up with a plan to try and accomplish that. And do that without having spec'd it out in advance, without having to deal with change orders, and to the extent that they describe it and something comes up that they hadn't anticipated, use the joint venture authority to just deal with it.
I guess how is that different than hiring a contractor to do a design study?
To spec it out for you, and that's something you do in the contracting situation. Is you can't do it, you can hire a contractor to spec it out, then you can't use that contractor if you want to go ahead and let the contract, right? Because they have this advantage.
Yeah.
Right? And then if that contractor specs it out and they spec it out wrong, there you are in a contract. Again, you're going in the wrong direction, and how do you fix it? You've got your contract specs, and you've got to do a change order.
I think if I can add to the broader point, knowing these rules helps us define and guide solutions. And so I think in the end, the purpose of this discussion is to provide a literacy to you all on the rules of the game, which in government are complex, historic, and in many ways not even well advertised. which I think is part of the problem in general for why certain tools are used in different areas. I think most federal government employees themselves don't know that a JV thing is an option. So in the context of the data mission, a lot of where we need help will ultimately lead to external partnerships. And we know that, right? It's an understanding of what we're talking about in the council. To the extent that we can increase our own literacy as a council to say, oh, this is a very specific opportunity. Hey, Commerce, you should probably consider a JV for this thing because it has these characteristics and it'll let you do this and that. You know, hey, Commerce, go try a JV with these folks in these areas versus why don't you just be contracting for this over here? I think just adding that language to this discussion is really the purpose of this briefing, is to provide you those tools so that it can fuel the other recommendations that you provide, especially as it relates to Commerce working with outside entities. Is that a fair summary, Justin? Okay.
No, I think that's useful. I was just gonna say, it seemed like still in the conversation there was this, you know, as you described it, you know, it is historical, right?
Mhm.
And so it's very limited, like, you know, going through NTIS for the Joint Venture Authority. I'm just curious to what extent not only are we able to draw those lines, but also basically figure out, are there gaps? You know, are there, you know, it's not only this is what we have, but kind of this is what we should have, or this is what we want. And I think that would be useful to.
Yeah, I had this question as well. Are there any types of relationships or collaborations which people have proposed, which you think are outside the current area of capability for forming public-private partnerships?
No, all things are possible.
Okay, that's great.
I mean,
If I can add to that, though, as a customer, and these are the kind of the service providers too, for example, things like the data service and some of the great partnerships that ESA is setting up. By the way, you're looking at the dream team right now in terms of procurement vehicles. Like, these are the folks that say anything's possible. For better or for worse, I think that the brilliance at the table today is not necessarily reflective, I think Michael alluded to this briefly, of the larger experience level of all procurement officials, all general counsels across the federal government. You're looking at the can-do team, and I think I've been told much more in my set of questions, Ian, what you're saying is illegal. Much more so than these folks who say, yeah, we'll find a way to make that happen. And there's a system for that, dates back to 1973. Let me show you where to sign. Like, very different conversation.
And it's not illegal.
And it's not illegal, right? And you know, Megan Smith, the Chief Technology Officer of the United States, talks about this very publicly all the time, that the best government innovator is the one that listens to someone saying 500 times that's illegal, and then finds the 501st person to say, oh, we can make that happen. That's one of her talking points. And I think I bring that into this conversation because I think this is a relevant success story with these fine public servants. To then ask a question of, okay, well, if this is working so well, and the answer to the question you just got is, no, we can make it work. Well, how well understood is that across the Commerce? How well is that understood across the federal government? And then how can any of the work that we're covering teach, educate, expose the best practices with other folks that aren't going to put more burden on these people, but to show them, actually, there is a way to do stuff like that?
But how painful is it?
I guess this question with you, yeah.
how what? I'm sorry?
Painful.
Painful is what?
If anything's possible, but how?
Well, NIST does, 3,000 CRADAs a year, so it ain't that painful for us.
What I had my card up was just
Oh.
to say that, NIST has that, huge, bolus of CRADAs that, and is it just because they figured out how to do it, or is it because the nature of their business makes it a more natural fit for them?
That's it. It's it. It's
There-
for
And what's different about the other agencies that makes that not?
Well, so it's for federal laboratories. NIST is, I would say, despite NOAA, NIST is the premier laboratory in the Department of Commerce. What we do is research. We don't do any regulatory stuff to speak of, whereas NOAA has armed people out there protecting our fish. But that's what we
Very
do.
true.
That's what
Fish
NIST
count.
does.
Yeah.
It does research.
Yeah.
We have laboratories, we have researchers, and they're looking to collaborate, just like academic researchers and all, and they can collaborate with everybody. And so this is our natural reaction to any problem is this appropriate for a CRADA? We say CRADA first. We don't even use, and I will just say, we don't even use the word procurement when we're with the stuff that I'm talking about. Not for CRADAs, absolutely, or grants or cooperative agreements. You're not procuring product or service for the government, right? We don't. And in fact, the CRADA statute says it's not a procurement, and neither is a cooperative agreement. So You confuse contracting people when you use those words together. You use procurement along with CRADA, and then they get all excited.
And we
By the
just
way,
have to be
I think
careful
Henry
not
is
to.
not trying to start any war between NIST and.
We get
For the
qua-
record,
we get
we're
squished
all
like a
friends
bug.
here.
Yeah.
We're all friends here.
One department.
Right,
One
one department.
I wasn't thinking so much about their use of CRADA particularly, but cooperative agreements in general, and that maybe they've just figured out that that's, you know, a good way to go, and
So
other agencies are.
you mean like NOAA and cooperative agreements? So
NIST compared to.
NIST is puny, right? I mean, we're not a big player in we don't have that much money. NOAA has a huge amount of money. They do a lot of cooperative agreements. They have cooperative centers. And that was one of the things they do. They do a lot of that.
And
So-
it depends on their research and their science, right? So agriculture does a lot of cooperative agreements, and they do a lot of cooperative agreements because they're always trying to figure out, public entities are trying to figure out a better way to grow corn, right? They want to supply more corn, so they're genetically modifying it. So we're doing cooperative agreements with them to help them and work with them on the science side of doing that. And that's what agriculture is interested in. Is it still safe? Is it still, so it's the science side. Now we have the science data side in ESA, BEA, and census, and we're interested in the data. So now we have this new authority that we could use to enter into these agreements to study and to do those kinds of things that we could never do on a contract, that I struggled to do on a contract.
And that may be part of your question. We just got that authority in the last appropriation bill.
I think that,
Yes.
I think I was just gathering that.
Yeah,
This year.
I could have answered in 4 words.
It's that, and the data focus is still relatively new, right? So we're
new.
trying to learn from these other bureaus that are in this space, and now we can.
So just a follow-up to that, then.
And then Heather, after you, yes.
Internally, how are you advertising that you've got this authority? Like, so that everybody knows, not just among
Yeah.
us, but your whole group.
I want you to Justin to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, we're spending a fair amount of time, not only with, external audiences, but internal audiences, making sure our teams can be educated about the availability of the authority, exactly how it works, what the limits are, when to do it, when not to do it. And look, I just from a lot of the discussion, the conversations we have, we understand that it's hard sometimes to understand the line between some of the procurement rules or not. That's why we have lawyers to help us think through these things, and a really tough process that scrutinizes it to make sure. So part of it is, if you have, internally we tell folks, look, if you have an idea, bring it to us. We'll try and work with you to make sure it's done the right way. And externally, you're kind of hearing the same thing. There's some times where you're not sure, but you might say, I have an idea about how to solve a public problem. And I think I want to try it under one of the cooperative agreements. I don't see you asking for this particular thing, but I have an idea. I think when you're talking about things like this, where there are lines that are fuzzy, why don't we try to work it through and bring our experts to the table, work through all the processes and scrutiny, and give it a shot. And that's one of the reasons we wanted to elevate it to you.
I think it's really great that Ian had the challenges he had when he came in, because then he can tell other people, everybody kept telling me I couldn't do it,
Yeah.
but I still got it done.
I agree with you. That's a good way to put it.
There's a footnote. I'll say that for a second, though. But please, Heather, you were waiting to speak.
I had a question for Henry. Just to make sure I understand how this operates the right way. I was at NIST not long ago and had a lovely tour of some of the different labs, and one in particular was material stress testing to create materials that will reduce the weight of automobiles. And the scientists were telling me that the data that's going in and coming out of these stress testing is part of a pre-competitive agreement among automobile manufacturers. So they agreed to pool and share their data up until a certain point where they figure out this is the lightweight material, and it's to hit CAFE emission standards, right? The federally mandated standard.
Right, sure.
So I get that that's the public good, right? So the companies are all agreeing to share data in this space up until a certain point. Is that exercised under a CRADA, under a?
Typically, yeah. So that's typically a CRADA. NIST enters into CRADA, into bilateral CRADAs with individual collaborators, and we do consortia CRADAs. What you described is was one of our consortia CRADAs for lightweighting, and we actually we have the flexibility and the authority within the CRADA statute to make a determination that the work that we're going to do is going to be dedicated to the public if we want, if it makes sense. And so we do a lot of pre-competitive float all boats kinds of research in that context where everybody joins and they agree, okay, we're going to generate this stuff and we're going to make it available to the public, and nothing we generate is going to be subject to, proprietary rights of any of the participants. And we have other agreements where, in fact, our objective is to generate, good stuff that our collaborator can use, and we have the authority to put that collaborator in a position of having rights to that work, exclusive rights to the data that come out and the inventions that come out of the research. So we have that flexibility, and so we exercise it depending on what our mission objectives are.
Joy?
Just tying this back to the earlier conversation around sort of alternative ways of creating some of these stats, are you all thinking about one of these procurement vehicles as a way to bring in more universities as sort of like a trusted data intermediary in terms of not just generating the stats, but generating additional research that could be done on those stats and as a way of like bridging some of the data partnerships with companies?
I think John Thompson actually had a slide on that, so the short answer would be yes, but I'll turn to Austin to provide a little more detail.
I'll say our focus right now is more on the private sector side, but there are already very well-established relationships with like the University of Michigan, which is serving as a clearinghouse for some big census projects.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting thing we're thinking about. How could we, private data, what's the clearinghouse, like,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because we're thinking about something similar with transit.
Bill?
Yeah, you say anything can be done, but it seems like one of the things that can't be done in NOAA is procure valuable data sets under an open data policy, since once you do that, there's only one customer for the data. The government gives it to everybody else. Have you guys, and I can give you some more details if that's not familiar to you, I'm just wondering how you've dealt with that.
Well, so we're all reacting to the administration's emphasis on open data for the benefit of the public. I think one of my colleagues from NIST, Bob Hanisch, is going to be here tomorrow, and he's going to talk about the RDA.
Yep.
So NIST is very actively
Research Data Alliance.
Yeah. So he will talk about at least some of the approaches that NIST is taking to try and solve some of the open data initiatives, and that RDA process includes a standardization component to it. And every federal agency is able to participate in standardization and standards development. And open data is certainly an area of a lot of activity.
I'm not sure I understand your question, though. You say the open data from the government or from a company to the government?
Oh, this pertains to commercial satellite companies providing weather data to the government. And the challenge is that under international agreements, some data has to be provided to all weather agencies in the world. So once you sell it to NOAA, you have no more market. Your market is completely gone.
Because NOAA was requiring to not sell it to somebody else also?
NOAA is required to give it away to other governments.
Through direct attribution? They can just blend it.
It's the original data set.
Oh, to get the original data set back out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand. Maybe we'll take that offline, but that sounds a little curious to me based on some of our work with NOAA. I mean, maybe a very specific exception. I don't know the details of it, but
This is under a World Meteorological Organization agreement.
Okay.
And so this becomes a challenge. So how do you make a business out of something that is given away by your one customer?
Well, but so to give it away, I'll give a example of something we're doing in the context of what was presented today, maybe as a counterpoint, and perhaps for something as an illustration. So with the trade data project that was demoed right at the beginning of the day, your U.S. government procured data from Dun & Bradstreet. Under the terms of that procurement, we cannot give the DMB data out for free. So, and I get that because they're selling the data and we're just a customer of the data. So I don't
Yeah, this is an external obligation that NOAA is under.
WMO.
It's a WMO obligation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah. Well, just bridging then to Colin's earlier point. So, Colin, you brought up something about sharing of data, and if it was valuable to you, you basically use the word trade. I punted your question a little bit specifically to this topic because it does bring up the question of, what is the right agreement based on the value exchange? But what's interesting when it comes to all this data stuff, the value may evolve. What starts as an R&D, who the hell knows what this thing's going to be, may translate to, now I know exactly what I want to buy. It looks like this widget and give it to me over here. But then also I'm going to do a revenue sharing somehow. The realities of business may lead to unusual federal government complexity. But I can tee it up now. Now you have the experts to kind of give the details of that idea. But I think the general principle is one where, as part of the data pillar, we consider these types of exchanges to be absolutely essential to understand, and at the right time implement. because it's basically the market reality of data. Whatever the sharing is, procurement, trade, research, on some level we are prepared as part of the department's mission. We have to use just about all of these tools in some way in order to accomplish a lot of this stuff that you were brainstorming. So I don't know if you have specific questions now for the experts of, some of the ideas that you shared before. Or
well, the broad idea we talked about was simply this. So you would like to get data that we have in the private sector. We would love to give it to you with something in return. We'd love to have your data scientists look at that data, extract some key values from it, but we preserve that and use that in our business alone. So you get in return the broad data set, but we get some extracted work that we've done together that's not resold at all. That was the first sort of thought. Now it seems to me that the joint venture should be able to do that, right? Because we can still preserve under the agreements, here's the value I get in the end as this data is extracted. You can't reuse any of those techniques. And you do in turn get the full data set that you could use broadly for the rest of the public benefit.
It sounds more like a CRADA relationship than a joint
Oh, it
venture
does.
relationship to me.
Because there are those terms and conditions, there are those legal things that you want out of it too. The things you want fits a CRADA more than it does a contract or a cooperative agreement.
Or even a joint venture, right? Because a joint venture, the way at least NTIS implements a joint venture is we're trying to solve the agency's problem.
Yeah.
We're not trying to solve the joint venture partner's problem. The joint venture partner is part of our exercise to solve the agency problem. But in a CRADA, where we are trying to advance the state of the art through our joint efforts, then we have the authority under the CRADA authority to do exactly what you just said.
I see. No, the CRADAs have to be with research institutions that you have, or it could be anyone.
Well, so the CRADA authority from the government side is for federal laboratories. You have to be a federal laboratory to have the ability to exercise that discretion.
You have to be a lab.
There needs to be at least one federal lab and at least one non-government or entity for there to be a CRADA.
I see. You actually work in a lab, or you don't work in a lab, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It can even be persons. As the statute says, you could enter a CRADA with a person, with an
Or
individual.
a person. I see. Okay.
And you
Okay.
can have non-laboratory entities participate as long as one laboratory entity is participating.
That's right. That is what we did in
I see.
FirstNet.
So, okay.
FirstNet's
So
not
they
a
are
lab,
vehicles.
but we
I
invited
see.
them to participate, and it made sense to NIST, as part of NIST's mission, to have them participate in that particular CRADA. And so laboratories have the authority to do it. Doesn't happen all that often, but it's there.
Is treatment of IP, is that specific, is that handled on a case-by-case basis, or is it global?
So
Like, is it
the
globally shared IP?
So the answer in a nutshell is it's on a case-by-case basis. The authorities are all there, everything from, the agency, and in a CRADA context, the agency has the authority to grant licenses or even assign rights to government-owned intellectual property in order to facilitate the work of the CRADA, and the private sector participant, the CRADA collaborator, has the same ability. In other words, you can assign us your patents, and it's all focused on patents, pretty much. So in the IT world, not so much, but we deal with data rights, CRADA data that are generated in the context of the CRADA. We also address those. But we can go all the way from, we're going to keep this to ourselves, we're going to give you, the collaborator, an option, or we're going to give you an exclusive license to anything that is inventive that comes out of the CRADA, and then we can go all the way to the other end of that, which we talked about earlier, which is everything that we generate together in the course of this CRADA is going to be made available to the public and dedicated, basically. And we can do stuff in between that.
And you can do the same thing on the contract side too. It's just how is that contract laid out, and what are those terms and conditions, and what are the entities we're dealing with in that contract.
And one thing we haven't talked about here is Bayh-Dole, and has everybody heard of the phrase, at least the phrase Bayh-Dole, like the Bayh-Dole rights and obligations apply in both contracts and under the CRADA authority, and in grants and cooperative agreements. So they flow through that, but under the Stevenson-Weidler Act, which is where the CRADA authority is found, we have some more flexibility. At least we have the ability to allow, for example, a collaborator to give up its rights to take Bayh-Dole rights, which puts us in that position to dedicate everything if it makes sense.
Final question from Jack.
Henry, are you sure about that lab requirement?
I am very sure.
Had CRADAs with USGS and with Department of Interior and with USDA. but they're not labs.
There are 300 labs within the federal government, and actually more than 300 labs within the federal government. So I think you would, I imagine we could find a laboratory to
So they slipped
associate.
it in somehow. These
Yes.
were years ago.
Yes.
Just didn't really realize.
The statute explicitly says that an agency may authorize its federal laboratory to enter into agreements with all of these other people and, or entities, and one of which is another federal agency. So, but there's got to be at least one federal lab involved, and at least one non-government entity involved for CRADA. And I'll just add, you know, it's, by accident, my office actually and my agency has authority for the promulgation of regulations under both the Bayh-Dole and the Stevenson-Weidler Acts. So we spend a lot of time agonizing over that kind of question.
One last question. How long does it take to do a CRADA, Henry?
Depends. If you use our model, now again, this is, you know, I'm not here to sell NIST. If you use the model and don't make any changes, then boom, it can happen very quickly. You have to write a statement of work that, you know, you and the PI on your side, the PI on our side. If you want to start to change it, then it can go on for months and months.
Okay, thank you.
How's that?
Good enough.
To negotiate, I mean, and I know you want to get going here. I mean, just on the CRADA and Bayh-Dole side, there are a whole laundry list of obligatory terms that agencies are obliged to use in the context of the Bayh-Dole Act and the Stevenson-Weidler Act for the CRADAs, and they're non-negotiable. And so we spend a lot of our time negotiating with people who haven't been exposed to that over provisions that they think ought to be negotiable, and they're not. They're statutory, and we have no authority or discretion. But we do have discretion to enter into CRADAs. That's one of the beautiful things about it, is that the agency in its own discretion decides who to enter into a CRADA. So they can say to worthy number one, yes, we're going to do a CRADA with you, but worthy number two, they say, sorry, we're not going to do it with you. And they, you know, they make that determination in their own judgment based on their missions and what they need to accomplish and what their own resources are. And it's analogous, it's very similar in the joint venture authority context, which is NTIS. Once you're in that pool, they have the ability to make that discretionary determination. They have criteria they use to make it, but they do have some discretion.
Thank you.
Oh, final comment, yes.
I have another question, which is,
Oh.
some of the output of the labs is certainly patentable or IP. What percentage is really going down that path as opposed to just facilitating a PPP agreement so that people can work together in a non-financial? Do you have any knowledge of the split of those, or?
I mean, actually, the last slide I put that had a report. We do every year under Stevenson-Weidler. We NIST do a report for all federal agencies across the entire government, which includes patents that are generated and CRADAs and licenses and all of that. And so that information is in there. It is, you know, the question of the development of patentable inventions in the context of a CRADA is, you know, sometimes that's what you end up with, and sometimes you don't. And frequently we're working with academic collaborators, and they have Bayh-Dole rights under the CRADA, and so they file on them, and we do agreements with them on who takes advantage of it. But again, so inventions can always come up. It's only in those situations in which NIST says our mission objective here is that we not have inventions, that you wouldn't end up with them. Otherwise, you would end up with them and go through the normal process.
Do you have any feeling for how much are going down that path, or is it just collaborations?
No, I really don't. You know, we got tons of Nobel Prize winning investigators at NIST, and some work. I mean, there's always inventive stuff that's going on all the time, and if some of it happens in the context of a CRADA, some out of it. If it's in the CRADA, then, you know, and we get a report on it, then we deal with it and we file on it. So, you know, and I would probably say it's something like 30% probably of CRADAs where you would actually have an invention that came out of it. It's probably not more than that.
You said 30?
30, yeah. But that's a wild guess. I could probably actually I will figure that out and report.
I don't need to know. I was just sort of curious. I mean, by intent, I've never done a CRADA with the idea that we would get some.
Right, and you don't, right? You don't typically. Nobody does that. We don't do that. We don't say we're going to do a CRADA so that we can invent something. We do that so that we can, you know, do some research and try and solve a problem.
Right.
And if an invention comes out of it, that's great. And if it's a commercializable invention, that's even greater. And we have, you know, we try to promote that as well. But if it doesn't, that's okay, because we've taken care of the primary objective, which is to do the research and advance the state.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you've seen that the folks here at the table are not just the types of policemen that let folks know when they've gone too far, past the speed limit, out of bounds, but also some of the most fantastically enabling innovators in the department who are allowing us to really achieve that mission of not just doing everything ourselves, but finding the means, finding the way to legally and scalably work with all the different parts of the ecosystem that we absolutely need to accomplish this mission. So thank you very much for coming up to DC. Thank you for your presentations and for your service. Okay, so if we were to follow the agenda strictly, we'd be out of here in 25 minutes. I don't know if folks have a hard stop. I'm going to presume that you do, just because we advertise the agenda publicly and want to keep to that. But I understand that although we thought we were going to be kicked out of here strictly at 3:45, it's kind of okay if we linger a little bit. At least that's what I've heard.
Stay for a while.
Okay, so we'll at least let the formal agenda continue as close as we can to what was published, even if it drifts over just by a few minutes. And so the next portion of the agenda could be a talk about institutionalization, but we did plan on a break. We didn't actually take the break, and so it's a question, can we just keep charging through for the last sprint? Get nods of approval? Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Or would you like a break? Would like
A break? How about a quick break? How about that, if we can go past by a few
We
minutes?
just do 5 minutes
Yeah.
and come back and we'll.
Okay, see you in a bit. AO's just been given a new action item to make the Commerce Data Service a lab. It's funny how that comes up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's come back to the table here and get to the last portion. For those that are at the table, I just want to point out that one of our data scientists is giving a demo clearly to Jack, like right in the corner right now. I love that this is part of what happens at a CDAC, that we can have that type of engagement and live feedback. Once in a lifetime opportunity for some. Okay, so the next portion of our agenda, lost my DFO. The next portion of the agenda here, it looks like we're going to talk about institutionalization. And this fine pillar, a great, we'll say, build up to what was opened by Justin this morning. So you all know Justin, please take it away.
Great. Well, listen, thanks again. A really terrific discussion so far, and I'll tee up a few concepts, but my goal is to really hear from you on a couple of very tough issues. So all around the administration at this point, where you've actually made this much progress, where we have products, services that we think that you can prove, and I'll come to this in a minute, are really helping to solve public problems, that are really looking to make a difference, and that we've built a terrific team that's very hard to do, you know, for a number of reasons. I came into this position, I looked at a team that has leadership, expertise, depth, data scientists, front and back end coders that have really current knowledge. I mean, you've met our team. I think the public is meeting our team, and it's something to be really proud of. And I cannot tell you how hard the team that did what they did before I came in work to make sure that we can have this kind of talent to move the mission. And we have goals. We've spent a lot of time with our data advisory committee, getting to this point to really get advice on how we can, you know, as you said, Jack, really look to have a data-driven economy, and then to have sub-goals, right? To have sub-tactics where you're looking to get more of our data out to drive innovation, sub-tactic. Look at our own operations and try and bring a data-driven approach, right, to how we're doing it to achieve the bigger goals. So we've done all of this, and now we're really worried about institutionalization, right? So this is the question where those of you who've built companies, who've thought about organizational dynamics, who understand some of the challenges, we could use some help. So again, as I started before. So let me tell you a couple of the things we're thinking about. And some of them I think are so federally, you know, they're so built around, sort of budgets and those kinds of things that I'll give you a sense of what we're thinking about, but it wouldn't be obvious to me that would be where advice would come. You may have it, we'd like to take it. But let me give you a couple of things we're thinking about in terms of institutionalization. So number one, make your services essential. Make your services essential, right? So now we have products. We've been trying to really spend the time with you to show you some of the products, to make sure that we've asked for your guidance on them. We have more products. Some are internal for the government facing, some are external. Building a product and making it essential are two very big different things. We have to actually figure out a way that we get these products to users, get them using the products, and make them essential, both internally and externally. And to get to the second point, which I've gleaned, we have to have, and I know we have some, we have to have data to prove it, right? So you have to make it essential, you have to actually show that you're making it essential, right? And be able to demonstrate it. So those are two meta issues on which we'd like some feedback. And you've heard all along the way us asking for help on how we get our products out, how do we market our products, how do we persistently market our products so that the public and the innovators and the nonprofits are using them. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, how do we have proper data so that we can prove that we're doing it? And then from our internal focuses, we're focused on things like our people, our funding, our space, our technology, so that we have wind behind us going into next year. On the people front, just to talk about how we're thinking about it, and this is something on which we all could use feedback. So right now, our team is really on temporary appointments, one version of another. That I don't mean temporarily like short-term temporary, but they're on either a couple of year appointments, or if for those of us that are political appointees, less than a year appointments in some ways, right? But that's the entire Commerce Data Service. So, but there's, on some ways, especially for our technical experts, there's a lot of magic that comes from the fact that we have really, really currently trained experts all over our data service. And so one of the things we're trying to think about is what is the mix of having the kind of appointments we have now with appointments that might be longer term or permanent in some ways in a mix of expertise, so that you at least mitigate the risk that one of your core parts of your overall data service, front end coding, back end coding, data scientists, you don't want to have a situation where you for some reason don't have anybody in one of those three components, right? So we have to think about that. We're doing the same with our funding. We're really on a service provided shared services model where we're funded based on the work we're doing, right, for our own bureaus, and we have to make sure that we can plan based on that. And so we're thinking about ways that we can have funding in a way that we can plan to carry the mission to in an institutionalized way. And then of course we have everything from space to technology, where we need to make sure that we have the ability to carry the mission through in both the space concept and technology. These are more provincial kind of concerns, but they're things that we're thinking about. I'm happy to talk about any of those things and the other things. Obviously then there's departmental orders and other things that we can build out to better institutionalize. But from my perspective, what I thought I would tee up in terms of questions to you all are, one, can you give us more advice on how we can make ourselves essential with the services we're doing, how we can better market them and track our progress so that we can demonstrate that it's the work we're doing should persist? And can you give me feedback, and by the way, I can take feedback on other issues, can you give me feedback or thought on the mix between temporary appointments and more permanent appointments under these circumstances? So I'm happy to answer others or give more background, or any of us can.
Any initial feedback, questions? Kevin?
Yeah, thanks. I would offer some observations. I know Ian has used this term since longer than you've been involved, Justin, which is, he calls this a startup inside the Department of Commerce. And if you think about that as the model, a startup won't be successful with just software engineers. So you need product managers, you need marketers, you need salespeople, you need business development people. So I would think about those roles in addition to the data scientist and the engineering roles that you're bringing in now. I mean, when you just think about the whole data economy, I mean, that is such a really unusual niche in the market that you need to go find those people that come out of Newstar and Bloomberg that know all about data bartering agreements and know how to find data out there. They know how to vend data. They know how to disseminate it, distribute it, create distribution channels for it. I would really think about that side of it. That I think speaking broadly about like the open data community, what we've learned over the last 7 or 8 years is putting the data online alone is not sufficient. It's necessary, but there's evangelism, there's outreach, there's building a developer community, there's finding circulation and distribution for your data. Those are all pieces of the puzzle that all add up to a successful open data program. So I'd think about it that way. With respect to becoming essential, I think the key is you really, and we've talked about it a little bit here today, is figuring out what those metrics are that you can share with your other agency partners that demonstrate, hey, look at how many people are using your data that's plumbed through the service that we've created for you. And I know they are hard and they can be elusive, and sometimes you're going to have to say, look at how much good data and how many metrics we have now, and that's actually not all of it, because there's a lot of cases where people are downloading files and then further redistributing the data. So I would think really hard about the metrics around your program as well.
Thank you. Karen?
I think by the fact that you asked the question about the mix of long-term and short-term sort of employment agreements, I think it says that you already know that you need to have some of that new blood coming in, and you've got such a wonderful team, I think, because of the big grand challenge that Commerce had a couple years ago and got rolling on it. And I think that gives you this wonderful mix of new ideas and enthusiasm and great talent. And I think one of the tricks will be to keep those people around, create positions where they can feel more secure than you would feel in a, just something that's driven by the political winds. So keep them in key positions, the ones that are really, charged up by this. And then also provide enough room for new people to come in. All that, you guys have got that great connection with the Presidential Innovation Fellows, and I think that's just, I think that can keep you charged up, and it's just important to keep, as you said, a mix. I don't know what the right numbers would be, but I think you want to find a way to have a steady prospect for the people who are really good and excited and doing great things. So I don't know what you do for your evaluations and for maybe renewing contracts, but I think that's really important. When you ask about making your services essential, are you talking about like all the way across commerce data?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not every product, every service will be essential. But yes, it's both making our internal bureau clients think of us as a critical thing to turn to, and then making our products that we're turning out for making our data more available essential, things that people really.
So you're talking more about the commerce data services core instead of just like commerce data.
It's both, but obviously we're focused. The bureau efforts have been long-standing and are going to continue, and there's a lot of wind behind them. Obviously, we want to continue to focus on all the work that we'll be talking about, but I think for this particular discussion, we've been focused on the commerce data service.
And the last thing I just wanted to add then, I mean, I think that you guys are you're doing a lot of things that are progressively making you look essential, but I also think that it might be worthwhile and money saving, which might be able to afford new things, if you can kind of examine each of the existing data sets and find out how essential they are and find ways to maybe trim back on the ones that aren't.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing, especially when you've got.
That's a whole discussion right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know
it's
it is.
valuable, and yeah, we appreciate that.
It came up. I was thinking about it when Colin was asking about. I can give you that data if you give me me the analysis back, and I'll let you keep it, and you can take care of it for me because I can't take care of it. But that's a huge expense to take on in perpetuity, and you've got a lot of those things that have kind of befallen on you in perpetuity, and it might be worthwhile to see what you can shed, if it's possible.
Kim?
Yeah, actually, I was going to go down the end-of-life path of existing services also. But, anytime you introduce something new in an enterprise, you have to go through a whole transition and change management plan. And it did occur to me on the projects we've seen that they were about build it and they will come versus a thoughtful change management process where the existing services will be end-of-lifed, right? Procedural documents will be updated, training will be offered, those types of things. So I would encourage you to definitely think about how do you drive through transition and change, and with the goal that there's a definitive date where the existing way of doing businesses come to an end. So that was one thing, and then building on what Kevin said, in a startup you have a lot of people building things. Well, once you have a product and you have to run, as you think about permanent and appointed resources, you might skew the permanent ones to running what already exists of the new things, right, that exists. So there's continuity and stability in the platform. If your platform is not stable, your customers will flee,
right?
Whether they're internal customers or external customers. So you need a very strong operational base, and then you can bring in the short-term talent for specific skill sets that you need for functionality enhancements. So that's one way to cut the.
Ty, you catching this? Sorry, we were just talking about this, so it's actually really, really timely insight. Sorry for picking on Ty. Alan.
So I think the order in which you had these things laid out seems like the right order to me. I mean, they sort of build on each other. So I think you've got real leverage in the fact that you have both internal and potentially external customers. I would definitely concentrate on your internal customers first. Being essential usually is an ROI measurement. And the ROI, I think, is pretty easy to measure when you have a pretty clear idea what you already have a mechanism for determining whether an outcome is good or bad. So you can start with the tools, like we were talking about this morning, enabling the people who work for commerce to go out and work better with exports or whatever it might be, identifying potential customers, being able to actually drive real results there. If you have any way to measure that, then that's something you can talk about, and you can make it. You can essentially deploy a tool internally, which is essential to those people performing at a higher level. So that's a pretty straightforward place to start. The nice thing about that is you can propose the way in which you're going to do it is you're going to base it on a set of data resources which are available internally and externally. So you build a layer which basically says, here's the just sort of general availability layer, APIs, whatever it might be. Here's the data layer we need to put in place. And our tool is actually built on top of our own API layer, the same API layer we expose externally. Okay? Then you can go and you can say, all right, so to build real demand there, you can start with the GDP style stuff. And you can say, well, actually the interaction with the real world on the outside is super important because it's the only way we get accurate GDP measurements at the beginning of in the advanced estimation of GDP. That's a second way in which the availability of the APIs becomes essential. And then once you already have those pieces in place, then you can at low cost and without being able to prove ROI, the same high rate of ROI because it's less easy to measure, then you can say, but the cost is low for deploying this and making it available to anybody in the world who actually wants to be able to use this stuff. That way you get to the external customer without having to make a pure ground up ROI case. Because all the cost is already built into the other structures which are already have proven ROI. And the question of how you measure it, I mean, I think in the case of the tool stuff, you have a really clear way in which you measure it, some measure of productivity or work that those people are actually doing. In terms of the GDP stuff, I think that's already something which is considered essential by all the consumers of it. And you already have, I believe, measurements for telling whether you've got, what it means in terms of decision making or policy construction when the GDP is more accurate earlier in the process. Hopefully you already know why that's important. And then you just have to develop that metric we were talking about earlier, which is to say what's the value on the outside. And the people you might want to talk to might actually be Facebook. They have a really powerful platform. And I'm not talking about data here, I'm talking about their app platform. Finding out how they measure the value they actually get. My guess is that it's measured in terms of user engagement, but I don't know that for sure. You guys might have a similar, you might want to look at that, just to get a feeling for how they think about it. So.
Interesting, fascinating. Joy.
Yeah, this is more of a question, I think. So I always joke with my job that I'm planning my own obsolescence because I feel like if I can execute on the mission of, not just empowering use of data, but driving us towards an inevitable data-driven government, then they don't need my role anymore, and they don't need my office. Like, when you look at your most data-driven companies, like Google doesn't have a chief data officer. It's just weird. So I guess to me, there's just a core strategic assumption built into that question, which is like, do you see yourself as a catalyst / bridge to like what you want the future of the commerce to be, or as filling a long-term unmet need that you don't see being filled otherwise for whatever mix of reasons? And I don't know what the answer is, but I think that's a sort of predecessor question to think through.
Looks like Colin was next.
A lot of my comments are along the lines of Alan's own, because I think that sort of makes a lot of sense. I think the two dimensions to this, there's a growth dimension, there's a productivity dimension. So with the exports, you see growth coming, so that makes you essential because the growth in the economy is everything. The other reality we face in the world is that everyone wants something cheaper. Every business I'm in, they're trying to get rid of people. And the solution is data. in many cases and the apps and models that run on it, right? If you get affected at that, you become the place by which every other agency comes to in order to lower their costs, because you're the one doing it for them. So as you begin to gather more and more data, you'll become the go-to place because you actually are taking cost out of the rest of the systems that they have. The next thing that happens is as you begin to get enough of the data, you realize you can't store all of it. So the next thing you go to is models. And these are the things we talked about. Once you get the right set of models, you don't store all the data. When you begin to have the people who are the best modelers, you get to the point in which you have deep value. You can't be replaced that easy. Then the apps fall on top of that. So your journey is to go through that one as fast as possible. It makes you essential to the growth and the productivity. You know, you become core. Then the balance will be people between the data ones and the model ones, and then you'll have to figure out what's the most valuable data to get to change the models. So I think that's the story you've got to work through, and as you work through that story, I think this is at the heart of the evolving governments around the world right now, and the businesses. Something to think about.
Jack.
Yeah, okay, a few comments. First, even the question suggests that you're a little bit fragile. Wouldn't you suggest your institution is a little fragile? I mean, the whole data dissemination part. And it is, when I think about it, it's driven by Secretary Pritzker's vision of data, which is a policy initiative. It isn't a legislative one. It's administratively driven, not legally underpinned by a law. On John Thompson's committee, the science committee, there's always tension saying, can't you just add this one more item? And this is largely driven by the social science academic community. And John is always very carefully, very nicely, very diplomatically saying, unless there's a congressional mandate for it, I can't do it. Or I'll be ripped apart when I try to defend my budget. So this is a distinction between sort of this vision, policy, administrative-driven notion of having open data and the requirement to really have something, which eventually Congress gets to and says no. So it seems to me that if there is a term for if your organization is going to have a term life, then it should result in something like a piece of legislation that says that all data that is collected should also be made open and available. In other words, you're not talking about collecting new data, are you? It's about having the data be open and available for use by other people. So the legislation should focus something on a data policy that makes all data that's measured by the federal government open and available for others to use in a simplified form. So that to me would be objective number one to get done in the next 6 months. If you fail at that, it's not a good thing. I mean, the longevity or the fragileness is a little bit exposed right now based on who knows what the next administration will want to do. So the only thing that really, okay, then how do you get legislation? By creating something that's essential. So if we looked at pulling away the Weather Service, not only the core Weather Service or the weather information that all this ecosystem that Bill lives inside of away, there'd be a collapse of a lot of things we wouldn't be able to predict. I've been working with the Water Center, which is run by NOAA, now down in Alabama. And they've been able to take the weather data, forecasts 18 days out, and drop it onto a digital terrain model, another federal data set, run it through the model, and figure out 18 days in advance where the flooding's going to be. So there's a whole map of the United States, and you can kind of see where the river goes, where the water runs. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's the most amazing thing because it's going to predict where floods will be in the next 3 hours or 18 hours or 18 days. It's like a new kind of weatherman. And people will take that map and they'll lay their parcels on it. FEMA is going crazy about it. It's going to become essential infrastructure because we'll be able to forecast where the Mississippi flood, when the Mississippi flood's gonna hit. This is gonna become essential infrastructure and will roll out this summer. That's what I mean by essential infrastructure. Wouldn't you agree that will become essential infrastructure, a big congressional hit? And that speaks to what Colin is saying, taking the data, modeling it, providing it as a service, that kind of a value-added chain, and whether that's just the data that you provide through the open data policy legislation, or whether it's getting more engaged with modeling to create essential information products. The bottom line is what NOAA and the weather and the water people are doing is creating essential information infrastructure, and it ain't gonna go away. I don't think you have time to do that in the short amount of time you've got left. And again, realize I'm an outsider, I don't exactly know, but you've got a short amount of time to create either this legislative piece that gives you stability and long term, or these essential information products that are going to really rock and roll. The best I think that you can do is say that in the legislative areas, make sure that any data that's collected, there's a policy mandate, however you legislate it, that it must have a dissemination part under the guise of open data, like that.
Well, if I can just provide some quick responses to those two buckets that you outlined on the legislative side.
Right.
I'm going to give it a statement of fact. I'm not sharing any opinion on what I'm about to say. I'm just stating something.
Yeah.
I need to give that preference before I say this. So there is an executive order, what's called M1313 from 2013. Obama has an executive order mandating open data for all federal agencies. It led to things like data.gov, but it is super detailed. If you look at the policy underneath that, like any other executive order, has, and I'll defer to the lawyers around me, a type of legal obligation to it that exists today. And right now there is a bipartisan, bicameral piece of legislation that is openly being shared. I want to say it's Kilmer Schatz, but I'll look to the expert to get some detail. That basically takes that executive order and gives it the power of law through Congress.
Before the end of the administration?
I believe that's the expectation of the sponsors. But again, that is outside my area of expertise. I just offer it as an interesting fact point that other folks basically agree with you and have already taken a lot of steps in that direction.
I think it's essential that you do that, speaking about things essential. And because I think there'll be such a churn, craziness happens at every thing. So I would make that one of my highest missions. I guess Justin and the Secretary and everybody in Congress that actually happens, because that'll be stabilizing. It'll take it out of the fragile nature of your institution and say we are the instrument within Commerce to really make that thing happen. Then now you've got a real game. Otherwise, it's just subject to the whims of the Secretary. And in terms of information products, you've shown interesting little researchy things. I'm not putting it down. I'm simply saying it's very difficult and costs a lot of money to create something like what the Water Center did in terms of creating really needed information infrastructure. But I could imagine it. Suppose an example of building on this international. Where does a small business go to? You know, that would help Kevin's and all of our businesses. Where do you go? And that really. That could be. That's providing the weather for the economy of the globe and where to invest globally. It's kind of what, again, John Thompson did at the Census Bureau with small businesses. He took all the census data,
the Census Business Builder,
into an app. It's going to become essential infrastructure for small businesses. And so would move from the researchy stage to finding what are the essential information products that are needed and wanted. And you can continue to do the research parts. I love that. And maybe the essential thing is simply the website with all the APIs to all the hundreds of data sets. Maybe that's all it. But then it's got to move way beyond data.gov. I've got really dial tone of services that I can actually connect to, and those dial tones become the essential services.
Well, a very powerful feedback, and everyone's feedback is very powerful. But again, I can't help but one brief reflection of the things you just said, Jack. Our very, very first discussion as a council, Washington, D.C., literally first agenda item was, what's our moonshot? And I framed it in, what's the product that we should build that'll have, I think, the kind of impact that you're talking about. It was a fun, hello, my name is kind of discussion. But I think your challenge is really, no, seriously, what is that product? I guess as best as I can to reflect that challenge, I think part of why we're here is to figure that out. Maybe at happy hour in 2 hours. Usually it's a bar napkin.
Let me say one last thing about this is that you are not collecting data.
Yeah.
You're simply making data available. So there is
Yeah.
a mission and a mandate legally, typically, for every one of the data sets that you run, right? You must forecast
Data
this,
sets that
you
you
must
run.
do that. You
You
must
know,
take the
department-wide
census.
generally, but there's a, we'll say mostly yes.
Let me
Yeah.
make the
Yeah.
generality
Yeah.
and just accept it for a moment. All right, you're not talking about collecting new data, you're not hunting for it, you're talking about having a back door. That's a lot of what federal government data is. If you get a back door into it with open data, then other people can use it for other purposes.
Yeah.
Not the main mission for which it was directed. And that has been, at least in my little world of mapping and geography, the FGDC is always about trying to get the different federal agencies' data to overlay on maps, and it's inconsistent and so forth. Because largely all those overlays of map data are collected for one mission. They were never designed to be integratable to create the whole of geography. They were, let's just collect the water data, let's collect the environmental data, but when you start to bring them together, you see the whole, all of geography, the
Yeah.
holism, the science of it all. And that's true with the whole open data movement.
Yeah.
I shove it out the back door, and realizing that you're shoving it out the back door is kind of a potpourri of data sets that you can access and search for, and you don't really know what you're even hunting for in many cases. But framing some of that orchestration of the data into a larger mission like we really want to provide, the whole digital foundation for the United States' economy, and having not simply another stovepipe focus, let's look at unemployment, let's look at poverty or one of those things, but how can we describe more holistically what's going on in America through maps and data and apps and so on, and get secondary uses and leverages out of the billions of dollars we're investing in this data. And you sort of, out the back door means, okay, entrepreneurs can take it and try to develop these sort of apps on it, but maybe having a larger holistic vision that gets articulated in the short amount of time you have left to say we want to bring data, see how all this open data can actually be brought together and create a new and better future.
Do you mind if I just react?
Oh, please,
very,
please.
Very briefly,
Yeah.
Jack. I think you've said a number of very important things. So I will say, Secretary Pritzker really has been a visionary
Yes.
on the data and statistical front, and it's brought us to this point. And I think the legislation and other things you've identified are incredibly important. And I know folks are working on those things. I think from our current perspective, and I guess I hope you're happy from this from a management perspective, we're trying to think it through. What if there's no legislation as well? Because you get to the point where you have a startup really up and running. You've got really neat products. You have a terrific team. You've got a strategic vision. And that lets you shoot for the moonshot, right? Where it starts building some capacity. So I know we're thinking of those things in parallel. And I think the place we're in is trying to think through how we, keep that wind moving under a variety of different scenarios. One where we may have legislation, one where we may not have legislation. And we continue to value your input on how we make sure we have some real continuity when we don't. I totally agree too with your analysis where we have to continually message, because I speak to a lot of very important voices on privacy, and I think the point that I really try to make repeatedly is I think you ought to assume that we're at a point where we have done a lot to make sure privacy is protected with the data. It's gone through all kinds of reviews, and we now have data sets that you want to get out that there's been privacy officers and FOIA officers and other folks look at the data. Now we want to get it out. Now let's assume that's so. How can we better enable that data to get out? But I think your point of messaging that regularly is important, because
There is another thing here, Justin, and that is if there's enough users, people like Stan and others, who become dependent upon that open data, they can create a constituency that lobbies for political policy, ultimately law that says open data is essential to our business. So it isn't just the information product, but it's the conglomeration of all of the data sets that are brought together that build the digital economy in the private sector, and therefore legislators listen to us. That's another thing that that I think we talked about this last summer, is how do you develop a open data constituency which is powerful and has an economic voice and a political voice ultimately that says that thing, make sure that continues on. So that's another suggestion.
Thank you. Oh, yes, please.
I was just going to say that this conversation, I think, illuminates for me, we kind of have two main challenges with institutionalization. One is institutionalize the data pillar and the data writ large work, which is where legislation, our customers, and can really play the role of keeping it going. And then there's the challenge of the institutionalization of the data team within ESA, and that is as much a budget question and challenge, and how do we kind of make sure we have the resources locked in to carry through to the next administration. And so that's we focused on the data team piece probably more than the pillar.
Well, is this committee going to go on after November?
That's it.
Funny you should bring that up. That's the first topic of tomorrow morning, actually.
But in a nutshell, I mean, yes, it is. This committee is alive.
Looking at other,
until
I've sat on these other committees before, some of them just die. This
Right.
kind of committee,
We're renewing the charter,
Yeah.
which actually expires in February. We're doing that right now.
So
You
in the
all are appointed through next spring, which is when you started, 2 years after.
I'd make
you
a strong
started.
suggestion that right now you start planning for working with the transition teams on both parties.
Yep.
So that it's wired into so there's continuity. I mean,
Very
you
good
talk about
suggestion. We need to do that.
fragility and how do you keep this thing going? You've got to work with both of them at that level, or
Right.
it will disappear.
Understood.
Okay, Kati, you were next.
I just wanted to reiterate that you actually have a strategic plan for 2014 to 2018. America is open for business, which aligns very, very nicely with what we have here. And in that strategic plan, you have these strategic goals for data, and there are indicators. And it's my understanding that all the bureaus actually have to provide those indicators very, very soon. And they will have trouble actually getting to those indicators. So if you could help them get some of those indicators for themselves by showcasing how it can be done within the Department of Commerce, I think that would make you indispensable to a certain degree. Talking about making yourself essential, I think you have a carrot and you have a stick which you could use. So you could either tell them here, if you don't exist anymore, you're going to all be in trouble. This is the cybersecurity kind of argument that some are using. Or we can empower you, and if we don't exist anymore, you don't drive that nice Ferrari anymore. And I think making a decision which way you want to go, I think is important. And then I do agree with Jack that if you would have one very, very valuable project that really is enormously impactful in showcasing what the Department of Commerce data can do, for instance, this kind of battle for the economy, following what NOAA does, or what this watershed model might be able to do. I think that would showcase how these different types of data can be overlaid on a map of the world, a map of the US, and how it can actually be used to support certain types of decision making. I think that would benefit quite a bit from some of the expertise we have here in the room.
Bottom.
I want to comment on your challenging is related to data that Austin mentioned. So in the morning today, when I was trying to be mean, Judge, I said you didn't show from the data. In particular, when I say data team, in particular, I'm thinking more about data scientists. You've hired a very good team of data scientists. You've learned that it's very hard to hire data scientists. I can tell you it's very easy to lose them. And you have to make sure that it's not going to happen. And when I made a comment today morning that you didn't show why your salary is paid to Rebecca, I actually meant it internally. That whenever you have a team of data scientists, and I used to have a team of data scientists, internally you have to show the benefit. Because when you have engineers, you show here's the product which we will take out. You have team of product managers, here's the product they manage. When you have team of data scientists, they do a lot more than just helping around, right? You need to show what would be possible value of the, let's take on the export project. What would be possible value of that export project? Whether it will go live, it will not go live, that yet to be seen. But today, you can go out and say, by using this, we predict that our export will increase by 0.1%, which will bring so much more, whatever, whatever you want to call it. In addition, I'm sure your data science team is just going around the different organizations and helping them to figure out what data is, trying to educate them on the data, get those use cases, write them down, put them on the couple very nice boards and saying, oh, do you know, those people, they didn't know how to use Excel, and our data scientists show them how to use Excel. And no, that's not what your data scientists would be excited about, but that's what a lot of people would be excited about. And also remember that whenever data scientists are doing projects, they will fail sometimes. And it's okay for them to fail. And they should feel that it's okay for them to fail.
Yeah.
Because if they're not failing, they're bored. And you don't want that. So making sure that it's open, but also tracking whatever is success or what is a possible success, if that would go further, will take you a long way to making sure that you keep your data science team, and no, I'm not stealing them, is that you keep your data science team and that the rest, whoever will come back next year, will see, oh, there is a humongous value. Or they know how to use Excel. That's really cool. Let's keep them. No, that's not why you keep them. But no, okay, check mark here, please sign.
So you all aren't going to steal all of our
No.
data scientists? Is that a plan?
He was making that comment today.
Data scientists have been smiling a lot.
Yeah, we're talking about these like mythical people. They're right behind you.
I know, they're right behind me.
Okay. Any final comments on this discussion of institutionalization? Any additional feedback? Oh yes, please.
Only that the comment of being fragile is like a startup. A startup
Yeah.
is very fragile. So until you get that root. One other suggestion is the information products that, I like what Alan said, look internally for information products because you're providing a connection between measurement and application. It's sort of a channel. So that channel is to both in Department of Commerce but also to other federal agencies. Like in the case of NOAA and the Weather Service and the Water Center, FEMA, emergency management, is going to be the thing that really rocks with their data stream into it. So what data sets do I have that match up with missions?
Yeah.
Since you don't have time to make missions at this point,
Yeah.
what are missions that can be supported across the federal government with your information?
Having done the data product thing a few times myself, I can't help but feel compelled to to comment upon earlier. If I only knew the demand, then it would be a whole lot easier to figure out more about this export. I have been wrestling and obsessed with trying to figure out what that is, and like any other data scientist, Tyrone and Jeff, especially been on the front lines of this, sometimes it's so hard to even find what's even available, let alone how to change the world. It is. With much respect for some larger technology companies that are actually not represented here, Apple went through a few highs and lows, but somehow they figured out how to find Tony Fadell and figure out how to make that iPod and then the iPhone. But they didn't necessarily have to do that. And there are other tech companies today that aren't doing so well that haven't figured out that breakthrough application. And on some level, there is the market challenge of how do we figure that out so quickly. I think on some level, there's a process, there's an R&D component, there's a testing, there's the traction. I don't mean to bring up these challenges as it means to not say that your advice is spot on. I'm just confessing here an emotional ambition to be able to really figure that as quickly as possible because if nothing else, I'm going to be fired January 20th. Guaranteed. Legally, I have to be fired. And so I'm thinking,
Not quite, but
reappointed maybe, but definitely fired. And so, there's the reality of that. Even though many of the team members that are some of who are represented here are going to continue working on. And so I share that call to action, and I feel it very personally.
But Ian, there's another aspect. Remember, TPP is an interesting one, right?
Yeah.
Because once you get that Trans-Pacific platform in place, if you're looking for demand, what that is going to do is going to say, don't go across and work on the other side of the world, right?
Yeah.
So that demand will shift across here. And you'll be in a position to find things as people will shift to look at that. So there may be things that are coming up here that are artificially created that are perfectly aligned to what you need to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a very aligned point actually to somebody. We didn't even talk much about TPP today, but that's a very interesting piece of feedback. Was it Bill? Did you have a comment?
Oh, I just wanted to raise the issue of the conflict between institutionalization and innovation and how it may be obvious, but be careful to preserve the innovation as you move forward.
Problem is, if you don't have the institution, the innovation isn't gonna, doesn't have.
Yeah.
Now it's survival.
Okay, in the interest of time, and because basically everything that somebody said is in some way a piece of advice and an action, I'm not going to pretend to summarize everything that has happened here. I may do a song and dance with that tomorrow to at least get the highlights, the trends, the themes of them. But I'm not going to take everyone through a forced march now. What I will say is a heartfelt thank you. Thank you for all of the feedback, for the commitment, for the attention, for persevering through low blood sugar. For the tough questions and challenges. It's always just an absolute delight and pleasure and an inspiration to hang out with you all and share some stories and get your feedback. This is just the intermission, not just to whatever Burton's going to say in a second about tonight, but also for tomorrow. We have another jam-packed agenda, very different types of presentations. It's going to be a little more of a focus on commerce-specific stuff. My boss is going to show up, Deputy Secretary Bruce Andrews, very excited to see what he's going to talk about. He has a whole section about institutionalization that strangely may bridge the conversation we just had and provide an opportunity to continue that discussion, particularly around what the CDAC's going to do going forward, what that looks like, membership and so forth. But then we're also going to touch on some other big topics of how Patent and Trademark Office took your feedback from a previous session, where they are with their modernization roadmap. It was brought up by Henry. We're going to have a representative from NIST to talk about other types of public-private partnerships. We have the public comment period, which always gets really interesting. Every time we have these, we're like, we'll see who shows up. We'll see what kind of feedback we get. And every time, we never give enough time for that. And so it'll be interesting to see that level of involvement. I'm already getting some stuff through Twitter. People are basically chiming in with those comments ahead of time. So tomorrow's going to be fun. It's going to be just as fun, if not more fun, than today. And so very much appreciate your continued support as we go through the rest of this meeting. Burton, what's going to happen next?
So, well, tomorrow morning we'll reconvene at 8:45 a.m. in this room. It won't be broken down, right, Tanja? People can leave their stuff if they want to.
Leave your things there, but I wouldn't leave valuables.
Yeah, but if you want to leave notes or folders or whatever, feel free to do so. We've changed the location of our happy hour to a cooler place. We're gonna go. It's a block away from the hotel. It's right next to Penn Station. It's called Brother Jimmy's Barbecue. Address is 416 8th Avenue. As I said, next to Penn Station. We'll be gathering there at 6 p.m. Thank you, Austin, for finding this place.
It's right on the corner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
so.
it.
It's Brother Jimmy's?
Brother Jimmy's Barbecue.
Can you send email?
You really can't miss it.
It's big.
We'll send
got
an
a big
email with the
bar.
address,
They said they could absorb whether 10 of us show up or 25 of us show up. We should be
I
okay.
know Stan wanted to go, but he won't know.
We'll email.
Oh,
Yeah,
we'll
email
email.
folks.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Cool. So that's what we're doing tonight at 6.
And I will just say thank you. I'm not going to be able to attend tomorrow's session, but I will really look forward to seeing the next session and to being in touch with all of you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the service, the time, and the input that you've given.
All right. Any final words? If not,
We are adjourned until tomorrow.
Thank you. All right.
Justin, the one.